morning, people. It is Wednesday, my favourite day of the week. It's Wednesday, the 4th of October. Welcome to TDA, the day after, your favourite news platform, and as always, the home of popular culture as defined by the culture. And I am one of your lovely, lovely hosts for today, my royalty.
And they call me E-Man, the pro-black activist, TDA producer and news analyst. And of course, the melanin is jam-packed.
Always. How is everyone doing today?
I feel good, man.
Yeah?
Kind of.
What happened?
It's cold outside, man.
Now, winter is upon us. Winter is heavily upon us. I don't know how to feel about it. I feel like it's making me feel slow.
Yes.
I don't know if that's a thing.
It's 100% a thing.
But it's making me feel slow.
Yes.
And I don't like it. I don't like that at all. Especially when I leave the gym. Sometimes it's not even like, it's just dark. Like I need my flashlight out to go through the car park.
Oh, so what, do you go like in the evenings? Or
Yeah.
in the morning? Okay.
So I can't go in the morning. I don't wake up at 5 a.m. My gym is not even open until I wake up. Wait, so I go in the evening. So my latest class will end at like 7. No, sorry, 7:30.
Okay.
Then I'll do some stretching. So I'm out the door like 7:45, 8.
Okay.
But it's dark.
Yeah.
Dark.
And you know it's going to get worse. It's going to be like 4 or 5
cold.
o'clock. It's going to start getting dark as well.
Because even when I went out just then to my car, I was like, oh, it's so cold. So cold. I'm such a summer baby. It's making me so sad.
It's horrible,
Wow.
man.
This is when we
I
make
like
summer
the
bodies.
slowdown, man.
Sorry?
I like the slowdown of winter.
Really?
I think, yeah, because it always feels like it's a countdown to the Christmas period.
Yes. But I feel like Christmas was the other day. Like I just had a Christmas.
Serious.
It feels like it was the other day. This year has sped by. Like I only deep the time when I deep the months, if that makes sense. But in terms of how it is I'm living and how I feel, it feels like things happened the other day. And when I'm like, oh damn, like that's been 10 months, that's been a year, that's been this, that's been that. But we move, Sha. Thank God for life.
We do indeed.
We do. All right, so as you guys know, it's Black History Month. First of all, nice little treat for our Spotify listeners, right? Because I know some of you are, you're a bit upset that you can't take part in the live aspect of the show, the YouTube comments, all that kind of stuff. So what we're going to start doing on Spotify is we're going to start putting up polls. It's going to be a question every day, and you get to interact with it. And I guess we can read some here and there.
Yes, if they're good.
Yes, if they're good. So
make sure
them
they're
creative.
good.
Yeah, don't be all up in there talking about Esther this, hello. I don't know what you think. Do you know? Never mind. Yeah, so we're going to be putting up questions, polls up there on Spotify. So all you literally do, on the page you're listening to, just scroll down a little bit and it will tell you, I feel like the banner kind of shows anyway in the normal screen. And you can get your comments in and we'll read them the day after. But yeah.
Hold up.
Thank you very much. That's the support I need. All right, you guys, it's Black History Month. So we've got some new black facts.
Yes.
Oh, I like that. Black facts. Black facts for you today. So let's get into it.
Okay, so first and foremost, Happy Independence Day
To who?
to Lesotho.
Where is that?
I'm glad you asked. Because you know, it's
I've
it's
never heard of that country.
Yeah. Do you know the thing is, many people haven't.
Yeah.
It's a land, I'll be honest with you, yeah. I heard about it obviously a long time ago. But then obviously it's one of those countries, no disrespect, because it's very small, you don't really hear about it often.
Small island.
This is it. And I'll tell you when I basically, when it came across my radar again, came into my psyche. I was watching a documentary on Netflix about the worst prisons in the world.
Not Lesotho.
I'm telling you.
Lesotho did not come up in there.
I'm telling you. It was there.
Small island and
Yes.
they got one of the worst prisons.
Worst
to get
prisons, yeah.
Netflix.
Yeah.
Well,
So
that was going to be a nice holiday destination. Guess that.
Well, to be fair, they've gone through a lot, man. Like South Africa as well. And basically, I mentioned South Africa because it's a landlocked country. So it's within South Africa.
Yeah.
Right, the actual landmass of South Africa, but it's landlocked, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So it's you can obviously tell at some point in time in the ancient past, there was pretty much one sort of people, so to speak. So Lesotho, again, happy independence. They got their independence on the 4th of October in 1966.
You know what's killing me? As small as they are, and many people didn't know about them and stuff like that, The colonizers knew about them.
Oh,
The colonizers sort them out.
this is what they do, man. This is what they do best. When they want to find problems, they find it. If they can't
That's
find
so
it, they make it.
Interesting.
But yeah, man, Lesotho was formerly known as Basuto land, right? And it was formed in 1820 by the king, Moshu. No, sorry, Moshu Shu, the first, right? And it became a British colony in 1959. Somebody who's from Lesotho, what do you think they would be called?
Lesothian.
It makes sense. Brent, your chance?
He said 1959.
It became a British colony.
It's the other day.
Yeah.
They became a colony a year before Nigeria gained independence.
Independence, yeah.
Crazy.
But yes, an individual from Lesotho is known as Mosoto.
Mosoto.
Yeah.
And they're from Lesotho.
Lesotho, yeah.
Very creative over there.
And that's basically
Love y'all.
Sorry, an individual is called Mosoto. The people as a collective are called Basoto. Yeah.
Okay.
And the official language is Sesotho.
Yeah, they've got a theme going on.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I like how unique it is. Like, obviously, no other African country has that type of thing. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I think that's gonna make it easy for us to kind of remember such a thing, innit? Like I mentioned before, it is a landlocked country within the country. It's surrounded by South Africa on all sides, right?
Okay.
And it's the only independent enclave in the world outside of the Italian peninsula. It has one of the world's smallest road networks, right? Which is basically just 3,700 miles. You know what I'm saying? And there's a good reason for it. So not just because it's a small country, there's a good reason for it. Lesotho is very, there's mountains all over the place. It's a very mountainous country.
Okay.
And it has the highest, lowest point of any country.
The highest what?
Lowest point.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
They high but they low.
So you know how certain countries have like the highest point and also the lowest point, because you know the Earth is very bumpy and stuff.
Down.
Yeah. So you know how you got sea levels, different sea levels, and all.
Oh,
types
so
of
they've
stuff.
got the highest,
lowest.
I guess, highest land. Then probably that means, but they've got a lot of mountains.
Yeah, but it's the lowest point of any country in the world, right? Theirs is the lowest. If that makes sense.
Highest is the lowest. Sounds like what you want to tell your enemies. Okay. Love that for them.
Funny enough, it's also one of two places in Africa where it's possible to ski.
What's the other place?
I don't know. But yeah,
that's really cool. I didn't know. So they probably can ski over there.
Yes, of course, 100%. They've got proper winter sports, everything over there. Yeah. It's home to a place called Afriski.
See, and people sometimes just think Africa is made of just huts and.
Oh no, there's snow there.
We be snowing and we be. It snows in Jos.
Yeah, see, there you go.
Snows in Jos.
There you go.
That's sick, man. Look at them. Did they got any foods that we know about?
Oh yeah, we're gonna get onto that. So basically, well,
if they have jollof rice too, that's gonna finish food.
To be fair, it's not food that is known to us, right?
Yeah.
It's their own type of stuff in it. But one of their main dishes is like a traditional bread, which is made with a combination of wholemeal, flour, white flour, sugar, salt, yeast, and water as well, right? Or lukewarm water. It has to be made in a particular way.
Like a bread roll. What's it called?
But it's called boroto.
The lowest point could be below sea level. I'm reading here on Bard.
Okay.
So maybe that's what it means.
Okay. Yeah, maybe so. Yeah.
The lowest point on land is the shoreline of the Dead Sea, which is located between Jordan and the East. Anyway.
Yes.
Sorry.
I'm trying to find what the food looks like. It's coming up with anime characters. That's rude.
Is it?
Yeah. And it's like 25. I've never seen a Google Images. I've never reached the end of a Google Images search. It's literally like 25 pictures here.
See, they're not giving enough praise to Lesotho, man.
Oh.
Apparently it was Priz, thank you very much, says that it was referenced first in Black Panther.
It was what, sorry?
They were referenced first in Black Panther.
Oh, is it?
Oh, is
Big
it?
up them.
Oh, nice.
Big up the researchers on that team. That's really good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they've so that's boroto, yeah, that's their traditional bread. They've got something called
Is it BORUTO?
BROTHO.
THO. Okay, let's see if I can find it this way. Yeah. Oh, this looks so good. It's making me hungry. I love a good bread. I love a good bread.
Yeah, man.
Oh no, Brenny, get the image up.
How do you spell it?
BOROTHO.
Oh, this is fantastic. I love bread so much. And this just looks like it slaps.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
There you
look
go.
at that.
There you go.
I know it's soft in the middle too.
Oh, 100%.
I know it's got the right level of sweetness.
So I'm saying you have to
Are there
make
any
it in the
restaurants around?
correct way. But yeah, man, big them up, man. They got something else. Maybe they're professionals when it comes to desserts, you know, because they've got like these fritters that are rolled in cinnamon and sugar while it's still hot, and typically they're had with like a warm cup of tea, and that's called Makuenova. Makonva, stuff like
I
that.
just spell it?
MAKOENVA.
K-O-N-V-A.
Yeah.
This does look
Macomba.
lovely, man.
Oh, it's like
Hold
the
up.
bread, innit?
Nah, the
Makwemba.
Makuemba.
Yeah.
That looks nice.
Traditional dessert.
But this has got... Oh, it's making me so hungry. It's like donuts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This is lovely.
Lesotho. All right.
You're such an egg. Okay.
It's the Independence Day today, actually.
You said it's not a country. There's no independence.
Lesotho.
I said risotto, you know.
Yeah, he heard what I said.
They make white references on Black History Month. Now that looks lovely.
Mm-hmm.
That bread is in my mind.
Yeah, man. Their flag has blue, white, and green striped tricolours. So the blue stands for the sky or rain, white for peace,
Always.
and green for prosperity.
Oh, lovely.
And at its centre, it has a black silhouette depicting the traditional Basotho straw hat known as mokorotro.
Okay.
Yeah.
Big up there, man.
So yeah, man.
Do they have an emoji? Let me tap it on iPhone. Let's see if iPhone rated them.
Yeah, for real.
Give them an emoji because that'd be rude if they didn't.
If they don't, Apple picks up, man.
They do.
There you go.
They do. Can't pick up Apple though. 'Cause it's a white company, so Black History Month. That's lovely.
Mm-hmm. And they have a constitutional monarchy as well. So their king, King Letsi III, has been on the throne since February of 1996.
See, that's
Yeah,
just
so they
disgusting, really.
What?
Actually, maybe that's a tradition, isn't it?
Yeah, that's their tradition.
But no one else gets a chance. I don't know.
It's like Queen Elizabeth. No one had a chance.
No, but isn't yeah,
she
but
dead?
isn't he? Yeah, but you know, like some
No one
countries.
gets a chance to be king.
No,
Yeah, until
no,
he
no.
dies.
Well, first of all, you guys are getting ahead of yourselves with the jokes. Relax. You're not. None of you are that funny. This is what I'm saying. Yeah, you know, some countries they don't run on like presidents and prime ministers and
Yeah.
whatever. So I'm saying in their land. Actually, yeah, I guess yeah, fair enough then. So when he
Yeah,
dies,
man.
his kid comes
And
in,
his son or something, yeah.
born into the wrong Brosothian family, boy. Can't get to be queen. or
You're
king.
definitely sure this is a country.
100%. We're celebrating Independence Day.
It's landlocked in
South Africa.
South Africa.
It has
It's
the
in South Africa.
It's a landlocked country.
So it's a land within a land.
Yeah.
Sorry, what?
it has the highest lowest point.
It's in South Africa.
Yes.
It's a landlocked. So it's got South Africa around its sides, basically.
South Africa's
All
protecting
sides
them.
of it, yeah.
South
But it's not
Africa's
part
around
of-
every side of it.
Yes.
It's a small island.
So technically it's in South Africa.
Why are you moving like this is a trick?
It's
we're
still,
pranking you.
it's still his own country.
It's not a prank.
Yeah.
Dead ass.
Okay. We're here to learn, guys.
I wonder if
This is it.
that's interesting though. I'd like to meet someone from there
Yeah, yeah.
for no other reasons other than okay, interesting.
They got some notable people as well.
Okay.
Tsidi Leloka, pardon me. Tsidi Leloka. She's an actress, is a vocalist and a composer.
Nice.
Yeah, man. Apparently, she's best known for her role as Rafiki in Lion King musical.
Okay, girl.
Yeah.
Prepare yourself.
In
Love that.
the original Broadway production. So if you've seen the original Broadway production, she was in it.
She's in it.
She was in it, yeah.
Superstar.
You know what I'm saying?
That's a good dream, you know. Coming from she literally came from a little town.
There you go.
I just love that.
Someone by the name of Shayla Kala. She's a poet. Considered a pioneer of poetry in Lesotho and founded a nationwide organization to keep South African poetry alive.
Beautiful.
And another person, Mosita Lehata, who's an athlete who achieved a victory in the 2013 World Championships 200-meter race. by finishing first. Guess who else was in that race?
Who?
Usain Bolt.
That's sick. So what do you mention? They're women.
No.
Oh, okay. I was gonna
No.
say what, the men too busy protecting the king to achieve things. Okay,
No, yeah.
that's lovely.
So yeah, it's a big up Lesotho.
Big up Lesotho. Happy Independence Day, now.
Mm-hmm. Also, I figured it might as well make sense to, big up South Africa as well. Since they're all kind of, in the same sort of area and everything. There's so many things to talk about with South Africa. So I'm gonna kind of keep
Make
it
it
to, very brief for it, because like their history is extensive. You know what I'm saying? But for those who don't know, South Africa is known as the Rainbow Nation, thanks to its mix of cultures across the country. Apparently, they have 11 official languages. You know what I'm
11?
saying? 11 official languages. Yeah. So you can tell it's just super diverse. You know what I'm saying?
What do you mean super diverse? We talked about countries that had 250.
Yeah, it's true. But it's still super diverse.
That's
In
diverse
England, they
enough.
speak one damn language.
English.
That's
Now
it.
Cockney. That's another time.
That's just, all right.
They speak more than one
Variation.
language in England, surely, by now.
Yeah, but French and stuff is not theirs.
Huh?
French and stuff like that wouldn't be theirs.
Yeah. No, but then, you're right.
They only own one language.
But you can't, this country speaks very different languages.
Yeah, that's true.
Like what?
Like,
Brother.
you go Tower Hamlets. It's like,
All the other countries' languages.
Yeah, it's not theirs.
Yeah, but they're British.
No, because
No, but they're British people though.
No, but when we reported,
that's true.
no, don't count. You don't get, because that means technically then, because I speak Yoruba, that's
it,
one of the
yes,
languages. No,
yeah.
it's not. It's not.
Yes, it
not.
is.
It's not. What conversation are we having this morning?
Am I
it's
wrong?
not.
Am I wrong here?
Of course you are.
But-
Because other countries reported and we're talking about their indigenous language. You don't get to borrow and pick.
England borrow and pick everything. Anyway, but I'm saying,
And that's the whole point of these segments. We're putting a stop to it.
yeah, but there's loads of people that are born here that speak other languages that are part of the country and part of society, innit? So
You know damn well Swear the Brave Man ain't trying to hear Patois or Yoruba or anything of such nature. Shame.
no, I hear you. So is that all? What are you saying? That's all they're.
These are like
They're
native,
South African languages. Yes,
native,
they're native
languages.
languages.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, so
11 ain't that bad though, to be fair.
Hmm?
11's alright.
yeah, it's manageable.
It's sweet.
Exactly. So they got English, they got Afrikaans, as you guys know. They got Zulu. They've got
1 second. If we can't take other languages, they can't take English. No.
why?
Make it make sense.
Why are you talking about we?
Oh shit.
It's Black History Month.
Plus, we speak the language because they
They made
colonized. They came over there.
They forced us to speak English. We enforced them to sing Yoruba,
Exactly.
and they didn't try to either.
All right, fair enough. Go on.
Technically, two though.
What two? Two what?
They can't count English.
They got Zulu. They got a bunch of other languages that I cannot pronounce. They've got Gosa. I don't know if they properly. Gosa. I used to be able to do it. It's like the
What's that
cooking.
with the clicking?
Yeah.
Him do it.
let me get right. Hold on 1 second.
I think it's so fantastic that they're able to do that. So like
So
fluently.
smooth, innit? So sweet.
Yeah.
I
It's
love it. I
beautiful.
love that
It's
sound.
beautiful.
It's real beautiful when it is that you see them doing it and they're not even flinching.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
so cool.
Yeah, amazing.
Yeah, man. They got a bunch of different other languages as well, innit?
What sound or what letters make that sound?
X.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Love that. Creative.
Did you know the world's first heart transplant was completed in Cape Town?
Did not know that.
Mm-hmm.
That's sick.
It's the only country in the world with 3 capital cities. Apparently,
The only country in the world with 3 capital cities.
3 capital cities. Yes.
Okay.
So this is to represent the South African government being divided into 3 sections.
Okay.
Yeah. So you got the legislative capital, which is Cape Town. You got Pretoria, which is the administrative capital, and you've got another one, which we ain't gonna try and pronounce, which is the
Pistorius
judicial.
from there.
Huh?
That guy's name.
Yeah, he's from there.
Oh, he's from Pretoria. No,
This
no,
is
Pistorius.
Lesotho's traditional gowns.
Oh, that looks beautiful.
Yeah.
That looks beautiful.
This is probably what they were rocking in Black Panther.
Yeah, it was.
Probably,
It looks
yeah,
like
yeah.
Angela Bassett was wearing that.
Yeah.
That's
In fact, one of the language they speak in Black Panther is actually from that region.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They did really good research with that.
Yeah, man. So big them up,
Love
man.
that, man.
Yeah, but like I was saying, so they got 3 capitals. The only country in the world, right? Cape Town, Pretoria, and Bloemfontein, which is the judicial capital. Yeah, it's the only country in the world where 2 Nobel Prize winners lived on the same street as well.
Wow.
Yeah, so
But
Nelson
excellent.
Mandela.
I know
and
that
Desmond
real
Tutu.
estate was sick for that.
Yeah, man.
Nelson Mandela and who?
And Desmond Tutu. Yeah, man. Yeah, South
That's
Africa
lit.
only covers 2% of the Earth's land surface, but it boasts 10% of the world's birds.
Birds.
Yep, the world's bird, fish, and plant species. So 10% of the entire bird, plant, and
Air
fish
and sea.
species, yeah, is in South Africa, even though it only covers like 2% of the Earth's land surface.
Okay.
Yeah. And South Africa is also the largest producer of macadamia nuts.
I didn't know
You know what I'm
that.
saying? I know Rich likes his macadamia nuts.
I'm
Rich loves nuts.
And South Africa has the largest. But yeah,
dear.
we won't go into the history.
Yeah.
Because like I said, it's very extensive in it. But yeah, they got some notable foods as well. Babote, which is like a minced meat topped with an egg and milk mixture, and it's baked in the oven. Yeah. So basically, you got your minced meat, whatever, and then there's an egg and milk mixture poured over the top, I guess, and it's just baked in the oven. Apparently, it's really nice.
I'm not gonna Google image that one.
Kind of looks like
Shepherd's pie.
yeah, man.
Lasagna.
No, my lasagna don't look like that.
It's like a version of it, isn't it?
Shepherd's pie is closer.
There's no potato.
Shepherd's pie.
Isn't it?
Oh.
And I'm not gonna lie, yeah. Some of these other notable dishes, they sound very like they belong to the Boers, to the white people, the Boers.
Oh, I think in the
Yeah, so
10% birds that was in the country.
I ain't gonna read them names. So again, just to big up some of the other South Africans, Nelson Mandela, Desmond Tutu, Winnie Mandela. You know what I'm saying? We've got Thabo Mbeki, who was a South African politician who served as the second president of South Africa as well. And of course, we got to give love to Steve Biko. You know what I'm saying? He was killed during apartheid, but he's a legendary South African to me.
Okay.
And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Sound like porn. Lovely, man. Big up all the African nations, and we'll see what we get tomorrow. Let's get into our first headlines.
Okay, so our first headline, right? The UK and NATO has warned that Western military powers are running out of ammunition to give Ukraine to defend itself against Russia's full-scale invasion. Admiral Rob Bauer, who's the chair of NATO's military committee, said that decades of underinvestment meant NATO countries had begun supplying Ukraine with weapons with their ammunition warehouse already half full or even emptier. UK Defence Minister James Heappey said that we can't just stop just because our stockpiles are looking a bit thin. We have to keep Ukraine in the fight tonight and tomorrow and the day after and the day after that. And if we stop, that doesn't mean Putin automatically stops. Swedish Defence Minister Paul Johnson said it was vital for Europe to keep its defence industrial base in shape to support Ukraine for the long term. He also said, because we're digging pretty deep now into our pockets and into our stocks. The UK Defence Ministry said the UK Defence Ministry says that since the start of the invasion in February of 2022, the UK has been given more than 300,000 rounds of ammunition. Has given more than 300,000 rounds of ammunition and is committed to giving tens of thousands more by the end of the year. The US State Department says that over the same time scale, America has given Ukraine more than 2 million NATO standard 155 millimeter artillery rounds as well. The difficulty is that despite attempts to ramp up production, Ukraine is using the ammunition faster than Western powers can replace it. NATO and EU countries have agreed various plans to share expertise, work with defence manufacturers and subsidize production as much as they can, but it appears that they are still struggling to meet the need. In contrast, though, Russia appears much more able to gear up its wartime economy to replenish its own stockpiles. Next headline takes us to America, where Kevin McCarthy, has been toppled in a right-wing revolt. This is the first time ever that a US House of Representatives Speaker has lost a no-confidence vote. The final tally was 216 to 210 to remove the California congressman as the leader of the Republican majority in the lower chambers of Congress. The ultra-conservatives mutinied after he struck a deal on Saturday with the Senate Democrats to fund government agencies. There's no obvious successor to oversee the House Republican majority. The Florida Republican, Matt Gaetz, who's a Trump ally, he filed a rarely used procedural tool known as a motion to vacate on Monday. And he did this basically to oust Mr. McCarthy. He accused the Speaker of making a secret deal with the White House to continue funding for Ukraine amid negotiations to avert a partial government shutdown at the weekend. Obviously, Mr. McCarthy denies it. But at a private meeting of the Republican lawmakers on Tuesday evening, after losing his job, Mr. McCarthy told colleagues he did not plan to run for Speaker again. He later took aim at his political nemesis, Mr. Gaetz, accusing him of attention seeking. He said, "You know it was personal. It had nothing to do with spending." He also said that fundraising emails sent by Mr. Gaetz amid the infighting was not becoming of a member of Congress. The hardliners who ousted him are not conservatives. He only became Speaker in January after a grueling 15 rounds of voting in the chamber, as Mr. Gaetz and other right-wingers refused to support him. I think we spoke about that briefly as well. Just 8 Republicans voted to oust Mr. McCarthy in Tuesday afternoon's vote. He was able to muster support from 210 lawmakers, all of them Republicans, but Democrats joined with the Republican defectors to remove the Speaker. And our last headline takes us to the DRC, when an army colonel has been sentenced to death, right, for his role in the killing of more than 50 demonstrators in August. Okay. So Colonel Mike Mikombe, who was the ex-commander of the elite Republican Guard in Goma City, was accused of giving orders to open fire on anti-UN protesters. This was the highest number of deaths in a crackdown on protests against UN peacekeepers in eastern DR Congo. The UN has almost 18,000 personnel in the country, including more than 12,000 soldiers, making it the second largest UN mission globally. The protesters were demanding the withdrawal of UN troops, accusing them of failing to protect civilians who have been under decades-long attacks by rebel groups in the region. Mikombe has suggested that he had been misled by an operational order identifying the protesters as proxies of the M23 rebel group, which had captured large swaths of territory in the North Kivu province last year. The death sentence is often handed down in DR Congo, but this will be the first execution taking place in more than 20 years. And that's it for the headlines.
Nice. Let's get into our What You Saying topic of the day.
Okay, so today's topic of the day, I don't really think we're going to be on this for particularly long, but I definitely want to hear you guys' opinions, right? And this is based on something that Christy sent to me. So big up Christy, the queen of BOE.
That's right.
And this is about Kemi Badenoch. So remember I was speaking about on Monday and Tuesday, briefly about the Tory conference, right? Mm-hmm. Where obviously Mr. Sunak was speaking, the Chancellor was speaking, Kemi Badenoch was also speaking, right? And she basically said that this country, the UK, is the best country in the world to be black because it's a country that sees people and not labels. Now, we already got a KMT, right?
Not KMT.
But I want you lot to actually think about it for 2-3 seconds and ask yourself, is she actually talking nonsense or could there be some truth to what she's saying? The best country in the world
to be black.
Yeah. So let's take away Africa and, you know what I mean, like the best country that's not, you know what I mean, like a black country. So I guess in the West. Or even in the East if you want.
I mean, do you know what it is? I agree with what she said up until she gave the reasons for why she said what she said.
Okay.
The reason that she's given, I don't agree with that. But I do believe it is, compared to others, safer to black here than other places. Obviously, results vary from person to person and gender to gender. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I agree with half the sentiment, but not the reasons she gave.
Okay, I hear you.
Have you got her reasons there?
Yeah, I've got some other thing that she adds to it.
Okay.
But for that particular statement, she was basically saying the reason is because this country sees people. It doesn't see the labels. You know what I'm saying? That's her rationale.
Damn lie.
That's her rationale.
I don't know. I ain't got any experience living in other countries, so.
But based on what you hear in the news, but certain narratives is kind of pushed around. Because obviously people were outraged when they heard this. People thinking, are you crazy? You know what I'm saying? But again, let's not just react. Let's just think about what she's saying.
Yeah, but black people ain't being persecuted in countries like that. Maybe apart from maybe America.
But that's the thing, though, because even when I think about Nigeria, people are trying to leave.
And go where?
Like
come
to
here?
other Western countries, to come here, to go to Canada, to go to, maybe not so much America, but sometimes America.
Black people in Canada are straight, innit? So what about like them European places like where there's obviously like, there's not like huge black populations, but I'm saying like you don't really hear stories about. You don't really. Do you hear things?
Who was it?
Like what references have we got to judge this by? Because I don't hear nothing about.
Do you remember
how bad it is? And
Do you remember there was something on the news and social media?
That's what I was trying to. Who was? And they
Was it
locked them up
Ukraine?
and
Was it Ukraine?
Was it Malta? No, it wasn't Malta. It might be. Yeah, it was definitely Ukraine when the war
Okay.
happened.
the racists in
But there was
France, right?
something where they were. Remember, there was like a video and they were behind the gates and they were beating them and doing all sorts to them. We reported on it. It's last year.
Oh, that was in Spain. Sorry, the border in Morocco, I believe.
Yeah,
what you're talking about?
yeah.
The
I think
slavery
so.
thing
And they were
about-
killing them and stuff.
Yeah, they were trying to get across the border and they got trapped within.
In between, and they were killing them.
And they were basically beating them, and a lot of people died. Yeah.
But I heard people that have been to like Germany
Mm-hmm.
on light weekends and stuff like that have talked about never going back again.
There you go.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I've heard people say similar things about Italy.
Yeah,
Yes,
Italy. Oh, I
100%,
hear that all the time.
yeah.
People also about that's all that's romanticizing.
Mm-hmm.
But going to Italy, even my cousin went to France as well, Paris the other day because
No,
it
man.
was.
I asked Mika Richards
recess or
about that. He
something.
was playing out there, and I was like, "Is it true what they say about there?" And he's like, "No, man, it's a lovely place to be." He's saying it's dope, but I don't know. Maybe it's different
Who
because
said
he's a
that?
footballer. And he has a different lifestyle. Mika Richards.
Yeah, that would be a different lifestyle. Because even Paris, my cousin was saying she went to Paris, I think for recess or something,
I can see Paris being
and
tough for
she
black people.
they were gonna go to this cafe, and the woman was like, "Oh, it's closed." Like this time, there's people in there. Everything's functioning. She was like, "Yeah, it's closed."
Yeah, I
But
could
they
see.
didn't
I
want black
could
people.
definitely see France being tough for black people. France, but the French are
Yeah,
different. But like all them,
Berlin as well. And I heard about them.
I'm not surprised though. All them countries are all part of like the slave trade and all that. Really and truly. Like a bag of them. So I mean, so they still see people. I remember who was I talking to? I was talking to this Italian guy one time, and he was saying to me, he was shocked that when he came to this country, that black people do more than just sell CDs on the street. I said,
yeah.
what? So in his mind, because that's all he's seen in Italy, that's what he expects. When
a lot of them ain't had a chance to put down roots. It's all freshies and
So he's thinking you don't give them
But
a
even
chance.
then, though, that there's people here living, working, corporate, whatever you want to call it. So and he's mind blown by the time he's come here, which is ridiculous. Man. We're talking about like 10 and 15 years ago.
I'm trying to find out like in them quiet places because like France, Italy, whatever, even Germany, that's bait. You know what I'm trying to say? That's what I'd say. England's probably definitely better than them. But the quiet places that I don't hear about, that don't bother nobody, like in the middle parts of them European places, I don't
Malta
know,
is
like
nice.
Norway.
'Cause I want to go
and-
to Malta.
Is there? What's it like over there?
Portugal's
I mean,
Portugal's all right too. I've been to Portugal, and
Yeah.
I think that would just depend on the individual you're dealing with. Like, do you mean that if you're dealing with a racist person, they'll be racist. But as a whole, I didn't feel any type of way. But maybe because we're bringing them a lot of money, because Afro Nation and whatnot.
but then when you look at just like how people are like thriving in terms of like their economy, right? I don't think in those countries like Portugal, black people are thriving like that over there compared to here.
And I've heard they're just part of the working class.
This is it. In terms of mass, anyway. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. People obviously are just saying that's because obviously the bar's real low, innit? But even though the bar may be low, does Kemi have a point?
But anybody that's outraged, what's their?
They're basically just basically saying that's ridiculous. It's kind of
Yeah, but what are they putting up to? Like, what are they putting up to say is?
But you know, but most people don't have anything to put up, innit? They
No,
just
but do you know
talk.
what it is? I think
So they're saying
I
it's
think
ridiculous, but they don't have anything to.
I think it's a messenger, and I think do you know what it is? I feel
is
like
it.
I think it's what she's followed up, how her sentence ends, because I agree with her up until she says that there's no what was it again? What's the word she used?
Oh, there's no labels.
There's no
It's
labels.
just-
That's
you
a
just see people.
damn lie. There's microaggressions all over the gaff in
All
this
over the
country.
place.
There's so much covert racism. It's ridiculous. So do you get what I mean? I feel like that's probably where people got outraged. But when I'm looking at it, yes, in comparison to a lot of countries, it is one of the best to live in, but it's not for the reasons that she's given. So I feel like the reason that she's given is why people are outraged.
Well, let me add a bit more context as well, because again, her thing is always talking about critical race theory and stuff like that, right? So she did kind of talk about that, and she said that, and I think this is why people are kind of feeling some sort of way towards her, because she said she rejected the narrative of hopelessness for ethnic minorities that suggests that British society is against you, and you're better off asking for reparations. She said that the Tories were in line with civil rights campaigner Martin Luther King, because they believe that people should be judged by the content of their character, not the colour of their skin.
She said that?
This is what she said. Yes. She said the left accuses you of a culture war, right? But we will not apologise for fighting for common sense. I will not apologise for fighting for a society that knows what a woman is.
I wonder, like, how you get to that point in your life journey as a Nigerian black woman. Like, I wonder what makes you get to that point of just standing on podiums and just saying absolutely foolish, stupid things, and you don't even clock how dumb what you're saying is.
You got to think about who she's around as well, though. And
This is it. Experience.
Because I'm thinking, did her parents grow up here and go to... How old is she? Did her parents grow up here and go to school here as well? Because otherwise, that means they're immigrants. And so if they're immigrants, how far removed are you from the realities of where you come from? No, that's it.
I was just going to say that I think that's why she is so, like, fully believing this, because her parents may be immigrants, but her life is not like regular
Like
working
that,
class
okay.
people. So it's like, cool.
I can
My dad, you know what I'm saying? My parents
Yeah.
came here like this, and look at me. I'm one of
Yeah.
the top ranking people in the entire country.
Yeah, her, Pretty Patel, Suella Braverman, women are down bad, man. And to be fair, they're not. They don't really count.
Christy
Really claim
Kwarteng.
them.
All these people have these similar type of views because their upbringing was such where it's like, cool, we were once immigrants. So if we
And so
can
they
do
get
it,
to... With,
you know what I'm saying? So this is why I think she views the world the way she views it. You know what I'm saying? She doesn't think anything's against you. She just thinks things are tough, but they're tough for everybody. And if you can push through certain barriers, you will basically get there.
I don't like people that can't see the privilege even in the smallest ways. And I just think it's so tone deaf and so insensitive to people's realities. She's an egg, man.
She said
Egg with expired braids.
She's, for those who don't know, she's the Minister for Women and Equalities, right? And she was speaking about, she was basically sending
She's the
shots
Minister
at,
for Equality.
yeah,
That's ironic.
So she was sending shots at Labour, right, for what she says, creating a victimhood narrative around race, right? She said, last year I published a report that told the truth about race in the UK. Labour didn't like it. They want young people to believe a narrative of hopelessness, a narrative that says there's no point in trying because British society is against you and you're better off asking for reparations. A narrative that tells children like mine that the odds are stacked against them. I tell my children this is the best country in the world to be black because it's a country that sees people, not labels. Conservatives want young people to be proud of their country when others want them to be ashamed. It wasn't a tough decision for us to reject the divisive agenda of critical race theory. We believe, as Martin Luther King once said, people should be judged by the content of their character, not the colour of their skin. If that puts us in conflict with those who would re-racialize society, who would put up the divisions that have been torn down, then, conference, all I can say is bring it on. Let Labour bend the knee before this altar of intolerance. We will keep building a country that is in every way stronger and fairer for all. Is she just delusional?
Stronger and fairer.
For all. Yeah.
That is a line and a half there.
Is she delusional though? Because the thing is, yeah, I think like Esther was saying, there's some truth to what she's saying. The messenger is, people just don't like the messenger.
Yeah.
And we've seen that on here many times. People don't like the person who's saying the truth, so they want to discard the truth. But is the UK, as much as it has its challenges that all of us have faced in this room, right? Is it the best place for us? If let's just say we were in a situation where we came from Nigeria or came from somewhere back home and we were coming here, but we have the knowledge of what we have now. Is this the first place we would come to in the West?
Yes. If I'm being honest, this is always the place I would always come to.
Yeah.
Because again, when I think about, like having grown up in Nigeria anyway, but also just being in tune with my culture in the way things are and the state of the country where I come from, is sad. It's a sad state of affairs. Do you get what I mean? So I think that even here, yes, because basically I feel like the older generation, right? Because they know where they're coming from, how bad things are back home, sometimes they're grateful for the crumbs here. And I don't believe in that either, because at the end of the day, we're here contributing to the economy, contributing to this and that, whatever. So really and truly, we deserve to take space because we are building the space anyway. But yeah, this will always, I feel like this is a better option. Because when I think about France and stuff, and yeah, man, no other place appeals to me like that. When I was younger, America, but the older I get and the more I learn about America and stuff like that, sounds like a sad state of affairs depending on where you live in America. From Atlanta, but cool. Where anywhere else, might not be. So yeah, this is where I would choose again.
So about other countries with big African populations, and
Like, which ones? What, in the West you're talking about?
Colombia.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure, like, again, I don't want to conflate, Colombia and Brazil. But those South American countries, a lot of black people talk about being suffering from racism over there. Loads.
Yeah, definitely. You hear Brazil's bad for racism, but I don't hear nothing. I actually don't hear nothing about Colombia. And there's loads of Afro-Colombians. Like it's one of the highest populations of. You know what I'm trying to say? And I'm not saying it's good. I'm saying I don't hear anything.
Yeah. True.
Actually, yeah, because someone just mentioned about, she said in the whole world,
Yes.
not just in the West. Yeah, you got a point.
That's what I'm saying, like in the whole world. But you have to remember, there's certain parts of the world where black people just wouldn't go. And remember, it's not just about not facing racism. It's about where you can actually get a step
Thrive
up and thrive. You know what I'm saying? No disrespect to Colombia, but it's not necessarily the place, I think anyway, many people think of to go there and start a life and actually, you know what I'm saying? And so, yeah, it may lose points there.
Do you see a lot of people when you went to Mexico? A lot of black people?
No, but apparently there's a lot of African what's the word? The diaspora. Mexico's probably like the top 10. I don't think I saw. But then again, I don't know because they're just darkest. I don't know if I don't feel like I saw native black people
In Mexico.
I don't feel
Saw
like
black people though.
they was like American and English and shit.
Oh, black on holiday?
Yeah. The only place that I went where I was surprised at how many black people are there that was actually I didn't realize was a black country because obviously I'm stupid. I don't know nothing. Was Dominican Republic.
2% of Mexico, Afro-Mexican.
That's a lot.
Afro-Mexican.
We got 3%.
We got 3% here?
Yeah, that's a lot,
Never
bro.
heard of that
That's
one.
what I'm saying. But I ain't seen them. I didn't know that.
They probably got their own little town and all that. You know, like a Chinatown type thing.
Safe to say they're living bad over there then, because I ain't seen them.
But then it's like, what is their socioeconomic status?
Yeah, exactly.
Does Bard know that, please, Brent? Because if they're there doing menial work and whatever, then...
And even though I ain't seen what the cabinet looks like and thing, but I don't imagine all them black people I saw in DR are in like the parliament and thing, or in like positions of power and that. You know what I'm trying to say?
This is it.
What about the Caribbean countries?
But they were like black, innit? Kind of.
Yeah, but even then,
Indian
though, are
there
they
as
still
well,
a good place to live? Because Nigeria's all black and I'm not trying to live there.
I think it depends on your reasoning, but I never get the impression that in the Caribbean is the place to go if you want to actually thrive and start a business, for example. A place for retirement, that's the impression I get. I could be wrong,
yeah.
you know what I'm saying?
But do you think that's because
Sorry, let me just push back on that quick.
Yeah.
Hold up. You might have to call back. Hello? Probably. Bye. All right, cool. It should work now. The fact that you're not thinking about that is perfect reason to go and set up shop in the Caribbean. 100%. And you can carry all of your elitist ideas and business models over there. You make a killing.
What do you think as well? We've glorified going to the West to make a living and then retiring back home.
Yep.
Do you get what I mean?
Yep.
You'll never go back and retire.
I would, depending on where.
Home.
As in an African country.
Nigeria.
I'm going to the Gambia. Going Nigeria to retire? What kind of retirement is that? I might pop down in 2 years. No, but do you get me? There's this thing, sorry, caller. There's this thing about we work, go over to the West, work hard, and we just go back wherever we want to go back to, somewhere in the Caribbean, somewhere in Africa, and retire there. So, but then because we have that mindset, it could be possible one of these countries is actually great to move to and thrive. But there's so much PR for the West. The West is showing their borders, so.
I don't know if I'll ever have the bravery to do it, but you think about moving like this because we just know what we know in it, and we're just here. Like things could be so much different and so much better in other countries.
100%.
I reckon it
Like-
probably is, you know. And they're trying to be quiet about it because they don't want anyone
Yeah.
flocking there. Morning caller, the person's still there.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Who are you speaking to, please?
Yeah. It's Chijoke.
Morning, Chijoke.
I think the issue I have with Kemi in particular making this statement is because when we compare it to what her party is saying, you basically got her saying this is the best place for black people, but also you've got Suella. Yeah, but then you've also got us trying to say to us, oh, we're too full, and people also need to come knowing that they've got to stand to British values. So it's almost like you're saying to us, this is the best place to be as long as you adhere to our British way, when most of us come from houses that aren't necessarily British. We do things our own way. We still see certain things that are against our black people, and then they want us to keep quiet and say, well, if you go somewhere else, it'll be worse. And we know that's not necessarily true. And I think that's the problem with the message of this is the best place to be black.
But in terms of, okay, that aside, right? In terms of just the opportunity to prosper, like, can you think of another place better?
When you say, well, you see, this is the thing. I personally have heard good things about Canada in terms of the way they look at us as people, and I don't hear too many issues. I'm not saying it's completely perfect. I've obviously, I mean, I'm seeing in the traffic. Fernand was saying apparently they're not very good with their own indigenous people there. So I don't know the full ins and outs, but that's one place I've definitely heard is good for us as black people.
If you talk about prospering, go America.
But
yeah, but then you've got to take into account the safety issue because I could do well.
That's the rub, man. Give and take. You said prosper. Yeah.
But before you get
Go
prosper,
to the state where you can get yourself a gun, baby.
but you gotta
You
be
said
alive.
prosper. You can prosper more.
You gotta be alive to prosper.
Yeah, but you can prosper more in America than you can in England as a black person. Facts. You can go further up the ladder.
I think it's certain spaces.
You can go higher up the rung. You can.
in the
Nah,
creative
it's
spaces,
facts.
defo.
Even political.
Boy,
I
we had
think-
Obama. He's mixed race, and that was the first one. They ain't had another since.
Colin Powell.
Yeah, but this is. But I
What are we
think what we
talking
also
about?
need to be careful of as well is
Condoleezza.
the way they put
What are
us
we
in.
doing here? I'm not saying it's safe, but that word prosper that you used, if you
Sorry,
can prosper
man,
more in America.
You can also do far
Yeah, but
worse.
if it's safety part of prospering though, this is what I mean, because I can't say, well, I'm doing well in my business, but I take my kids to school and there's a potential shooting. That's crazy.
That's wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not a black thing. That everybody's got to deal with that. Like, so I hear where you're coming from, but what's the parameters of what we're saying here? Like,
But I think it's all encompassing though, surely. Because if I'm saying, okay, I know myself, I don't think I'm going to be here forever. But I know I'll be here for a certain amount of period because of my children and because of the fact that they were born here. So there's certain things that I would have to put in place before I leave. So that, for example, I think of like my parents. My mum is still here, but I remember her saying when we were younger, the minute like we get to a place where, we've got our own place or whatever, she's going back.
Yeah.
And I think going back seems to be what I would always advocate for anyone else that's, from diaspora, wherever you are. Because in essence, we're here because our parents needed better for us, schooling in terms of careers. but we can still prosper back home because there are opportunities if you look for it. Obviously, you can't come back there thinking it's going to be completely the same as what you've got in the West, but I still think that we can't just ignore that, where we're from.
I think you're 100% right about going back home. But remember, we're seeing loads of people who do go back home and struggle with going back home and come back here. You know what I'm saying? So I know that you're not saying it's easy, but it is still something that a lot of people back home are leaving, you know what I'm saying, to come here. You know what I'm saying? So you have to factor that as well. But I agree with you, though. I think back home is fertile ground, man.
Well, not now, but yeah, it was. Yeah. But I mean, as I said, it is coming. It's coming. It's because of the message that it's coming from. It's basically we're not allowed. It's almost like we're not allowed to complain with this kind of message. Like, this is the best you're gonna get anywhere. So if you're moaning, then you need to understand the other side's even worse. So it's almost this up and shut up kind of statement, and it's annoying because this is the kind of thing that they will say, and at the same breath, you'll look at them thinking, well, you're ethnic, so are you saying that you think that every black person in this country is treated fairly? And she won't answer that question. And that's the reason why the statement is wild.
Yeah,
but anyway, I don't want to keep going on about her, so I'll let you guys continue the conversation.
Wait, before you go though, again, I appreciate your call, when you say stuff about it's like we're not allowed to complain, do you feel like, when you consider everything though, that we should be complaining?
So if I'm considering the fact that I can go into a space, or there's still certain parts of even London that I'm not comfortable to walk down because of the colour of my skin, then yes, I should be complaining.
Would you? Is that like you bearing in mind that you have the NHS as well?
The NHS that they're trying to destroy, man.
They're trying, but it's still here.
But it's here, but they're literally, like, you've got to understand, just the other day, junior doctors and consultants said enough's enough and took a strike.
Because
for me, that's unheard of. I've never seen this many strikes in my lifetime, all at the same time. So the government are trying hard to make us get into a privatized society, and I think that's what they're trying to push.
I mean,
as much as
No, sorry, go on.
No, as much as I agree that yes, the NHS is a very good part of what the UK offers to us, it's also something that I think they're not prioritizing, because essentially they don't care for us to say, well, we can get free healthcare. They really don't care, because most of them are private anyway. So it's not a big deal to them what happens in the NHS.
Yeah, but isn't that a bit harsh to say it doesn't matter? Because at the end of the day, even if they're getting private, right, they're still paying. Their taxes still going towards the NHS. I'm pretty sure they'll be happy if that money just stayed in their pocket. You know what I'm saying? All of us are paying tax towards the system, right? And if it was privatized, likely most people, I'm assuming anyway, would likely be paying more towards their healthcare, right, and their medical bills and things of that nature than what they're allowed to get via the NHS. So if we have the NHS, right, if we have an opportunity where you can actually start businesses and thrive and actually bring your children here, like your parents did, like my parents did, like all our parents did, and give us an opportunity to do better than our parents. Aren't these things that we should kind of be like, cool, yes, I understand there's racism here, but maybe that's just something that's normal because we live in a white man's world and they colonized us just 60 years ago.
But the issue though is that
surely that's just the norm. But whilst we're here, it's better than being in another colonized.
But the issue is that they invited people here. Though.
This is true. They did.
Right.
My grandma worked in a nursery. She was invited here.
The reason why, I was going to say as well, the reason why they've come over here is because you've pillaged us.
100%.
My land has lit. So then I can go now and look at the Tower of London and see jewels from Nigeria over there on that crown. Do you know how crazy that is?
Yeah.
And then you want me to be grateful that you've given me crumbs in your godforsaken land that you've stolen and you've pillaged and you've built on the backs of black people. Now, stop that one. We can't do that.
100%. 100%. I fully agree with you. But again, just based on what she's saying, because let's not make it about the other stuff. We already know, well, at least I would like to think people know, like, my view is I kind of paint all of Europe, all of the West with the same brush. They're all bad and wicked to me, right? But when you compare the level of wickedness, right, is this country, is hell a bit, is the temperature of hell here a bit less? You know what I'm saying? Is it a bit less?
But you know what? No, but you know what the problem is with here?
Mm-hmm.
It's the lack of openness. So in other countries, you can see the racism. Like they're not trying to hide. Mm-hmm. But over here, it's so covert that basically you're having to always prove to people that they're racist. Even if they make a racist statement, they're always quick to go, "Oh, that's too strong. You shouldn't call me a racist. I apologize. I didn't mean it." It's like, whether you meant it or not, that was racist. You're a bigot. You need to stop it right now. And you need to stop trying to make us feel we always have to prove that this country is racist. Like, I feel like we're always having this conversation. And every time we have it, they'll always go back to, well, why don't you go somewhere else? Because you could have it a lot worse. I'm just like, it's just terrible.
I hear you. Thank you for your call, man.
But that's all right. All right, guys.
Take care. Have a good day.
So do you feel like you live in a racist country?
Say what? Say again?
Do you feel like you live in a racist country?
Of course, 100%.
I'm saying, but you feel the weight of racism every day. You feel like, what, you're in civil rights mode? Like, what's going on?
I don't think it's as overt as back then, but this is 100% a racist country.
There's definitely racist people in there, and like, it was brought in that. But I'm saying, do you feel like every day, like when you walk around in your life, like this oppression, like, do you feel like you live in a racist country?
I think my mindset is a bit different though. So as much as I feel it, right, I don't focus on it because my mindset is I don't focus on that. I focus on how myself, my family, black people can elevate. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like going in the ring and being up against George Foreman and only caring about what he can do to you instead of how you can protect yourself and do something to him. That's how I see it. That's the difference in mentality I have. So I'm not living in cuckoo land thinking this place is nice. We have the NHS and so on and so on. I'm just asking those questions because the other side of the argument is such that you don't have the NHS in other parts of Europe. You don't have the economic opportunities in other parts of Europe. So is this just the best of these evils? You know what I'm saying? And even if it is evil, is it still an opportunity where you can do good for yourself and your family and maybe take some of that wealth back home?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I understand the whole country and the empire that was built on the blood of slaves.
Yeah.
And we ain't really supposed to be here. Like, you know what I'm trying to say? And there's racist people in the country, loads of them, just the whole establishment and that built on that, just by racist people and stuff like that, prejudiced people, bigots, whatever you want to call them. I definitely understand that. It's like I'm not in denial of what country we are in, but I don't feel racism at all in my life in living in this country. I feel like I live in a...
Maybe that's because of the way you look.
Maybe, cool. But I feel like I live in a multicultural, diverse land where I can do whatever I want and I do have opportunities to thrive. Obviously, maybe not exactly the same as other people's. And I just see the covert stuff and the microaggressions or whatever, but I don't feel...
weighed down by it.
Yeah, or like we're oppressed or whatever. I feel like we're all free here to do what we want.
Do you see racism as an individual thing though? Because racism, almost by definition, is about you and your collective. So if enough of your collective is suffering those same ills, isn't that us kind of suffering it too? Just by definition, you know what I'm saying? Because a lot of the time, because you can kind of use that argument about anything in life. You know what I'm saying? I didn't necessarily get the same treatment because I am this particular thing or this particular thing. And you know what I'm saying? Like, no one's called me a potential rapist, but I know a lot of people out there see men as potential rapists. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't mean that those men are not suffering or men are suffering because of it. In the same way, women who go through certain things, not every woman's experienced certain things, but they still can relate to those women who do because they understand that the attack is on womanhood. Do you get what I'm saying? Is that the better way to view it though? Because sometimes we can isolate ourselves from certain things and feel like the issue isn't as big as it is, when it really is.
No, but even when I'm saying myself, even though I was like referring to my personal experiences, I'm saying like, say like the Conservatives being in control, like it's in your face, like what it is or whatever. But I don't look and see like, just like I can't explain it. It's like the stuff that is there, it is what it is. You know what I'm trying to say? This ain't our country. We understand. I understand the history of these people and everything. So the things that they are just are the way they are.
Yeah.
But within that structure, within us being displaced and being in their country or whatever, I don't like I said, the microaggressions and they're there, innit? There is what it is, but I don't see like them trying to like hold like the oppression and like the downtrodden thing. Like I'm saying, the civil rights days are done. Like, it is what it is, isn't it? Like there's racial bias in everything. It's just the way from what's happened before. It's just the way it's set up, innit? But we can definitely like thrive over here, like and like do our thing, like.
How do you see us thriving though? Because if you consider, remember we had Daryl Blake, big up Daryl by the way, and he was talking about how certain things are ingrained in the national curriculum. He showed us a book from 2015, a book that Esther used in university, saying that how black people are, in sixth form, saying that pretty much, in my own words, black people are potential delinquents. Like this is there in a book that's used throughout the country.
Oh.
So in 2015, if that's our reality, or at least the reality that is the narrative that's pushed out there, so it can become the reality of people who are still growing up now, who are impressionable at sixth form, how can we say that it's not choking us? We just haven't felt the hands yet.
I haven't felt the hands, but everywhere I go, I see examples of black people in this country doing things from all ranges, from everywhere. Whether it be Kemi Badenoch talking shit in government, or whether it be Mika Richards on Sky Sports, or whether it be Homegirl on Loose Women. Like, do you get what I'm trying to say? Like, I see it. I see examples of black people doing their thing like everywhere across the board.
Yeah, you're right.
So I don't know. Like I'm saying, the things that are what they are. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, if we was living back home in Nigeria, Ghana, Jamaica, Trinidad, wherever, guess we wouldn't be feeling like this. It wouldn't be like this. But we're here in England, innit? You know what I'm trying to say? So the parameters are what they are, kind of thing. But within that, we've got space to play, innit?
I hear you. I guess the last thing I'll say to you is the space to play. Who created that space? Is that our doing? Or is it the space they left for us to play? Because maybe it could be that it's just us that was able to make those moves so that we could have space for our kids. And it was like a struggle. Because again, we just have to go back a few decades to like Mangrove and the start of Notting Hill. And,
we had to fight for everything we got. It was definitely a struggle.
Yeah.
You get what I'm trying to say? It was definitely a struggle. And people had to fight for everything they got. Nothing weren't given. You get what I'm trying to say? Like, it's not like to say like, oh yeah, for real, like them, they're so lovely. That's what they come. They just patting us up. We're back to work for it, but yeah, still, I mean,
because if you take that to be true, right, it might just be that because there's not maybe as many black people. I don't know if this is actually truth, right, but because there's maybe not as many black people in Italy or Spain or Portugal, perhaps I don't know. Maybe they haven't created that space yet for them to maneuver and have the same opportunities or same things that we call opportunities in this country over there. So really, it's not the benevolence of the government or the people here, but more so because of the strength of our fight here. Do you know what I'm saying? And if that's the case, then it's only good because we made it good. You know what I'm saying? Not because these people cared enough for us to give us something.
Maybe, but if they're like, there's like strong black communities in England, innit?
Yeah.
Yes, you'd have to fight for your rights and certain things, but they would also have to allow it as well. The powers that be, the governments have to be, and the examples of that would be the other countries where it's just not like that for black people over there. Do you know what I'm trying to say? There's black people in all the countries: Spain, France, Germany, whatever. They're there. But if there ain't strong roots and communities there, you can't just say it's just because of numbers. Because if they was allowing that, then when people are hearing stories back home and they're migrating, that's where they're gonna go. Do you know what I'm trying to say? They would have went there and filled them places up, innit? Yeah. So when you hear the stories and and you come in England, it's because that's the message that's being sent. They're allowing us to come here and pattern up. Do you get what I mean? Or no?
Well, like Esther was saying, they invited us to help with war, to help to fix their messed up country. You know what I'm saying?
Help, like, okay, you can go back now.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's true.
Don't worry like that.
Yeah, and then they bumped everyone.
Yeah, 100%.
They bamboozled everybody.
They bamboozled a lot of people. They lied, didn't it?
They've been lying.
They said if you're part of the Commonwealth and that, then you're a citizen, your thing, you can pull up here.
Yep.
Then years later, actually, they said, nope, changing our minds.
Yep.
And then people that
You
have
ain't
never
got no
been.
passport, Killy.
Yep.
You gotta go.
Go on. You see?
Yeah, that was great. That was fucked up still.
Yeah. And that's what they do. Every now and again, they remind us.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they do something again, man, to be fair, man.
Say that again?
I wouldn't be surprised if they do something again.
Oh,
I think we've
definitely.
outgrown it though.
It's
There's no, is there? Well, I don't know how the immigration thing works. I feel like they can't do that again, can they? What people have come
we
over?
didn't think they could do it the first time. Ain't nothing holding them back from doing it
Who's
the
they
second, third, fifth, 20th time. We didn't think they could do that in the first place. There's nothing that we think they can't do that they actually cannot do.
So what set immigrants though? Who migrated over in their droves that they could do it to now? If that makes sense. Like I'm saying, like the Windrush stuff in the old school because the way it was before.
Because there
I'm
was
saying,
something.
For example, if you got a passport now or you got a citizenship and you get caught with a certain crime, whatever, they can
Yeah,
take
they
away
can take
your
that back.
take it away and kick you out of the country.
I think that's pretty fair.
Not necessarily. Not if all you've ever known is this country and you grew up here. Because then are they the white people that are doing that? Are they banishing them to another land?
No, he's saying people that they've given citizenship to, not people that was born here. They can't take away my citizenship no matter what I do. They just
Yeah, but
gonna
that's
throw
the
me
thing
in
though.
jail.
But that's where that's where it starts though. Because really and truly, yeah, you're born here and wherever, but these aren't your roots. And they will make that clear when the time comes. So yeah, they're gonna start with people that they're giving citizenship to. Fair. You're giving them a home. Now you're saying they can no longer have a home. Okay. But then they will go further and further and further. Where yeah, if your roots can be traced back to another country and you're not white and whatever else, they can tell you to leave. Because again, they will just be like, well, you committed a crime and so you got to go. They will always find ways to manipulate what they want to do.
Yeah.
It's crazy, man.
I definitely would have put it past them.
It's crazy.
Yes. Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, well, I feel like we've kind of touched on everything, to be fair. I don't want us to dwell on that.
So was she right?
I think she definitely, when she expanded on the point, I believe that she was definitely conflating stuff and putting in a bunch of nonsense, right? But I do feel like the temperature of hell here is a bit less than the temperature in other parts of the world.
What I will say on that though, I've said this before, like if me and a few of the man them were born in America, we probably wouldn't be here now. That just solely because of how America is gun laws and such. But obviously over here, I can understand that when you say hell over here is a little bit less.
Yeah, but this is because we think differently. Like it's just gun laws. If the gun laws was the same in England as it is in America, wouldn't be too dissimilar.
We'd be finished. Yeah.
Probably wouldn't be in there either.
We'd be finished.
It wouldn't be too dissimilar at all.
No, but I think the UK in general would be finished if the gun laws were like, because it's a smaller country, everyone having firearms, the police, everyone.
Yes.
It'd be the Spider-Man meme
Like,
with America.
say again?
It'd be the Spider-Man meme with America. Would be the same people. That's the only difference right now that we have with them is that, well, and NHS, but even that, okay. But that's really it. Guns and healthcare.
And even that, they're trying to privatize
Everything else.
healthcare.
Exactly. And they're going to run that at some point.
In fact, let me ask a question before we go, yeah? And this is to everyone listening, right? Do you feel like we're not doing enough with what we have here? Because if it's a case of us, it's kind of like me coming to your house, right? And I know you don't like me here. But because the law has paid you a certain amount of money to look after me, you give me the bare minimum. Do you feel like we could potentially, we could potentially maybe leverage what we have here to do better for ourselves and our homes, back home?
That's easier said than done, but we have a crabs in a barrel mentality. So until we, sort out certain mentalities or whatever, then we're always going to be scrapping against each other or pocket watching or whatever you want to call it. Just what I'm saying, look at the Chinese, the Indian and whoever. Them man stick together and do their thing. Like, look how long the Asians have had packs for. Like all the women that go to packs.
You know what it is though?
Come on, man.
I get that and I agree with that to an extent. But I think sometimes because we're not part of a community, we don't know the struggles with what it's like over there. So we always, do you know what I mean? Like we always compare ourselves and our mindset of togetherness and community with Asians and with, Asians, Chinese people are Asian.
Well, you don't need
but
to
like,
do the ins and outs,
everyone
though, but
else.
if you've got the physical like examples that you can see. You can
Yeah,
make.
you can
No,
see
but that's
it,
the thing.
yeah,
About,
you can see it.
we're looking outside. We're
Of
looking
the-
from
on
outside
them,
in.
Yeah.
In their spaces, there's also competition. There's also I'm not going to help certain people because I don't want to. Da, 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 da. It's more like probably like a family thing. Within themselves, there's what's it called? There's bad business. We talked about China the other day and the whole social status and social whatever it was points and whatever it is. Within these communities, there is there's hate within each other, even with the Indians, and isn't it the color caste thing they do,
Yeah,
where if you're proper
yeah.
dark and don't like it, even
Yeah.
within these communities. But it's easy
the
for us to
cast- the
look.
casting in their culture
So it's easy
is
for us to look
serious.
from the outside and look in and be like, oh, they've got it together because it appears that they do, but we don't know the politics within their
You
within
know
their
what?
races.
Yeah, you see what you just said about if you was in America or yeah. Now I have to separate them issues. Yeah, that doesn't because it's like I'm saying it's because of their gun laws, and we've already just agreed. Yeah, that if England had the same gun laws as America, it would basically be the same place. Yeah.
Yeah.
So with that being said, then take the safety aspect aside. Even though I wouldn't want to live there myself, you can make more for yourself as a black person living in America than you,
You
can. in
can.
England.
They get paid
Everyone says
different.
that.
But
Everyone,
then she's wrong. Then the answer is she's wrong. Then
She's wrong.
everyone says that. I've heard that so much times. Yeah, you got to get to America.
Make more money
Then it's
down
America
in
then.
Dubai.
Then it's America then.
Right.
She's wrong.
But the
then.
problem is, again, America's got all these other crazy stuff going on that you
Yeah,
got
it's
to deal
dangerous
with.
there, but I don't know if that speaks to the blackness. It's because of the laws, isn't it? Because like I'm
Yeah.
saying, I mean, maybe we're wrong, innit? But if we just said that if we had the same gun laws, it'll be the same over here, then what are we doing then? Do you get where I'm coming from?
I mean, we ain't got to deal with the KKK, but you still got to deal with the BNP.
We don't know that. We don't know there's no KKK in this land. Some people give me KKK vibes.
No, I think they'll yeah.
Why
I
don't give me
mean,
the vibes? They breathe funny.
I've seen the
back
biker gangs.
Yeah, you might have to get further in America. I think I might.
Nah,
I
you
think
will
my-
get
I think
further
my
in
I think my
America.
vote might go America. Even though I know that sounds crazy because I don't want to go there.
No,
I definitely don't.
Because it's too dangerous. It's
Because you know what it is,
it's
yeah?
different.
it's different, man.
Just
It's
based on the
crazy.
creative space, which I've like followed for years and whatnot, they're very successful over there. But here, it's always one for black people anyway. It's one at a time.
It's capped in
You
that,
have
yeah.
one. You have one presenter, one TV presenter, and that's it. No one else is
Gatekeepers.
getting on to the next 40 years. Do you get me? And then you got another one.
So
But in
40
America,
years,
no, really, truly, but in America, it's like there's more opportunities. I've always said, depending on what industry, obviously you work in, whatever, there can be more opportunities in America. You really can get the American
Well,
dream.
would you
Ain't no
rather
dream
be
here.
safe and like
Nightmares.
stifled to a certain extent,
or risk it
or
for a chocolate biscuit.
be free as a bird in a dangerous land?
Why are we free? Oh, you mean here? As in free here?
No, I'm saying well, here is safe and stifled. We're safe,
Yeah,
but
well, here we're safe here.
shit's capped here. Like there's only so much we can do. There's only so far we can go. We're kind of kept in our place
Yeah.
slightly. You get what I'm trying to say? Over there, it's not too safe.
It's like
Very
a jungle.
dangerous. It's a jungle.
Yeah.
Do you know
But
what it
if
is?
you like the survival of the fittest, isn't it? Like best man wins. Like if you like that's like the American dream. I was saying, if you can go and get it and do it, you can do it over there. Like it's up to you. It's up to the individual, innit? There's bare people that are down by that can't do. That's fine. But if you can get it and you got it, you can go do it over
I
there.
feel like the way I'm set up, I could make it in America. I could make it in America.
So you can.
I feel like I'd rather be over there, work hard, so to an extent I can make myself safer, than be free as a bird here, but be capped in my success. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Do you feel like, you see how you just mentioned I can go over there and work hard? Do you feel like, again, someone can start talking about this whole privilege thing? The reason why I'm saying that is because I've noticed that a lot of the time when especially me, when I talk about us working hard, doing for self and taking ourselves from a particular position to another one, right? It's almost as though people like to say, yeah, but what about those who can't?
I'm there.
This is why we need the
What do
welfare.
you mean they can't? What do you mean?
As in maybe they're on benefits and working class and all that
Yeah.
type of stuff, right? In America, you can only thrive if you have that mentality where
Right,
capitalism is the rule, is the way of the world here, and I have to, if I'm to thrive here, I have to have that mindset,
Yeah.
and then I can start
Yeah.
thinking in that particular way. Do you feel like if you go there as a working class person, like somebody here, you would sink? Do you get what I'm saying? Because it's almost like over here, being working class, you can kind of, there's a level of buoyancy here. Like you can still remain.
Bounce along.
You know what I'm saying? You can still remain at a certain level here. Even though that level is quite low, being working class or whatever it may be, right? There's still something that's keeping you afloat because of how the benefit system is here.
Economy.
And the NHS and things of that nature. In America, I feel like if you have that mentality where you're not going there to fully work and sleepless nights and go back to work after 2 weeks maternity leave and all that type of stuff.
Sleep in your car and all
Sleeping in your car, you're done for.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So America's never been attractive to me. Me personally,
that. I
anyway.
think it just depends on the industry as well.
It
though.
depends on the industry.
Yeah, that's
Very
true.
industry-wise,
Yeah.
take me there.
It's
Over
always
his-
been, I'm
over
looking
his-
at it, it's always been such a scary, wild place
Real
Yeah.
jungle.
to me.
Yeah.
It's like, yo, that is mad. But then again, at the same time, though, you see people thriving. Like it's yeah, I don't know. It's the gift and the curse, I guess. I don't
Over
know.
here-
For me personally, I wouldn't. I'd choose to stay here.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I'd actually choose to stay here because I feel like this is kind of cushy.
Compared to there, anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. 100%.
But- Then again, I don't know. You know,
Over here is definitely capped.
I haven't had the experience. So if I went, like, a lot of people go over there and feel the freedom, regardless of the danger. Like, you get what I'm trying to say? Like, when they go in there and they're in certain industries and they go in certain rooms and they meet people and they're like, and their mind's just blown. Like, wow, I can do anything. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, I could do this, I could do that.
When people go to America.
Yeah. They find opportunities and all that, and they're always like, "Yo, you are being stifled over here. Like, you don't know what you don't know." You know what I'm trying to say? And that aspect of it is always intriguing to think like, "Wow, what could I actually do if I was over there?" Like, you know what I'm trying to say? That, but them police, man,
Yeah, for real.
them police,
They don't
Real.
need the reason, innit? They just
yeah,
it's
I
true.
don't nothing to do with them police, man. Shit.
There's certain situations you can't come back from, man.
It's true.
Right,
It's
you
true.
get stopped. That might be it for you. Bro.
Yeah.
Police, man.
Yeah.
This isn't good for the Freeman.
Oh, you want me to back up? Okay, cool. Hold on. Sorry.
Back up, back up.
Hold on. Is that right?
Thank you.
But yeah. All right, cool. Well, we do have an amazing guest coming today, so I don't want us to linger on this point. So you guys are all right with it? Should we move on?
Let's
You'll be
go.
all right. We've been ready.
I'm just being polite.
Let's get into headlines.
But, yeah. All right, so our next headline, a legal battle between a program that awards grants to female entrepreneurs of color and a conservative non-profit organization is expected to raise broader legal questions on the use of diversity programs in corporate America. The 11th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals in Atlanta ruled on Saturday to temporarily block the Fearless Fund from running its Strivers Grant Contest, which awards $20,000 grants to small businesses that are led by at least one woman of color and other requirements. So with affirmative action gutted for a college, race-conscious work programs may be next, right? The panel of judges decided 2-1 that the venture capital fund is racially discriminatory. The American Alliance for Equal Rights filed a racial discrimination lawsuit against the program in August, claiming it violates the Reconstruction-era Civil Rights Act of 1866, which prohibits racial discrimination in contracts. The Fearless Fund argues that the grants are awards and not contracts and are protected by the First Amendment. Their mission is to bridge the gap in venture capital funding for women of color. It says that less than 1% of total venture capital funding raised by US companies in 2018 was allocated toward businesses founded by women of color. Conservative activist Edwin Blum, who's the founder of the American Alliance for Equal Rights, worked for years to overturn affirmative action policies in colleges and universities. Blum won a major legal victory in June when the Supreme Court effectively ended race-conscious policies in higher education. And Blum recently said his organization is pleased by the court's most recent decision and hopeful for a favorable outcome. Next headline takes us... Yeah, he's happy, you know. Next headline takes us to Venice, man. Some trigger warning here, guys. Very sad news. And according to officials, at least 21 people, including 2 children, have sadly died after a bus crashed over a flyover near the Italian city of Venice and it caught fire. The bus broke through a barrier and plunged near railway tracks in the district of Mestre, which is connected to Venice by a bridge. Among the dead are 5 Ukrainians, 1 German, and the Italian driver. The Venice mayor, Luigi Burgnaro, said that a huge tragedy has taken place. He also said on social media that an apocalyptic scene, there are no words. Yeah, he said this is an apocalyptic scene and there are no words. The bus is thought to have been rented to take tourists between Venice and a campsite in the nearby Marghera district. And the incident happened about 7:45 yesterday, basically in the evening, as the bus was reportedly taking tourists back to the campsite. Some reports say that the bus was powered by methane gas and it fell onto power lines and then caught fire. The Interior Minister warned the death toll could rise. So, the cause of the crash is not yet known, and rescue workers are continuing to work at the scene. Unfortunately, again, at least 18 people are known to have been injured, 5 of them seriously. And our last headline, trigger warning here, guys. And a man, 22, was knifed to death in broad daylight in Brixton.
Damn.
Yeah, yesterday. Police found a 22-year-old collapsed with a knife injury on Cold Harbour Lane in Brixton at about 4:45 yesterday afternoon. Officers and London Ambulance Service responded to reports of a stabbing. However, despite the best efforts of the emergency services, the young boy died at the scene. The Met Police confirmed the murder investigation is now underway. And that's all we have on that at the moment. But that's it for the headlines. It's time to pay the bills.
Let's get into some word and road. Okay. Marcus, do you know who Belcalis is?
Belcalis.
Yeah. No, it's Cardi.
Sorry, what?
That's Cardi's full name.
Belcalis.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
But there's another her.
There's another Belcalis.
Belcalis the demon.
Oh? What?
Basically, Cardi's issued a warning to everybody. She's sick and tired of people's foolishness.
Just like Sasha Fierce.
This Sasha Fierce. But Belcalis the demon is gonna wants to burn the internet.
Why would they do to her?
So she basically had an Instagram rant, right? I'm not sure who exactly this is about. I'm not sure what she saw on her end. I don't know at all. But I guess the best people can go off with is obviously Kanye's rant. Talking about she's an industry plant and the Illuminati put her there just to take Nicki Minaj down and whatnot. But she already responded to that days ago, so I don't know. But basically, she put a video out to the Instagram live, and she basically just was like, she's sick and tired of this nonsense, man. She's sick and tired of this nonsense, and she's threatening to bring the internet into shambles, like complete and utter shambles. So this is what she said, right? She said, I've been trying not to disappoint my fans because I've been trying to be Cardi B, the professional. But Belcalis, the demon, is really close to coming out. And I don't want to disappoint my fans, but I'm just going to say this. People love Cinderella until Cinderella gets a glass house. Leave me the F alone because I come with receipts, years old receipts. She's got receipts and all you bitches and niggas. She's got receipts on everybody. That's what she said. And everybody. She said, I wouldn't even just say it out of my mouth. I literally have got real receipts with dates. So leave me alone. Because y'all are not going to be ready for that. You're not going to be ready for anything that she's got coming. A part of me wants to see the receipts. Because I like to know what people are, I like when people that are full of shit are pointed out to be full of shit. You know what I mean?
You want to see what she's got, yeah?
I want to see all the receipts she's got. I know she's got some very damaging receipts. I know it'll be very, very damaging. I know Nicki Minaj, I know she's been doing some things behind the scenes.
I wonder who it would be about, though.
Everybody. Kanye, Nicki Minaj. Nicki Minaj? I don't know. Who else is she beefing? She took that woman, so there's a blogger in America, Tasha K, I believe she is. She was always trying shit about Cardi. Always trying shit about her, always doing some blog nonsense. And at one time, I think she mentioned something about her kids or whatever. She took her to court, she sued her. The woman owes her money. And she's never allowed to speak about Cardi again.
Cool.
Took her to court. Like, for me, like, she was like, this
slander.
one, I'm right, yeah. And I think it was millions of dollars lawsuit. She said she's going to court with this one. She's going to teach her a lesson. Literally, like, until you're broke, I'm going to teach you a lesson. But stop trying Cardi, man. I feel like Cardi, she just tries to mind her business. She stays peaceful. She was like, just leave me to keep releasing music. Leave me to be a mum. Leave me to just have fun and be on my vibe. Stop pushing me. And she was real close to the camera too. You know how mad you are to be that close to the camera? She was real mad. So that happened. What else is on my list for you today? Yeah, so Diddy did an interview recently with Billboard, and he said how he's predicting that Young Miami and Travis Scott are going to be hip-hop's next billionaires. He said they've got their head screwed on right, as in they're doing the right things that they need to do outside of their music career.
Well, Young Miami getting money like that?
Apparently so.
Okay.
He said also, she reminds him of Oprah. So he said, I also think
What,
Young
colour
Miami.
purple?
You think?
You're dumb.
No.
You're dumb.
That's so annoying. He said, I also think Young Miami, aka Carisha Brownlee from City Girls, she reminds me of Oprah with the endless possibilities that she has as far as her clothing line, television shows, performances, live podcasts. I really respect both of their hustles, as in Carisha and Travis, and see them being able to break through. I do think that is the key to music, though, is that you can't just do music. You got to do stuff outside of music. Like, you got to invest. You got to have businesses. You got to... Yeah, man, you got to do stuff outside of music. And with Young Miami, she's really doing that. I mean, her podcast, obviously, produced by Diddy, I believe, or sponsored by him, or something to do with... He's involved somehow. That's doing really well. Like, that's doing really, really well. Every time she drops an episode, it's a whole thing on the internet. So, man, big up them. And Travis Scott, of course, with himself. What else am I talking about today? Jess and Sammy broke up.
Oh, shit.
I know, right?
Didn't I tell you?
Who didn't see that coming?
He didn't like her
2 months,
anyway.
though, innit? Just 2 months, innit?
Oh,
Yeah,
Lord.
2-3 months.
I told you.
Wow.
Yeah.
I would've-
I broke the exclusive. I called it.
You did.
I called it here first.
you broke that while they were getting the money. While they were filming the final, that's when you broke it. So basically, yesterday, news reports were basically saying that they were broken up, this, that, and the other, whatever. And a source, there's always a source that's spilling people's tea. All these sources. Anyway, as a source that was basically less close to the pair, talking about basically they decided to mutually end their relationship and they're better off as friends and they've struggled to make their romance work outside of the show. They never had romance
Of course they did.
that was trying to
Sick.
work.
But I heard I might be wrong about... Because I expected the same for Tyrese.
I like the good vibes.
I expected the same for
and
Tyreek and Ella.
Right.
I'm hearing...
I'm not calling him Tyrese.
Sorry.
Tyreek, sorry.
I'm hearing...
They're the realest ones.
I'm hearing he's actually like... He means the shit he be saying. Like, I'm hearing his head's gone.
What do you mean he be... Okay.
Like, he really
What
be
I heard
loved
him
up.
say was very
No, but I'm saying...
distant.
No, I'm saying he's really loved up.
Oh, really?
That's what the streets be
That's sweet.
talking.
I mean, they always say like they're bound by the hip. They're
Yeah.
like, they go together real bad.
Yeah, that can't last. But...
Because this, I feel like,
Why not?
because they suffocate each other. I feel
Yeah,
like
when
they
people are
suffocate
in
each
each
other.
other's pockets.
Oh,
like that.
like that.
Because sometimes she's out with the girls, here she is. So there he is.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like dinner table, he's got Whitney, he's got Jess, he's got Catherine.
No.
Pan the camera a little bit to the side. Who do I see? Tyreek. What are you doing over there?
No, that's a bit much. That's a bit much.
'Cause I don't feel like
That's a
she
bit
trusts him to have a boys' night.
much. No way.
I don't think she does.
So she brings him with her.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I don't know, but it will be interesting to see who it is that lasts that long. I follow Whitney, so Whitney and Locum are doing Locum. I ain't going Locum. That's a restaurant. Sorry, nice restaurant there. But Whitney and Locum, they're doing well as well.
Is it?
Yeah, they're doing well actually. They're very like in each other's lives and then like family and sometimes like they'll be doing a live and then his mum will be and she's like, oh mum, come on, like very cute,
Okay.
very cute, very interesting dynamic. It's interesting. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
But yeah, man. So basically, the news report was reported, and then what's his name? Sorry, Sammy decided to break his silence first because Jess is on holiday. Sis is living up in Ibiza at the moment. So he then posted something and said, "Hi guys, I thought I would come online to address today's news about me and Jess. Yes, we had a private conversation regarding our relationship, but this was left up in the air as Jess is still away and we haven't had a chance to speak in person. For me to then see today via the media that we had officially broken up came as a total shock. To be totally clear, I at least wanted a face-to-face conversation to see if our relationship could be saved, and felt this would be the respectful way forward. We had the most incredible experience winning Love Island, and I genuinely saw a future with Jess."
Of course you did.
Like, be fucking for real. I was committed and respectful to our relationship. Unfortunately, things don't always work out the way you'd hoped. Despite how this has all played out today, I think Jess is an amazing woman and genuinely wish her all the best. So he said, yeah, that they hadn't had, so he's basically saying they hadn't had a conversation about breaking up. The news reported they'd broken up. He's shocked at that.
Mitch.
But then, no, it's Mitch. Especially now that, everything's tits up for him. But then you go on to then break up with her on your Instagram story.
That's crazy.
Because if you're saying you guys haven't had a conversation because she's on holiday, and then saying you saw the news
Not
reports.
holiday. Even the way them Love Islanders move, if they were cool, he would have been in IP for
Would have been, yeah, that's true.
You know what I'm saying?
I like that for Jess, man, because that guy really hated her. There's nothing worse than dating a guy that hates you.
How can you date a guy that hates
Nah.
you? What?
It's the worst
What are you
thing.
talking about?
Because they don't start
You don't
hating
start
you.
hating each other. You just end
No,
up
but
dating
when
her.
do you get there? Like,
When
you're
she starts
dating
breathing. You're like, morning.
Did you see the thread?
You know what happens to the best of
Did you
us?
see the thread the other day on Twitter?
Do you want anything? Do I look hungry?
What's like, what? Oh, can you do the dishes, please? Why? Like, what? Like, come on, how do you get there, man?
Dating a
Nah,
guy
no
that
way,
hates you is the
man.
worst.
That's crazy, man. That's crazy. I don't know how.
And remember you clock a guy that hates you, to pack your bag quick.
You got to go.
I dated a guy that hate me. What?
Really?
This is-
How do you hate you though? How do you know? How do you know?
What do you think this is? I've got shame. But no, I couldn't believe it.
She said
Dating a guy that hates you is the worst thing in the world. There was a thread the other day on Twitter. I don't know if you saw it. And basically, a guy he just tweeted and he was like, oh, when you start getting to that phase of hating your girlfriend, and when I tell you the number, it had like 16 million, what's it called?
Quote tweets on
No, what's it called?
impressions.
Impressions, that's it. And the things the guys were saying on there, yeah, it was the funniest thing I ever saw. It was hilarious. But it was crazy. So I'm happy for Jess, man. I'm happy because that guy hated her guts. Remember he said he didn't even like blonde girls. And this is blonde. Yeah, so Jess, I wish you the best, man. Get Catherine and Whitney to help you. But I have been reporting on a lot of divorces and breakups and stuff. So I wanted to share something positive. And it's the Obamas. They celebrated 31 years together. It's a lifetime. That is a lifetime. But she posted 31 years and a lifetime to go. I love going through life with you by my side. Happy anniversary. And then he also posted, happy anniversary, sweetheart. You're brilliant, kind, funny, and beautiful. And I'm lucky to call you mine. How sweet. Wholesome.
So they're never gonna hate each other then, basically.
No, there was a time she did hate him.
Okay.
There was a time she talked about it in her book. And
Oh,
she
really?
said there was a time she was given 90%, he was given 10%.
I mean,
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, I would have seen the other side of that 90%, but yeah. Big up Michelle. Always got time for Michelle. But yeah, man, that is all from me. Let's get into People's Journal.
All right, people, welcome to the People's Journal, where I give you the news from an economics point of view. First thing I wanted to mention, yeah, I'm pretty sure you guys have noticed the petrol prices.
I have. Because they
Gone
told
up.
me it went down, then it quickly went back up again.
When they tell you it went down?
Ages ago. Do you remember when it was doing those stupid numbers? And then they said, oh yeah, it's going down. But then I realized it never went down. It's back to where it went when it went up.
Yes.
And I knew that was a plan.
You know, this is what
Gone
they
to
do
my spirit.
in all other areas of life as well. But anyway, apparently according to RAC, right, the petrol prices have risen for the fourth month in a row. Fourth month in a row. I didn't even know it was that much, 4 months, yeah. Jumping by 4.5p a litre on average last month, yeah. Unleaded went up from £1.52 to £1.57 in September, which basically pushed the cost of filling a family car up to over £86. RAC
Wild.
are pretty much accusing the people who are obviously, selling the petrol and whatnot, of basically profiteering. Basically, they're increasing the prices just to obviously increase the money in their pockets.
So they just wanted to state the obvious.
Yeah. But no, but the thing is, they're denying it.
I mean,
really?
are they really going to say, yes, we do that?
No.
We're stealing from people.
No, but what they're saying is because of all the OPEC countries, you know what I'm saying, which have kind of made the Brent crude oil go up. So since July. So this is the reason why we are... And because the price of oil per barrel has gone up, this is why those costs have been passed on, pretty much.
When they blaming Ukraine and Russia one time,
Yeah,
is that still the reason?
it's part of it.
well, the pipeline.
Yeah,
that they
yeah,
blew up.
yeah, exactly. It's all part of it, yeah. Anyway, next thing, train strikes. Unfortunately, fortunately, depending on what side you're on, there are some train strikes today. ASLEF members are walking out, and they're also banning overtime for their drivers from Monday all the way up until Friday. And obviously, the dispute is over pay and conditions. TfL, though, they were meant to, London Underground, they were meant to strike as well, but they've cancelled theirs. Apparently, they made significant progress in their talks, so that's been cancelled. Next thing I wanted to mention is the cost of national debt has hit a 20-year high. So the interest the government pays on national debt has reached a 20-year high, as basically the rate on 30-year bonds reaches 5.05%. Right, so a rise in the cost of borrowing, come up with there. Obviously, he's not going to do a bad job as Kwesi Kwarteng, but we hope for the best because obviously there's the cost of living crisis and whatnot. But yeah, he has made it clear from the other day when I mentioned it to you guys that tax cuts are not going to be likely. You know what I'm saying? HS2, we're talking about that as well. And basically it's expected that Rishi Sunak will announce that they're scrapping the HS2 line from West Midlands to Manchester. So he's apparently going to be mentioning that today at the Conservative Party conference speech. So yeah, man, it's not looking too great, man. But again, he's just trying to find ways to
need more money.
just to make the Tories have a better chance in the next election. Funny enough, though, apparently I could be wrong. My sources could be wrong, but they're doing better in the polls.
Better than what? Oh,
than they were.
Conservatives?
Yeah. Than they were. Not better than Labour. It's just better than they were. Yeah.
Well, is Labour ahead of them?
Yeah.
Oh,
100%.
okay.
Labour's winning it. 100%.
Yeah, but do you know sometimes, does it always reflect the reality though? Because sometimes the
always.
polls will say something and then when we get to voting,
Exactly.
the results differ.
Yeah. It's
So-
not always, but
Yeah.
I really don't see how Labour can't win this. If Labour lose, then
Well,
the
we're
competence
doomed.
level
We're
is
doomed.
crazy. You know what I'm saying? But that's pretty much it. Although people were getting onto Rishi Sunak the other day about when he said basically inflation is a tax. And they're basically, it's not a tax, because he was basically talking about how the best tax I'm trying to cut is inflation. People were like, what are you talking about here? Inflation's not a tax. There's other taxes that you can cut, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to defend him, but inflation is a tax. It basically is a tax.
Because I don't want to defend him and go ahead and agree with him.
No, because obviously I don't want to, you know what I mean? I'm
Do you want to go on?
You lot have been acting like I'm a blue member party, so.
You act like you're a blue member party.
But in effect, it is though. Inflation is what? It's just the rate at which prices increase, right? Why is that? The inverse is that is basically the devaluing of your money. How does your money get devalued? Printing more money. Who prints the money? The government. It's tax. Effectively, it's tax. You know, it's just a different way. You know what I'm saying? So again, don't get caught up in the labels. Just look at the fact that there's less money in your pocket,
labels,
and it's
yeah.
because of the government. But yeah, that's pretty much it for the People's Journal.
Okay, well, let's cleanse our palates for all those
Yes.
bad news you've just given us. It's Wellness Wednesday. Let's get into it.
Say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud. James Brown. What does it mean to be black? Is it the way I speak that determines my blackness? Or is it my hair? Is it the level of my melanin? Or is it the list of Jay-Z songs that I can reel off? Being black is nothing more than a type of race. Something you tick off a list and you identify as. But as a big group of people, we aren't a monolith, and we all have our quirks and unique traits. So what if you're yellow like Margs and people often confuse you for being mixed race? So what if you speak like Chris Eubank and had a great educational upbringing? What if you aren't 6'+", but instead you're a pocket-sized ball of fun? Dare I not forget the little bitty committee who may not have the glutes of a baddie? What about those who enjoy the unconventional music rather than the accustomed hip-hop and dancehall? Overall, we all differ, and we bring a number of attributes to the table. Scratch that, we are the table. Though it may have had its feet broken, scars engraved on the wooden top, and countless screws amiss, this table will continue to stand until eternity and continue to hold together this earth, come what may. Being proud can be described as satisfaction within oneself. So with that being said, I need you to join me. And remember, say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud.
I love that. Very wholesome. Thank you very much. Let's get into our interview segment. Okay, I'm very excited for this interview. And I told you guys yesterday, we have the baby girl with us today. The baby girl of successes, setting out live shows, and most recently having a best-selling book, Edge of Here. We have Kelechi Okafor with us.
Thanks, Brent.
How are you?
I'm good. It's great to be back here. I haven't been back in this studio for ages. Thank
really?
you, Brent. Yeah, I haven't been in here for ages. So it's
Aw.
lovely to be back.
When have you missed Kelechi?
Wow, that wasn't even an answer. That was just, it said it all. It goes back to what you said about people hating you.
It'd be the closest people. But how are you though?
I am good.
Good.
The strikes had me by the throat this morning, but I'm glad to be here.
Thank you for being
Is
here.
there strikes?
Yeah.
You weren't listening. You weren't listening to me, General.
He just talked about 3 minutes ago.
No,
Terrible.
Guy don't listen
This
to
is why
anything.
you think inflation isn't a tax.
my ears perked up when you said that Rishi stuff. I started listening to you, but
Okay.
I'm going ahead. I'm doing research. I got my own segment to do soon. You know what I'm saying? I'm working.
You're working. Well, thank you for being here
thank you
with
for
us. We
having me.
appreciate it. We have a game we play with our guests.
Okay.
I'll be honest, I'm rooting for you the hardest. Like, in my mind, you're going to get to the top of the leaderboard.
I wish.
No, you will. You will.
When things are like tested, I'm not great.
Okay, so basically, it's that general knowledge.
I was gonna say, what's your general knowledge like?
It's all right.
Oh, okay, I'm still rooting.
The disappointment, like, girl.
No, I'm still rooting for you. I'm still rooting for you. So it's general knowledge questions and then this or that ones.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, so we do have a leaderboard.
Okay.
We are keeping score.
Oh, God.
But it'll be all right. It'll be fine. I mean, we've had people not get one.
Wow.
Yeah, you will definitely get. Yeah, you will definitely get some.
Well, someone got one.
No, someone got none.
Oh,
Yeah, I know. I wouldn't name them just because
Yeah.
we're very nice
They're
to our
not
guests.
coming back here as well.
We're banned.
Watch me get the same score.
No, not for me. We'll start at the top. She definitely would. But yeah, it's going to be over a 140 beat. And then, yeah, you don't have to rap to anything. Just answer.
Okay.
And you can pass as well. But then again, last time we told someone to pass, that's the guy that got 0. He passed
God.
everything. I
No.
said, sir.
So,
Right.
but now you've whittled it down. It was a man.
Yeah. I didn't want it to come from me. I didn't want to be the one to say it. But yeah, all right.
Wait, you want to start from?
From the top, yeah. Why? What happened?
No, because I kind of changed them up at the bottom.
You didn't. That's the same from the last
No,
change.
it's not. You know,
I must have the wrong thing. 'Cause
there are actually some questions that are kind of favourable.
Oh.
Yes,
Where?
that's why
I
I
shouldn't say this.
Rigged.
where? What am I looking at? 'Cause this is just,
At the bottom, starting from the bottom.
And now we're here.
we've done these.
Now we're here. Thank God.
What? Is it not is that?
No, I've got the same doc as you.
So I'm trying to say. So what's different then? That's. All right. Anyway, let's go.
Okay. So we're doing it on the top.
All right, let's go from top.
Okay. And you can sprinkle in some of your new ones because I can't see the new ones.
Okay,
That's
cool.
what I'm saying. That's
sprinkle
the point I'm
Yeah,
trying to make.
Okay,
you
cool.
sprinkle them in.
Okay, cool.
sprinkle, sprinkle.
Yeah.
Spring.
Okay, we ready? Rennie, ready?
All right. So we are going to start in
Oh, that's beautiful.
Oh, thanks, Brent.
3. Everybody has a sitting. So.
Okay, calm down. That's what I mean. Hatred. Every
She's trying to keep you humble. She's
Every
ridiculous.
time. Won't let me be great.
Goodness me. Wait, before you guys start writing letters or complaints, they know each other. They're cool. Okay? Non-Black History Month, please.
All right, 3,
Okay.
2, 1.
Texting or calling?
Texted.
Akara and Efforimo is from what countries?
Nigeria.
Who was the third female prime minister of the UK?
We have. Thatcher.
Third.
Truss.
Communism or socialism?
Socialism.
Writing or reading?
Writing.
What country did Amapiano originate from?
South Africa.
Blair or Brown?
Jesus.
Brown.
That's what I want to get from the
Not wanting me to end up at The Hague.
What is Meta's platform version of Twitter called?
Threads.
What African country does Lukaku originate from?
Oh, pass.
Religion or way of life?
Way of life.
What London-based function normally takes place on the last Monday of August?
I don't pass.
What Afrobeats artist has more vowels in his name than consonants?
Wiz.
What cut?
I mean, she tried.
Wrong, eh? You only got two wrong.
Okay.
Yeah, you only got two wrong.
Wizkid was wrong.
What? Who was it?
Ashake.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then the last Monday one is Notting Hill Carnival.
Oh, that's the one. Yeah. I was like, August.
I did start my last question, so I do want to be fair. and
Okay.
ask,
Okay, go on.
What
If
country?
she gets it wrong, we're not counting it.
Thanks.
What country was Frantz Fanon from?
Oh, Algeria. Because he was, or was it France?
I'll give you the Algeria one, but Martinique.
Martinique. Okay.
Aren't there different countries?
Yeah, but I understand why she said Algeria.
Oh,
it makes
okay.
sense. It
Yeah.
makes sense. Yeah.
Okay, well, it counts. All right, lovely. So, Kelechi, you do so much. You do a lot. That it's like, where do we even start from?
Might as well start with witchcraft. What's those?
You were just waiting because your eyes kept going like.
You can see it
You know, it's so
there.
funny. We are up
See
in
the
the
corner of your eye.
I was going to start with baby girl. Start soft.
You were like, no,
Let's
let's
get to
get into it.
Dive right in.
I want to know what's going on here.
Okay, yeah, we can talk about this. So these are tarot cards. Esther one of them.
I did.
Yeah. So these are tarot cards, and there are 78 of them. In any tarot deck, there'll be 78 cards, and all they basically depict, like, each has like a drawing, right? And so they'll depict like the human condition, various things. So there are 4 suits: pentacles, wands, swords, and cups. Cups pertain to water, wands is fire, and pentacles is earth, and swords is air. So all the elements that we have that make up the world. And so in each deck, or in each suit, there'll be like 1 to 10 in each suit. And depending on what the thing is, or whatever question you ask, then you just base it on that. So it feels like witchcraft. I understand why people say that, but really it's literally you training your subconscious, because we already know the answers that we're looking for. So sometimes just seeing images helps you to bring the answer to the fore a lot more quickly.
Okay.
Interesting.
I understand why people are like worried about it and nervous
Yeah.
about it, but really for me, when the question was asked earlier about is it religion or a way of life, to me, I just believe in, and then we talked about socialism as well, communism or socialism.
Yeah.
So my thing is, I want to kind of deconstruct the kind of hierarchy of religion. We
Okay.
all have the ability to guide ourselves.
Yeah.
And by guiding ourselves well, then we can actually be in community together rather than waiting for somebody to give us all of the answers all of the time.
Yeah. I think about that with Christianity because I'm a Christian.
Yeah.
And I always say that part of the problem is that people look to like a pastor or something for answers rather than actually like reading the Bible for themselves and
Yeah.
developing a relationship with God instead. People rather go through somebody else to have that relationship. But then that just means there's like a wall between you and
Yeah.
God kind of thing.
But then historically speaking, that was the whole point, isn't it?
Yeah,
Because
true.
the majority of people couldn't read. So then you
Yeah.
go to someone who could read and then
Yeah.
they would tell you their interpretation of what they're reading. And then over time, more of us learn to read. But so in essence, a lot of religious structures,
Yeah.
regardless outside of Christianity or whatever, they're hierarchical. And so you're always answering to somebody.
yeah.
And I don't think it was ever meant to be that way. We're meant to be able to have a direct connection
Yeah.
to God, basically.
Yeah, because when you think about that, people can just use that for their own agendas.
Yeah, 100%.
Because
Yeah.
if you don't know how to read and you're dependent on me to tell you something, I'll just sprinkle in my ideas and
Well, that's
what
why
I
they
want you to
said,
do.
like, you'll have your blessings in heaven. Like,
Exactly.
you can suffer over
Yeah.
here, you suffer right now, and you'll have your blessings later on. But why can't you have your
Blessings
things
here.
right now? Yeah, yeah.
And there too.
and there.
Exactly.
Exactly.
You know, sprinkle,
So
sprinkle.
interesting, yeah. Sprinkle. But how did you get into, like this level of awareness?
I think it's gradual. I've got a deck of cards called Dickhead and Recovery Affirmation cards.
So what does that mean?
Because I believe that essentially, because of the way that society is, a lot of us are dickheads. Right?
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
are.
for the most part,
And-
yeah.
for the most part, right? And so it's about unlearning our dickheadedom I don't like when people are like, oh, I'm just so zen and I just because I don't.
No.
Like some days I'm just a prick.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm unlearning all of the things though that I know it's not gonna serve me and it's not gonna serve the people around me.
Yeah.
And it's an ongoing process. So the affirmation cards that I made were pretty much that, affirmations for the kind of person that every day they're like, look, God is working on me. Don't.
Oh, are they still available?
Yeah, I bought you one. As a
Oh,
gift.
did you? Oh, thank you. Because I know that's lit.
So wait,
I
at
love
what
that.
age did you wake up one day and be like, I want to mess with these cards? Or like, I don't know.
So there, I've always been into like learning more about different cosmology, so like different religious practices, and just having a better understanding, and then linking things and be like, rah, that links to this, and the Abrahamic religions are this. But then if you look at like previous texts that weren't burnt, like you're retelling a story that's already been told for thousands of years. Why did we have to retell it? What happened politically that meant that we needed to
get rid
retell
of
these
those ones.
stories and then put them in a new book? Why? So I just found all of those things interesting. And then academic that I really enjoy, Leona Nicole Black. She was devout Christian, you know, grew up in the church, all of that. Then I saw one of her videos, you know, London girl, saw one of her videos and she started talking about how she was reconciling her Christianity with learning about tarot. And I thought, that's interesting. And so I was watching her sort of journey and I thought, well, let me get a deck and see what I start to understand from it. And yeah, it's been a really incredible practice. It really humbles you. That's what it is. It just humbles you.
So are you going to do a read on Esther or something?
I want to do a reading on you.
Oh, there you are.
Coming in.
All right. Coming in. All right, so I'll do Esther after, but we'll do you. All right, so...
Because you were dying for it.
What you know why? Because you kept looking at it. And usually when that happens with people, it's like there's something that they're thinking about.
Oh, it's like if you walk in there with a Ouija board, I'm going to look at it as well.
Oh, no, not the Ouija boards. Not the Ouija boards. Not the Ouija boards.
You walked in with a Ouija board on the left.
No, that's and then that's another thing as well. Like with everything, there are very dangerous aspects of things that you should just leave alone.
I believe that, you know, with spiritual, I'm like, I don't think I can handle it.
No, I just leave
let me
well
just leave my
alone. Like,
ignorance.
know your level, cut your cloth according to your size, right? All right, so
what in the principalities is
what question do you have? What are you thinking about? What do you want to look at?
Oh, wait, I've got to want something.
Yeah, tell me. What are you thinking about?
Shit.
You know.
Well, does it have to, what, anything?
Anything. What are you thinking about? What's like on your mind recently?
Why I can't sleep well.
Okay, all right. So why can't you sleep well? Oh, let's see what comes out.
Let's see.
You're doing a real shuffle over there.
Yeah. Oh. What
Ooh,
happened?
oh, don't do that. Just random faces.
All right. So the first card you've got is the Five of Cups. I'll let you look at it, right? Have a look and you can pass it around. So the Five of Cups speaks to disappointment. Like, so we've got 3 cups that have spilled over and then we've got 2 cups that are still standing. And so it's like whatever it is that you wanted to do, or maybe that there are some kind of things that you want to achieve in life, right? And it hasn't quite gone how you want it to go yet. But what you're being asked to do is to not close off yourself. So this is the Hermit card, and you just see the image of the person like almost wanting to close their laptop and walk away. The Hermit card is like a Virgo card. So Virgos, you know, usually pulling away. But this came
How do you know it was a Virgo?
I didn't know.
Oh, go on then.
Are you a Virgo?
Of course.
Of course.
Wait, I thought you were Leo.
Oh, he did say this. Remember, he said all the great support. Yeah, he did.
Me, Beyonce, Michael Jackson.
Right, you know.
We're all great.
So it came out upside down because it's like, if we're looking at the archetype of a Virgo, they're really hardworking, but they're perfectionists. And so this came out upside down because it's like you can't beat yourself up over the things that haven't yet happened because there's 2 cups still standing behind this person and they can't see it because they're here literally almost like crying over spilt milk, really. And that's why, essentially, that you can't sleep because you probably stay up really thinking about what could I do better? What could I do next? Like, it's exhausting because there's literally nothing that you can do right now to change the things that you've already done enough work to just wait for the work to pay off. And then you've got the devil card in reverse. When people see this, they get scared. But the devil card speaks to self, and it's a Capricorn element. But this speaks to like self-limiting beliefs, like your. I think that when things happen, you go, "Oh, it must have been because of me, because I didn't do enough, because I could have worked harder, because I could have been smarter." And the devil card is like, you just need to stop all of that, because whatever you're thinking, the brain isn't designed to make us happy. It's just meant to keep us alive. So if you're relying on your brain to do the work for you, to explain why certain things are happening, it's not going to choose the thought that will make you happy. It will choose the thought that's about survival. And so you have to almost like just let it be and get some sleep. It'll be fine. Everything will be fine.
Okay. I hear that.
Interesting.
I thought it was because I just need some gal in my bed. But, you might be onto something. You might be onto something.
Oh, that's nice. I like that.
Yeah. Okay, Esther, hit me with it.
No, do you know what? I need time to think of my question.
All that time. Look, when you wait someone else's question.
And I was good and ready.
No, you don't.
Okay, do you know what? No, let's do it. Okay.
Okay.
'Cause I was trying to think. I didn't know I'd have to ask a question.
And then Miles next.
I'm a born again.
Excuse me? Can you imagine? Nah, that is extra cheeky because this man subscribes to everything on the earth.
No,
Okay.
it always, I think that when people have a reading like, whoa.
Yeah.
Like, my brother says it all the time. He's just like, it feels invasive. Leave me alone.
Yeah, because it's like you're really going to show my yash kind of vibe.
Yeah. So
Yeah. Okay, so my question will be about if I'm on the right path of self.
That's such a popular question.
Yeah.
And funnily enough, like when people go on my site and, you know, like they get the readings, whenever I read what the questions are, it's usually women that are so concerned about whether they're on the right path. Men are just like, when's my money coming?
Yeah.
So let's see. Are you on the right path? Okay. Oh, yours is so fiery.
Sounds about right.
Yes.
Sounds about right.
So we've got the 7 of Wands,
Okay.
and we see the figure that she's trying to like put wands into the sand, and then we've got the 2 of Wands as well.
Okay.
And so when you see them upside down, I read them as reverse. So
Okay.
all of your cards came out in reverse, right? So you are, from what I get from this is that you put a lot of effort into things that are of no concern to you. Like maybe it's like helping other people that didn't necessarily ask for your help.
Yeah.
And so it's redirecting your energy to doing the things that benefit you directly. So almost like being encouraged to be more self-centered as opposed to selfish, like just center yourself more.
Yeah.
So I don't know what your family dynamic is, but if you're used to being visible because of how much you do for other people, so you can be seen, then you're going to do that in life, like wanting to do extra so people can see you and validate you.
Yeah.
And you don't need to be doing all of that because when you focus on yourself more, the 2 of Wands energies that you can really go far. And maybe something about connections with people online. The new coming out of your usual friendship groups online, mixing with more people outside of it, because I think there are work opportunities for you. And then in terms of being on the right path of self, your money, your spending, you need to curb that.
Okay.
Yeah, because you've got the 4
Got
of
a
Pentacles.
appointment today.
Because you've got the 4 of Pentacles in reverse and you see the image, like the person's holding their money, right? You need to be better with money.
Holding it,
like
okay.
it's not even necessarily like investing or whatever.
Yeah.
It's for you, it seems like really practical advice, like do better with your money. We've got some astrological transits coming up. So Mercury's going to be retrograde at the end of the year. And so you might have unplanned things that you suddenly need to pay for.
Okay.
And so if you are spending wildly now,
Yeah.
when that catches up to you, you're going to be pissed. So for you, it's just practical things. Energetically, doesn't feel like anything's the issue.
Yeah.
Just be more practical with your finances.
That is so spot on and everything. I love that. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Oh, I love that. Okay.
Pleasure.
You man, you next.
It has to be next.
It has to be, man. Come on, man. You're going
I'm
into
trying to
retrograde.
think.
Mercury's rising or something like that.
Mercury's your ruling sign, though, so you'd feel it more than everybody else.
And my Mercury's always rising, so
We don't know what Mercury is, you know. He just said it's going to the top. He said that's me.
It's lonely at the top.
This is it.
I'm trying to think of the right question. I think something that I kind of do think about is it's not really about me though. It's more so about black people as a whole.
Okay.
And so my thing is, will we ever be serious?
Be free.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, will we understand that freedom is something that we have to take? It's not something that's going to be given to us.
Ooh. Will we ever understand that? Now, the thing is, because this is where astrology comes in, because Pluto, which is the planet of like obsession and power, planet of obsession, power, and deteriorating things over time or corroding things over time, it was in Capricorn. When Pluto went into Capricorn in 2008, we had the financial crash. So just to show you what Pluto does, Pluto comes into something, sees that it's not working, and then erodes it over time, and then does something where it tries to make whatever that thing is more egalitarian, so more equal for all. So then you saw the rise of, currency, what's the bitcoins and all of those things. So we saw the rise in that. And so now that it's finished, like basically messing around with all of that stuff, it's then going to move into the sign of Aquarius, which is technology. Now we're having all of these conversations about AI, and we're having conversations about community and also monarchy. Because the last time Pluto was in Aquarius, America decided that they didn't want to be ruled by Britain anymore. We had the French Revolution as well. So now that we're returning to that, I feel like as a whole, people will do more. But whether that means black people will want to, I don't know, because Aquarius also can deal with a sense of detachment. So I think more people will invest in is security firms. They'll invest in personal security. And then what that means is that you and your people will be good. You and your people will be good, but not the whole. Like you're not gonna center the whole. You'll be like every man for themselves. So I worry about that. Yeah. So we've got.
Oh yes.
It says here we've got the 8 of Wands, which is about communication, and that came out in reverse. And we've got the 8 of Cups. And and then we've got the 10 of Cups. So what I read from this, like briefly, is just like, eventually we'll get it right. So basically, I went to Peru in February to take part in like an ayahuasca retreat where you drink the tea and then you hallucinate all those things. And I did like 4 ceremonies of it. People usually only do like 1, so it was just like bap, 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 bap. And one of the questions that I had was similar to yours, like, what is going on? Like, how are we? And then the main thing that I picked up from it, like in terms of a vision when I was there, is that we all make it home in the end. How long it takes us, I don't know, but we all make it home in the end. And I keep seeing 8-8. So I think that in the next 8 years, there's going to be something that happens within the black community globally, you know, the various black communities globally, that they're just going to be like, all right, it's enough. Like, let's go. Like, let's go. And we saw a snippet of that when Saturn was in Aquarius over lockdown. Everybody suddenly could get out and march. People I never would have imagined I'd see out on road marching. They were marching. So we're getting a stronger planet coming into the same sign. So I think that when we do it this time, we're going to do it for good. But I think it's going to be over the next 8 years.
Okay. Powerful. I think that makes sense to me as well, man.
I bet it does.
That makes sense to me. What you said though about we all make it home.
Yes.
Obviously, we're going to get onto the book, right? But there's something in there that speaks to me.
Brent, you are not escaping this.
Oh yeah, for real.
I don't mind.
I'm just saying. I don't know why anybody's trying to move on.
You're like, if I got, we're all going to get got. Okay.
All right, so obviously you know me a little bit, right?
Yeah.
We've spoken a little bit.
Yeah.
What do you think I should draw for as a question?
Is that how it works?
No,
it
Brent
isn't.
is Brent is being an Aquarian, and he's doing this. He does this on plane journeys as well. He just changes his entire
Help
conversation.
myself.
What is the next stage for you in terms of your career?
The new black.
Go away. There you go. It's answered. If that's what you want.
There you go. See?
Brent
You
is
have to lift the cat.
difficult.
What kind of food is this?
Brent is difficult.
All right. All right. would I need to get rid of any close friends?
Oh,
wow. That's a great question.
Would I need to get rid of any close friends? Would Brent need to get rid of any close friends?
If you look at me like I'm gonna throw my iPad at your head.
Does Brent
You never get rid of me. I don't care what the card say. I'm not going. I'm going nowhere.
Does Brent need to get rid of any close friends? That came out as 2.
We've got 2 friends to get rid of.
1. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. So we've got the lovers card in reverse. And the lovers card. So another thing I didn't explain is that while we've got the 4 kind of suits, we've also got 22 cards that are called the major arcana, and they speak to like the overarching life energies that we experience. And then the minor arcana are the wands, the cups, the day-to-day energies. So this came out in reverse because in order for you to be on the highest, on the best timeline for you to achieve the things that you want to achieve in life, Brent, you already know the people that can no longer walk the path with you that you are on. While it was good for a bit, what my mum's always saying that 10 friends cannot, no, if it was 15 friends cannot play together for 15 years or something like that. Like there comes a point where nobody has to be the bad guy, which is why we've got the 5 of swords here that came up upright. Sometimes when we have to part ways with people, it's very mad when we need to make a villain out of somebody. Sometimes we've just gone as far as we can go together on the path that we're on. And so if we are spiritually mature enough, emotionally mature enough, we should just be able to be like, you know what?
Yeah.
You know, be well. You know, like you do you. Because where it gets messy and where we're just like limiting ourselves is like, oh, I need to find a bad guy in this story, because that's the way we've been brought up. If something is wrong, there has to be a bad guy. More time, no, we just want different things now. And I'm seeing the 8 of Wands here because their work ethic is very different from your work ethic as well, because the 8 of Wands wants to move really quickly, and the 8 of Wands is about messages, communication coming really fast. It's upside down, so they're slowing down what it is that you're trying to do. And maybe like when you learn things, and you know, like when you start learning something and then your friends haven't quite learned the same thing, and then you feel like you're talking to a brick wall because they don't get you, or they start ridiculing you because of this thing that you're now doing. It's not about fighting. It's not about having a bad guy. It's just being like, you know what, we've walked this path as far as we can go, and let's see where, you know, I wish you well. And everybody go and do what everybody else is going to do. Bottom of the deck, what's the card? Page of Cups, because there's new opportunities coming, opportunities that are growing. There's a little card at the bottom of the deck. So there you go, Brent.
All right, one more.
No, I mean one more. What do you think this is?
Everybody got one.
Oh, never mind.
Go on, Brent.
Will
This is a silly question, I swear.
ever
I'm gonna wait for him
find
to
love?
finish.
Will you ever find love?
Yeah, as in romantic love.
Oh, Brent, that's like the sweetest thing you've ever said when you're not insulting
That's
me.
all right.
Yeah.
Will Brent ever find love? That's to infer that you've never found it.
See if she's in the friend zone.
Imagine.
Will Brent ever find love?
Don't do that. And that last message was for you.
Huh?
Not this one. Last one.
Are you asking will Brent ever find love? Yeah, but you have to come out of your yeah, hold on. Yeah.
Aww.
Yeah. Okay, so you've got the 2 of Wands, kind of similar to the card that you got. You got the 2 of Wands as well. You've got the 2 of Wands, you've got the 4 of Swords, and you've got the King of Cups. So the message isn't that you won't find love, it's that there's a lot of love already around you. And I feel like whoever it is away. They're not from here.
Oh, attempt.
You've been saying this there. He said that. He has
Wow.
said
Yeah,
that.
they're not
He's
from
been
here
saying
because
that.
the 2 of Wands is like, if you look at the image,
Yeah.
this person is looking across the water
Wow.
for
Passport bro.
someone. So they're not from here, and the 4 of Swords speaks to rest and also isolation. So you can't take it so seriously, and maybe just ease up when you are meeting people. It's like you've got a guard up. You've got to ease up and let people speak to you, right? And then you've got the King of Cups. You've got to share your emotions more, because you are very intelligent, and so you stay in your cerebral space. Like you want to impress with how smart you are, but sometimes people just want to feel your heart. They just want to know what you feel. Yeah.
Word.
Word.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
pleasure.
That was
I love
All right.
That was a good question.
I was gonna, cause I don't sleep like him. I was gonna ask that, but there's no point. So I'll just say, am I going to be alright?
Okay.
Yeah,
Are you going to
it's
be all right?
pretty Simple.
Okay. Are you going to be all
Can't
right?
say no. You're screwed.
Yeah. Basically,
No, straight away.
that in a nutshell.
Imagine, and I was just like, well, let's not.
Yeah,
let's
that's what I
let's
mean.
just wrap the
You just
cards
pack up
up
the
here.
card.
Yeah, just pack up.
No answer, just silence.
Yeah, just
No,
pack up or leave
be alright.
immediately.
So
You gotta be careful when you leave that.
Gotta step around every corner and all that.
Oh,
Yep.
two flew out. Two flew
Two?
out.
Oh, God.
No, yeah, flew out together, but I'm trying to see what. Can I get a clarifier? I don't know what that one means.
I mean, I could have just.
Okay,
stuck to the-
yeah, got it. All right, so straight off the bat, we've got the Ace of Pentacles, which is a blessing, right?
Okay.
So it's a blessing. So you straight off, you will be all right. And whatever is happening, actually, because all of these are minor arcana, it's not a life energy. This is literally that whole thing of this too shall pass. You lost something. Page of Pentacles in reverse. So it was something that was fresh or new or whatever it might be. It seems earth-like energy, but it's like you lost something. And the Knight of Cups in reverse as well. It was something, it felt like a gift or something, and that you lost it. But the Six of Wands speaks to the fact that celebration is coming at some point and good news is coming at some point. You've just really got to hang in there.
Someone said, "Phew, Jesus Christ." I mean, yeah. I mean, thank you. I'll take that on board. Yeah.
Do you feel like you lost anything?
Yeah. 100%.
Yes.
But God willing, I'm still here. So
Yeah.
that's the main thing.
But then on that note, Four of Cups was at the bottom of the deck for you.
What does that mean?
Four of Cups, can you see how they folded their arms
Yeah.
and crossed their legs, and then they're being offered something in the sky, but they can't see because they're so focused. And then
Yeah.
on their hoodie, it says over it, right? And so it's a gentle reminder because it was at the bottom of the deck. Why is this card up, right? Oh, and there's another card up. Oh, God. What's happening with
Rich.
you? Jesus Christ. Hold on. All of these cards were upright, so I think it's still part of your message. 1 second. So
The whole deck.
yeah, I was just like, I thought I finished and I saw them turned upright.
Hold the phone, man. Maybe you might not be alright.
It's
So,
just
Four
a
of Cups
words of
is just
encouragement
a
you need.
gentle reminder to you that don't miss the blessings that are being offered to you in ways like that you might not imagine. Sometimes the gifts that are the most worthy to us in our life that will bring us the celebration that we're looking for aren't always wrapped up the way that we want. So you're looking for, this present and it's going to come in blue shiny paper or red shiny paper. Maybe it's going to come in yellow. Maybe it's coming wrapped in a brown paper. But it's still the same blessing that you've been asking for. So don't miss it. And then Five of Wands, there's some kind of conflict that's happening, whether internally or externally, that needs to stop because it's draining you. So the Ten of Swords is somebody that is mentally exhausted from some kind of
That is not a good card.
No, it is.
No, it's not. Show them. Get closer. Do this.
Look.
1 second.
So when people see that card, they get scared. But remember that swords are about the mind.
But
So it's
yikes.
just showing you what's happening in the mind. And look at them. They're still, okay, I don't know how to show you. But look at them. They're still scrolling on the phone though. So they're mentally exhausted, but they're still trying to they're trying to
stuff,
go through the motions like, oh, I need to get back to this email. I need to do this. And I said that we didn't have any major arcana cards for you. And then you got the magician card. So as above, so below, like you are extremely blessed and things are working in your favor and you are the magician. So you have all of the elements available in you for you to achieve the things that you want and the life that you want. You might not feel like it right now. You might feel like you don't have the power right now, but you do. The Queen of Wands in reverse, I don't know if it's a mother figure or some kind of female energy in your life coming up upside down that sometimes let other people be right.
Okay.
Yeah, just sometimes that's what I'm getting. Just sometimes let other people be right. It's not worth it. And the Two of Swords comes up, another arms crossed as well here. They've got so much emotions that they're feeling, but they're blindfolded, they don't want to feel it, and they've crossed their arms over their chest because they're going to think instead of feel. So you're being asked to feel instead of think. Whatever it is, acknowledge that you feel that way and just let it move through you. So that was yours. Wow.
That was a lot of cards.
That was a lot.
They
Jesus.
just jumped out.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
Pleasure. See, so it's not that bad, and it's over time. You just train yourself to understand the images, and the images will mean something slightly different to everybody else who reads. But there is a main meaning, and then there are little things that you'll draw from it. Day to day, some days you'll look more at the water than the sword. Whatever it is, you just figure it out.
Is it like with seasons, or is it like how often do people get their cards read?
I advise to not do it often. Okay. So I've got this thing on my website where you can buy an email tarot reading. And so if I see somebody that they've come 3 times and I haven't had it other, if they come 3 times in a row, I will write in that thing, don't come back again for at least 6 months. Don't.
Okay.
Because what can happen is that you then it's the same thing that we spoke about earlier. You're used to people guiding you and giving you the answers. No.
Think for yourself.
You've got enough now. Go and figure it out.
I got one more question for you.
Okay.
So you can do your little thingy thing.
Yeah.
Let me see how. I need something that I can try and get a gauge of where this is going.
Okay.
Will I ever get married?
Ooh.
Okay.
That's a good one.
And what I love about that question is that you went for a yes/no, right? What happens with cards sometimes is it won't give you, for instance, it might give you a yes or no. Like you said, will I be all right?
Yeah.
But then it went on to say all of the other things around it. So if we go will you ever get married?
I really hope he doesn't say no because he's about to go on a hotel or otherwise. I'm doing all my work.
2 flew out. Whatever those are. And then one more. Let's see.
She's like, I already know, nigga.
No, why is everyone getting 2 of wands? It's interesting. Oh.
It's a high energy room.
Yeah.
One of the main characters up in this place.
Okay. I thought that would be the case. So you've got the 7 of Cups, which speaks to illusions and options, right? There are certain ways that you perceive marriage, that King of Pentacles is you, right? An earth sign. So the King of Pentacles has a lot to offer, but it came out upside down. So you've asked me a question. What?
Look at that card and look at how his legs are. This is.
You're embodying the King of Pentacles. You know, all he heard was King, and he's just like, yeah, that's me.
I heard King,
That was it.
Yeah. The King of Pentacles came out in reverse because what I'm getting from this is that there are certain illusions around marriage that you don't think that you are worthy of being in such. You have an idea of what marriage is meant to be, but at the same time, you don't feel like you are worthy of the thing that you imagine. But if you didn't see it, you wouldn't be able to have it, right? So ultimately, there is a fear around not being good enough, and you are good enough for it because we've got the 2 of Wands here where you got it, Brent got it.
Yeah.
The 2 of Wands here says you have to expand your horizon and your thinking around what marriage entails, because there is an opportunity for you too, but you and it came out in reverse, but you have to ultimately believe that you are worthy of doing it, but you do have lots of options. I feel like there are options.
Bill.
Sounds about right.
She might be on something. This tarot thing might be legit. Yo. Yeah, man. All right, then. Come on, man.
So nice.
No, man. Come on, man. It's in the cards, man.
They said it's written in the cards. No, I love that. Thank you so much
My
for that.
pleasure.
I was going to ask, how do you, with this aspect of your spirituality and therapy, is that like a conflict?
No, they're perfect together. In fact, my therapist, I stopped seeing her around 2020. I was just like, I'm good. I've got enough tools that I want to go out in the world and try out all of these tools that I have, right? And then a few months ago, she reached out to me and she was like, I'm getting so many clients now who keep mentioning tarot and I don't understand what they are saying when they say it. So could I pay you to take me through what the things mean? So we had like a 2-hour session where I was taking her through every card and explaining to her how it ties in with psychotherapy. And so she has a better understanding of it now. So when her clients mention it, she gets roughly what they're saying because each card literally has a theme.
Okay, but how does it tie in with psychotherapy?
Because it's your subconscious.
Okay.
There are some things that we're not willing to face. There are so many things that we might have repressed. Like, you'll be surprised. Sometimes you think that you're pissed because the Tesco cashier took ages to scan your things through. But you go and sit down long enough that day, really give yourself a moment. And actually what you're pissed about is the way that you've been overlooked in your family at some point. And it's like a memory that comes up. But so we have the surface emotion about the immediate thing, but usually the conversations that we're having with ourselves have been happening for years. We're only using these immediate external circumstances to have a conversation about that. And it shows up in relationships as well. People don't choose partners, right? They choose stories. And so whatever story you're still trying to figure out in your subconscious with whoever it is, you're only going to cast people to play the role so you can finish that story.
Deep. I love that.
But you know, when you talk about the subconscious, though, is the subconscious? This may seem like a silly question. Is the subconscious choosing those cards?
Yes.
Okay.
So I think that everything when people talk about spirituality and science, it's like they can't coexist, right? I feel like if there is something that somebody needs to know, our brains are incredible because we've picked up on so many things, one could say, in somebody's manner. So essentially, someone could argue that any card could come out, but because of what I've already picked up about you subconsciously, what you've said in your tone, how you said it, your body language, maybe I will make sure that those cards infer what it is that I've picked up, right? So that's another angle. If you're not with the woo-woo, just go with behavioral science. Like, I'm helping you work out. We're having the conversation with our mouths, but we're also having conversations with our tonality and our body language, eye contact, all of that, all of the time as well. So maybe we're then externalizing that conversation.
Would you say that's a similar type of principle with IFA?
Absolutely. And IFA, I love greatly, and it's a shame how people see it when they're like, oh, this person bangs George and this person's a babalawo and da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Because actually it's one of the most ancient forms of spiritual practice. And now that we're having this conversation about artificial intelligence, if you look at Yoruba spirituality or Yoruba cosmology, they cast the cowries that are on the chain, right? And so they either come up facing upwards or facing downwards. So that's a 0 or 1 binary. And so 0-1 binary is the basis of artificial intelligence or even programming, computer programming. So knowing that whichever coding happens, or 010101, it will lead you to something called an odu, which is like a long poem. And there are 256 odu in within Yoruba spirituality. Each of those 256 odus have hundreds of verses. So these Ifa priests or the Iyanifas, they need to essentially learn 256 poems with hundreds of verses in it. So then when they see the coding that falls out for you, they have to run it in their head, what it could possibly be that goes for you. So how is it then that when they're being depicted in Nollywood films, they've got a tooth missing, they're dirty, they're not smart, when literally they've had to learn.
Smart enough to learn all of this.
Like, it's mad. It's mad. So for me, through writing the book and all of that, I'm just trying to get us to recalibrate our understanding of certain things. And I, controversially, maybe not, believe that the African diaspora, especially the ones who were taken to the Americas and things like that and the Caribbean, they would not have survived had they not held on to their indigenous practices. And they are essentially the ones who kept it alive. The Haitians, why are they so vilified? Why are they so demonized? Because they battered them up in the spiritual realm and battered them up in the physical realm as well. That's one of the most violent revolutions that they'd seen, right? Until today, France can't hack it. You know, like, that's why they've tried to kind of stronghold them or strong arm them economically, because they know that they can't get them spiritually.
Have you ever done a card reading on someone that isn't like facing you, like a Rishi Sunak or something? Do you know what I mean? So, like, what are people that piss you off? Like, do you ever card reading on them?
So usually no. So I believe that everything is about consent, right? So sometimes people write into me, and someone sent me a message one time and they were like, well, my mum died this year. And I was like, that's not my business. Your mum didn't ask me. So I can't answer that. It's not.
Did they say why their mum died?
No, will my mum?
Oh, yikes. I thought they said my mum died this year.
No,
And I thought, okay,
they
trauma
don't. No,
dumping.
they're saying because they want to know, and I'm just like,
Oh.
I'm not reading that. First of all, I don't read them kind of things anyway, but I'm not
Yeah.
reading that. And also, what I can do for you instead is read how best you can deal with any challenges that might come up for you in the next couple of years.
Yeah.
You know, reframe what people are asking you,
Yeah.
so you're not trying to be in other people's business who haven't asked you.
What's the wildest thing you've ever been asked?
Is my husband cheating?
Can you answer that one?
Yeah, that one. Because it's to do with her,
Okay, yeah.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, because I hope it was a no for her.
Well, you think you can get an answer?
Yeah, I got an answer.
I hope it's a no.
That's tough, man. You think my gal can come to me talking about I'm cheating because she went to tarot club?
No.
Stupid or something.
No, but I'm not going to come to you. What
This
she will
man
do,
is-
I'm going to find the receipts.
Right. But the
Yeah, but
thing
what if
is,
here we are.
but the
Okay,
thing
have you
is-
ever been wrong?
No.
What are we doing here?
You love it so she was calling you a king 3 minutes ago. You're ridiculous.
And I'm not saying that I won't ever be wrong. I
Yeah.
just haven't been wrong
So far.
yet.
Yeah.
That's it.
And the greatness is getting greater. So how could she be wrong in the future?
And you just have to know yourself, right?
Yeah.
And the thing is, from how this person had even written what they sent in, I was like, you already know the answer. So I
Like,
made
this
sure
is
to
it,
write.
man.
I made sure to write that. Like, you already know. Like, look at what you've brought to the table. But this is what I'm seeing. And at the end of the day, if it's gotten to this point that you're asking me, a person you do not know, to look into this for you, maybe
Baby girl,
should
do what
think-
you need to do. You know what you need to do.
That's it.
Yeah.
So you have to contextualize everything. I'm not just going to be talking wildly at people. I mean, sometimes it's difficult. People can ask you, "Oh, will I ever get pregnant? Will I this? Will I that?"
Oh, that's,
You have to be
yeah.
very gentle, very
Sensitive.
careful with the things that you're saying. And if I genuinely can't read it, I'll say I can't.
If
I
I
can't pick
asked
up.
you-
I can't pick it up. I can't.
If I asked you a question about somebody that you don't know, could you, like, would that work? If I asked you what type of man is this person and gave you a name that just didn't mean anything to you, and you read your card, do you think you could?
Yes, but that's what we're saying. I don't have their consent, no. But it would have to be something that is
I'll just say, what type of person are they?
So if you said something like, maybe something like,
What
would
type
they
of-
betray, would
if
they
I asked
betray
you
me?
what
Yes.
type of person, like, is going to give you a name, do you think you could tell me, like, from cards, you just make up an opinion, form an opinion on them?
roughly, yeah.
So I want to know what type of person is Kevin Thompson.
Okay, we're not doing this. You don't need the cards for that. I can tell you that.
This will prove she's never met him. If this will prove whether she's always wrong or right or not.
But who, like,
This will prove it.
I don't have Kevin's.
Consent. You do. He said it.
You're lying.
No. He's in the chat now.
No, Kevin's going to have to go on a website, put his question in.
Now I want to know who Kevin Thompson is.
Oh,
No,
you
just
know
ask the cards.
just ask the cards.
Just ask the cards.
I mean, he did say, let her card read me. I'm reading it.
He said that.
Yeah.
He said it.
I think he should have called up.
Kevin,
Can he
up.
call up?
Oh,
You can
no.
call up. Kevin, phone up. One sec.
Yeah, that'll help.
Yeah, call up. And don't change who you are. Because I'll tell you who you are. The North members, boy.
But see, tarot's fascinating. People are worried
is very
about it at first,
fascinating.
and then you just kind of ease into it.
Because
All
I
it
was
does,
definitely nervous. I told Brent, I was like, I'm nervous. But then everything that you said are things that I've been thinking about. A couple of them are things I know I should be thinking about, but I've put to the side. I'm like, oh, I'll
Yeah.
deal with that later.
I know,
yeah.
nothing we don't. Nobody tells you something you don't already know,
Yeah.
or something that you're not ready to hear,
Yeah.
right? So when people are like nervous about tarot readings, I'm like, you are only going to hear what you are prepared for, or what you need to hear at this time. Otherwise,
Yeah.
it's just not gonna
And I
happen.
think that was my nervousness, is that hearing something that I wasn't prepared for.
Yeah, nah.
Because,
Nah.
give a girl a break.
And sometimes, I've had people who are very upset afterwards
Yeah.
because I've said something that they know, we know is the truth,
Yeah.
but they didn't. They were like, now I
wasn't
have to
ready
do
for this.
something.
Now I have to think
Now I
about
have to
it.
do
Yeah.
something. And it's like, and I always say, no, you don't. I've just told you, but you already knew that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Morning.
Here we go.
Okay.
Good morning,
Yeah,
Mr. Thompson.
people.
There we go. How are you?
Yes. What are you saying?
Good morning, CBA. Good morning. How y'all doing?
Good, thank you.
Do we have your consent for her to form an
She already
opinion on you?
shuffling.
You have my consent. Go ahead.
Thank you. What kind of person is Kevin Thompson, you said?
Mm-hmm.
What kind of person is...
You want to throw your middle name in there? Just
what
make sure.
kind of person is Kevin... This is interesting. Wow. What kind of person is Kevin Thompson? Spirit. Help me with this one. What kind of person is Kevin Thompson?
The cards come out void.
Interesting. Oh, okay. So all I'm getting here, I've got the Eight of Pentacles. So you're clearly somebody that it seems like you work on something, you work hard at something, some kind of
This is true.
business or whatever, some kind of business that you work hard at. It's Eight of Pentacles, not 10. So you're still trying to build to something, I guess, as we all are. Probably, was there a time that you worked away? Because I'm looking at the background, there's some skyscraper. So it just makes me think about working in some kind of other place, country or whatever. Then we've got the interesting...
Call it OT.
OT, man. Said call it OT.
And then we've got Five of Cups, the same card that you had earlier. You take risks. You take some kind of risks. But we've got the Nine of... But we've got the Nine of Swords in here, which... whenever I see the Nine of Swords, you don't share your emotions very much, right? What I'm picking up here is that there's a sort of like a deep sadness that you've probably pushed to the side, or whenever you feel things, you keep it away from other people. You're like, oh, I'm fine, like I'm a big man, I'm a big
She needs the horn because she's bang on that.
But like, don't. There's so much that you think about that weighs you down. Don't let it, please. Like, and it's okay to not be strong all of the time. And it's like you rely on your successes, or well, I've made this amount of money, or I've done this and I've built this and I've done that to justify you existing. You deserve to exist just because of who you are, not because of anything that you have achieved or go on to achieve. Like, there's more to you than that.
I don't know what, that's quite good, to be fair.
There you have it, people. There you have it.
That was pretty accurate and pretty good. I like that. What? That was lit.
Oh, thank you. There you go.
You find out.
Big up the cards, man. Thanks for your consent, Kevin.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin.
Bless up, my people. Bless up.
Take care. All right. So, just for people who want to get a reading, how can they go about that with you?
They can go on my website. So I one-to-one readings are really hard because I'm very, very busy. But I have a service where you can book email tarot readings. So you ask me one question via email, you buy it on the site, you write your question in a basket thing, I receive it and I respond within 7 days. And then I've got an express one, like if you really need it within 24 hours, then you can get that one and I'll turn it around in 24 hours. That just means that when I see it, I prioritize it to get it done ASAP. Otherwise I take usually about 3 days, but I try to leave myself 7 days in case things are mad. So like with publication, I had event after event. So it's like when I'm getting home, and I don't like to read when I'm tired, because obviously I want to make sure that when I email them back, I'm picking up everything that I could possibly pick up. And so also if they're writing in, it'll be great if they know their time of birth to pull their birth chart up for me as well, because sometimes things that are happening, you're going through something astrologically, and it's good to be able to tie them both in together. So it just makes sense. Because, for instance, if you're around 27 and a half, between 27 and a half and 30, you're going through your Saturn return right now. So if I know that, then it makes it easier for me to say, okay, this is the theme.
What's the Saturn return? Just because I'm in that age bracket.
So Saturn is the planet of discipline, structure, all of that stuff. And Saturn comes back to the same point every 27 and a half years. So that's why it's called the return. It returns to the point where it was the moment you took your first breath and you came into this life. It returns to that point. So whatever theme you need to revisit, you revisit it at that point. So people usually see it as scary, because for some people, basically, how we think about it in astrology is that it's after you've had your Saturn return that you become an adult. Because Saturn has to badge you up one time.
Oh, and bad it up.
Right? Before then you can say that, oh, I'm an adult now.
Okay.
And also it aligns with science as well as and biology, that certain parts of your brain don't actually develop until after 25 or finish developing. So, so if you're around 27 and a half, between 27 and a half, 30, you're having your Saturn return, and it's just going to make sure, it's like that strict parent that comes in and they're like, why is your room messy? And then they help you tidy it though.
That's so interesting, because that's really been the theme of my therapy sessions recently, in terms of like birth, all that kind of stuff.
Yes.
Love it. Love it. All right, let's make it a little bit lighter.
Yes.
So, first question. how do you define a baby girl?
A baby girl is, to me, a baby girl is more spiritual than anything else, or more energetic than anything else. Oftentimes people want to call me an activist because I show up in places and I talk about things, or they want to call me an influencer because I have a relatively like all right following and whatever.
She said, all right, she's selling out in New York and places.
But for me, those labels also come with responsibilities or limitations that I don't really want for myself. Whereas being a baby girl, it can be whatever I want it to be. It encapsulates all of the things that I enjoy doing. So if it's, I've got my pole dance studio. I opened my first pole dance studio in 2016 and closed that, then opened a bigger space in 2017 in Peckham. And it's been running since, even through lockdown and all of them things. I've managed to come back and still do what I do. So I think sometimes people see me on the news, badding up Kemi Badenoch, and they're like, but she has a pole dance studio. But why not? Why can't I? Why can't I have all of the things? You know? So I think that it's opening up more space for us to be multifaceted beings. That's essentially what a baby girl is. Just a multifaceted being, popping from thing to thing to thing. Who knows what I'll be doing in like the next 7 years? You just see.
And with the studio, what inspired you to open that? Because Gina and I told Gina you're coming today, and we've got some questions because we want to do it. It's something I've always wanted to do it for a long, long time, but I haven't been able to make the time. And I know when I start, it's something I would want to be in my schedule kind of thing. So we're talking about it, and I said I'll ask Kelechi like, what kind of class we should book for? Like, is there a beginner kind of thing?
So the way I've designed the curriculum, because obviously I've been a personal trainer for a number of years. So the way I've designed the curriculum is that somebody who can't lift themselves up, can't do a press up, can't do anything. I've done it so within the 6-week period with certain pole exercises, they start building up the strength that they need. So it's for an absolute beginner. And this is what I think is missing in a lot of other pole dance studios, in that they just focus on swinging around a pole and wearing barely nothing. That's great. I love wearing barely nothing, right? But you have to help people physiologically develop so they can do the things, because a lot of people end up getting injured, and you know, thank God that's minimal in my classes, because I focus on, okay, anatomically speaking, what do you need to be able to do this thing? I know how I do it, so let me just train people so they can do it. So you can take an absolute beginner's class and you'll be just fine, because really in the beginning, pole isn't about upper body strength.
That's what your legs. Come to the class with. So I said, "Whew."
It's about your legs and dry skin. If you come with your legs not moisturized, your body not moisturized, because that's the secret. You can't have any moisture on your skin, otherwise you'll slip off the pole.
Makes sense.
Yeah, but people don't realize that, and they come all oiled up, and they're like, I can't
No, but
hold
just funny
on.
because I would have showed up, because I would, in my mind, I'd be like, I moisturised ages ago. So by the time I get to the pole and the class starts and whatever, it wouldn't be that bad. I shouldn't be sleeping and sliding. So that's
you just want to try and avoid it for that day. So I remember when I first started, and I'll be getting on the tube going to my sessions when I was first learning pole, and I'd see the dryness in my hands, and you know, like somebody looks, another black person looks at you, and you want to explain, like, no, it's because I'm going to pole, because I'm going to pole dance.
Okay,
but
good. That's encouraging. You will see Gina and I soon.
Yeah, and Gina's tried it like once or twice.
She told me, at your studio.
And she's really good. So I don't know what she's doing.
Yeah,
Gina's good on the pole, yeah?
Oh, God.
She's good.
Gina's great. She's really talented, super strong. But I can't wait for her to come back.
Yeah, we're gonna come back. We're gonna
Gina's putting heels on the ceiling.
All right.
All right then. Let me message her.
Goodness me. So you mentioned about how people call you an activist, but you do speak out on a lot of like racial injustices and stuff. Did you come from a family that does that?
No.
Or was that something that was just you?
Yeah. I remember when I first started writing letters to MPs, and my mum would be like, Kelechi, please, don't. Before they come and arrest us or come and carry us away, I'm like, sometimes our parents live in this fear, and it's justified, don't get me wrong, but they do have this perpetual fear of like, let's not speak up, we're so grateful to be here, let's not rock the boat, where I was just like, no, because why hasn't Harriet Harman fixed this in Peckham, and why isn't she bringing this up in Parliament? So I was just firing off the letters, because to me, that is what you told me, that this is how the system works. So I'm going to use the system how you told me to. But I think we are socialized into believing that we are not meant to be part of that system. We're not meant to utilize the system in the same way. When they have town halls and stuff, when they're deciding what they're going to build and where, it's a lot of white people who are going to these meetings and they're deciding, and suddenly Peckham's looking different. You don't know why Peckham's looking different because you didn't go to the meeting.
Yes.
But then I understand as well, because if you've got to work, if you've got to do things, maybe it's just not on your radar like that. But if you've got time, absolutely go into those meetings so you can see what they're planning on top of your head. So my family, no, I kind of just naturally felt inclined to start writing and doing things, and then I started getting results, and I was just like, oh, so that's why the white women were writing strongly worded letters. All right, count me in. Yeah, so now I love a strongly worded letter.
Yeah, do you remember how old you were when you wrote your first one?
Oh, I would say about 18.
Oh wow.
I was at that point, what I was arguing about, around 18. And then again, she didn't answer me. And then around 21, I wrote again, because my whole thing was, you tell us to go to secondary school, go to college, then go to university and qualify and do all of these things. Then when we finish that, you tell us that we should go and privately rent. That is a scam. Right. And I do believe, I was just like, I feel like I'm entitled to social housing because and I was just coming at them for years. They were like, oh, okay, fine, we've added you to the. I was like, no, that's not enough. Put me in a band that actually lets me do something. So I was going at them a lot. And so I started telling other people that you really should, like, you have to write to them because it's not fair. Like and we see that the rent increases are ludicrous recently. Private landlords and all of that. It's not fair. How can people survive like that?
Do you have an optimistic view of the system then? Because you said that the system, we should basically use the system for our benefit. Do you feel like we can successfully do that though?
Not all of the time.
Okay.
Not all of the time, and we really have to have grit when we keep going over and over it. But this is why I want the system to change. So I've said to myself personally, by the time I'm 51, I'm going to run for office. Like, I'm going to run for some kind, because you can't keep telling people from outside the club what they need to do, the kind of music they need to play.
This is it.
You know, like, I need to be in the club, you know.
They don't know what they're playing in there.
So I want to do that at some point, but there's no rush because I still have to get a very, very thorough understanding of what kind of beast I'm dealing with. Because we haven't seen all of its faces.
Not at all.
Right? So I'm just trying to get more of a kind of lay of the land in that regard.
But like where you are now, like if somebody said to you, look, there's one thing you can attack in this system to make the biggest difference, what would that one thing be?
I feel that I would go for universal basic income for everybody. That's where I would start, because whether you're employed or otherwise, everybody should have a basic level of money that comes from the government. I just feel so. Then if I could, then it would be dealing with what's happening in terms of healthcare, but also addressing homelessness. It doesn't make sense to me that there are, I can't compute it when I walk down the road and I see people having to sleep on the street. I'm just like, unless you're like, oh, it's a nice day out, and you want to I'm just going to lie down on the pavement. I love that for
TikTok,
you.
It was ridiculous. He was white, yeah.
Yeah, if you want to do it, but it shouldn't be because you're forced to do it.
Because you have no choice but to. It's sad.
So I think with universal basic income, it would allow people to have just the things that they need. Maybe then they can apply for jobs. They can, because they have a phone, they can pay for a phone. Just all of those things. It's basic, as the name says, but that's where I would start. Everybody should have a basic income from the government.
Okay.
How do you feel, like, speaking out about racial injustices? Like, does it ever feel lonely sometimes doing that? Because I saw when the whole Peckham stuff happened, I saw in your story when you're running on your runs, and you were saying about how sometimes people send you stuff, and you were like, I see a lot, but also people send you stuff, and I think because you speak out so much about injustices and so much going wrong, I don't feel like people don't think before they send you something. Do you get me? So it's never a case of, how is her day going before I dump this on her kind of thing. So how do you find it, and what do you do to help you, like, with doing that?
I take regular social media breaks. I just go because I can't come and kill myself. I just go. My birthday is tomorrow. I've got a whole karaoke session planned. I didn't plan it. One of my friends knows that I love karaoke. I had a karaoke party last year. So tomorrow, touch wood, we're having a we're having a party and I'm going to be doing karaoke. For me, joy is so important in terms of liberation. And that's why that activist narrative or label, I can't take it, because people, when they think of an activist, you have to be serious all of the time. You're angry all of the time. And more time, that's a performance. I've got to perform struggle for you to legitimize what I'm talking about. And I don't believe in performing struggle. I'd rather just experience joy and peace and, you know, do my things here with the woo-woo stuff like the tarot cards, the astrology, because every time you're kind of breaking people's perception of who you're meant to be. And so, when it comes to social media, I almost treat social media now as if it were a job, as if it were a shop front, you know? People take what they need, and that's that. And I can close it whenever I deem fit, but I don't want to tie myself to it, especially with what I said with Pluto going into Aquarius and all of that stuff. The internet's going to become an increasingly dangerous place for people to show their full identity online, because there aren't enough policies or safeguarding things in place for us and our information. So I think that as we're headed towards a technocracy where we're not dealing with cash anymore, data becomes king, right? And it's becoming king. The more data that's gathered about us and is sold off to private companies, and that's really what I tackle in the book as well. When this data is sold off to private entities who aren't beholden to the government, we aren't very safe. So we should start thinking about what we're putting online. Like, I don't put a picture of my son online. I just don't. I'm not helping your facial recognition. I'm not helping your I'm not helping, right? You've already got me. That's it. That's it. So I think about all of those things, and it is lonely, but I do appreciate that there are other people doing what they're doing in their own ways, but it can just be a lot. Like, maybe you're not having the best day, and then somebody's like, "Oh, did you see this person?"
Think about it.
This person got shot by the... And it's like... Otherwise, I'd be talking about it all the time. But, you know, you also do have a page. Maybe use yours. You start off, then I can help you amplify it.
This is it,
Because I can't be talking like a talker every day.
Yeah, that's a word.
This question, may force us to go into the book, but I don't want to go into the book just yet,
Yeah.
right? First question.
No, I'm okay, thank you.
First question. I heard your middle name.
Yes.
Oluwafemilayo?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Oh, yes, I was going to ask. Are you going to ask, like, her tribe?
Yeah, I was going to ask that as well.
Yeah, because your Yoruba is so good, but your
Middle
I just found out your middle name, but your name is Igbo.
Yeah.
So you're half and half.
Yeah. My dad was
Ah.
Igbo and my mum's Yoruba.
Okay.
Yeah. So
That's a beautiful name. I
that's
love
all
that
the
name.
sprinkle. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I recognize that too, man.
Yeah, God gave me joy. You don't know anything.
He's trying to learn Yoruba.
Oh.
He's trying.
Okay, so that's the foreign bay that's coming out with some of the cards.
Yeah.
From
I think
Lekki.
he's going to be with Nigeria.
From Ajegule.
Yeah, okay. The real ones. Do you know what? That sound is correct if they come from Ajegule.
Yes.
That is just perfect.
I mentioned your middle name being Oluwafemilayo because of what you mentioned about joy.
Yes.
Right? But also, it makes me think about blue. And about how much choice we have. Like, for you, is it duty or joy? Because there's just certain things that it's like, it's almost, no matter how much you try to fight it, certain things in life, you're just meant to carry it.
Yeah.
And if you don't carry it, who will?
Yeah.
And that's kind of what I get from blue. But yeah, based on what you was talking about before.
I love that so much. Duty or joy, I think it's a duty to joy or a joy for the duty that you do. If you're not joyful in doing the thing, then why are you doing it? Like, sometimes, I do believe that there are certain assignments that we have, certain, if you want to use that word, burdens that we have that are just that are ours.
Yeah.
For us specifically, how we are designed as an individual to carry. How we carry it is up to us. So again, I think about weight training. I can choose if I'm going to carry it here, which makes more sense in terms of load bearing, or I want to carry it on my back, or I want to carry it on my head. But you have to think about the way that you carry it, what's going to portend the longevity. So if you're carrying something in a way that is going to fatigue your muscles, you're not going to get very far, right? So when I think about the things that I need to do, I understand that I have a specific knack for taking what seems to be complex information, processing it in myself, and then relaying it in a manner that I think that can appeal to a larger group of people or the communities that I ascribe to. So understanding that is part of what I'm meant to do. I can then choose how I do that. And not every mainstream platform is going to be with it. I remember Good Morning Britain, the editor there was just like, my name came up on the screen because they wanted me as the guest for that day, or the day after. They wanted me as a guest for the day after. And he was like, Kelechi, never. As long as I'm working here, never. I said, cool. But it's good to know these things. But it's why never? Because you had like Bernie Ecclestone on saying that he would take a bullet for Putin on the same day that I would have been on. So if I'd said that, would that have been cool? Would I have come on? So it's down to the kind of people that don't want to hear what you have to say. Do you wait for them and carry that burden of waiting, or do you just use the platforms that you have and say what you need to say there? Because either way, it will get to the people that it needs to get to. Yeah.
Well, maybe you are a best-selling author. Absolutely amazing for Edge of Here. How long were you working on the book for?
About 6 months.
Oh, what? You did that in 6 months?
Yeah.
No, your mind is mad. Your mind is
I've got to
amazing.
do the novel. I'm working on the novel right now, but
Sick.
it was about 6 months.
Oh, Brent, sorry,
It's
can
on
you?
the screen, isn't it?
It's lovely. It's absolutely lovely. That's amazing. 6 months.
Yeah.
I can't believe that.
But it's. I feel like and I say this often. I feel like I channeled a lot of the messages, kind of like what we were doing here with tarot. So before I would sit down to write, I would just say a prayer and say like any of my ancestors that were absolutely sick at storytelling, that knew how to engage with wisdom and knowledge, like help me write this story, and then I would just start writing and go with it.
So would you know what you wanted to write before?
Nope. There was one time. So there's a story in their School Run.
Yes.
Where Alicia, she goes to the school gates to go and pick up her son. A man brushes past her or barges into her, and then she sees the alternate lives that they've had together, or the life that they've had together. So he's her husband in another timeline. That one, I remember I was going to, so I'm building a children's home in Nigeria.
Lovely.
And I was going to Nigeria to go and make a video and announce that I was building this children's home, right? And so the morning of going, 2:48 a.m., I remember going to the loo, just going to the bathroom, waking up, going to the bathroom. When I went to bed, didn't have any story in my mind. As soon as I went to the bathroom, I was like, oh my God.
Got it.
And then I didn't go back to bed, and I just stayed up writing, and then I finished it before getting on the plane.
Oh, wow.
Like it was already formed. So of course your editor will then come to you and be like, why this? Why that? So then you have to add things so it makes sense to the person that's reading it, not just what is in your head. But pretty much the whole structure came to me in the that morning, 2:48, just boom, I had it ready to go.
That's so cool. What was the story which story took you the longest to write?
Councilwoman.
Really?
Councilwoman took me a while because I really wanted to make sure that I paid homage to people like Jill Dando and all of the people who have tried to speak truth to power and do certain things. And I believe that the government or higher entities, dark forces intervened. So that took me a while. And also because structurally, I named the orb. I named the being, the soil being, the person, the human, who they were having this discussion over. So with Councilwoman, they're trying to decide if you've finished your assignment in life, if you do it in an abstract way, or if you have to go back to earth and finish it properly by the book, right? And so I named the character because I wanted it to be about this particular character. But my editors were like, but if you're not going into their story, there's no need for them to have a name. So we had this whole back and forth until we just settled with, okay, they don't have a name and go. But Councilwoman took a lot out of me. Yeah.
Do you know what's so interesting was that starting the book, because I listened to it on Audible. I need to get a physical, Brent owes me a physical copy. And it was funny because when you introduce the book, you say it's short stories and it's not going to have the conclusion that you think it should have and whatnot. Yeah. But please, I was shocked at every time. I was like, no. I never realized, because I've always, when it comes to closure and stuff like that, I don't feel like life always gives you the what's the word? You used it earlier. Not benefit.
Like outcome?
No, it's like a benefit. We talked about having it when, we talked about Kemi Badenoch. and people say you have it sometimes, and you
Privilege.
That's
Okay,
it.
yeah.
Sorry, it was really gonna bug me. But life doesn't always give the privilege of having closure.
Yeah.
But I never realized my need for closure until I was reading the stories, and I was like, no, I want to know what happens next.
Yeah.
Like, I really want to
School
know.
Run. People are still sending me messages about School Run. They're like, Kelechi, you'll never see
Yeah.
heaven for what you did in that. You'll never see heaven for what you've just done in that story.
Yeah, that was really good. I think even the ancestry one, I think it's called
The Other Man.
Yes.
Yes.
Is that the one where her sister was in with the person when she didn't know her parents?
Yes.
And
But
then,
it's funny that everyone keeps assuming that they're sisters.
Is that what it said? Were they?
As in The Other Man, when she sees his life.
That he's living, and then the woman that he's with is a sister.
I like that you went there. Okay. Okay.
Because I thought that's why she retreated from him and was like, okay, well, I'm just gonna walk away from this then and leave it because it got kind of messy.
Ah, that's good to see it from your perspective.
What was your perspective when you wrote it?
Well, I tried to make sure that the percentage wasn't so high that they would be immediate relatives
Okay.
in terms of their DNA.
Okay.
So they're related, but that's not why.
Oh.
That's not why. Because she doesn't owe her anything. She doesn't know her like that. She doesn't owe her anything. It's more so how he presented himself was not who he was.
Yeah.
You can't be saying, oh, well, I don't want to spoil it. No spoilers, sorry. But you can't be saying, oh, me and my wife, we just don't connect like that. Meanwhile, your life is joyful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy.
So it was more those things. And also artistically, what he would have done to where she does her things.
Okay.
How many stories are in this book?
8.
8. Are they just stories for story's sake, or do they have some kind of fable, like some type of...
Yeah, there's a reason I'm telling them, because I just thought to myself, like, social commentary, I can make videos after my runs all the time, but sometimes you need people to invest in the characters, love those characters so much that whatever happens to them, you care about. And then by caring about what's happening to them, you then care about the issue that I want you to care about. So one of the stories is called the ally chip, where chips go into your brain and then...
Oh, she was getting on my nerves.
and you can feel the... Like, basically, a chip goes into, let's say, a white person's brain and a black person's brain. And the white person can feel the emotions that the black person is feeling when they're experiencing racism. And so the idea of the chip, when this billionaire buys the intellectual rights for it, is that it's meant to solve racism. But how can you solve racism without addressing white supremacy? Because all that ends up happening is that white people start giving each other awards for feeling the feelings for black people instead of addressing what's causing it in the first place. So it's those kind of things where when you're reading the story, you're like, Katerina is pissing me off.
No, she getting on my damn nerves.
And then it also allowed me to explore polyamory, because I wanted to kind of explore that as well, talk about that. So it's 2 women and then one of them has a husband. And so figuring out their polyamorous dynamic, as well as this other whole conversation that's happening with the chip as well. So it's all kind of, people more said that when they were reading it or hearing it, they could see it as a film or a series.
No, that's
which is
one of
what I
my
wanted to
questions.
go
That was
for.
one of my questions for you. Is like, would you want to see this as a series, like any of the stories, or just the book in general?
I would love to. What's interesting though is that a few of the production companies, because your agent will put it out to TV agents and film agents and things like that, or companies, and they're like, oh, it's not really, we don't really have space in what we're making right now for something like that. And I thought, if I'd made every protagonist white, you would have had space. Because the technology that I invent in order for the book to exist, you would want the technology. You'd want to put that technology on screen. But because all of the protagonists are black, really, that's why you don't have the slates or the budget to think. But I think that everything happens in its own time. I think that for me, I would have loved to see The Watchers as a film, or Broom. So Broom, she goes to a wedding on a plantation.
Yeah, talk to me about Broom. Yes. What are you trying to say about Broom?
So Broom, and this woman, Nikki, black woman, she goes with the white guy that she's dating. She goes with him to a wedding. He sorts out all of the things, and then they end up, basically it's happening on a plantation and nobody told her before arriving. And then while she's there, she starts seeing things that basically lets her know that this wedding is not going ahead. Like, it's just not, because you wouldn't have a wedding, for instance, we shouldn't anyway, at a concentration camp.
Yeah.
So why is it okay to have a wedding on a plantation where black people were tortured, maimed, raped? Like, why would you would you do that? So that's what I wanted to explore, because these celebrities that were having the wedding, all of the creme de la creme, they were attending, but you're on blood-soaked land.
I'm trying to avoid the conversation.
And they don't want to, and they're like looking at her like, girl, shut up.
Yeah, like,
you know,
you're ruining the vibes.
Yeah, like we just wanted to get married in oppression. Move. So, having that, so that's, as you say, so that's the thing that I want us to talk about. Why do people keep getting married on these plantations? But on the surface, it's this wedding that everybody is there to have. That's the main thing.
Sorry, what made you want to start writing this book in the first place? Where did it first come to you?
So Sarita, who's my editor, in 2020, she reached out to me. So backstory, I always wanted to write fiction.
Okay.
Like, I had so many stories. I always wanted to write fiction, but I needed money to write the fiction, because like I've got so much to do in life, like the studio, all of these things. So I got introduced to my agent, and I said to her, I want to write this story. Initially, the story that I wanted to write was called Out Ere, which is person of the house or person of the family. And it was going to be this young black girl who goes to her white friend's house for the weekend and basically colonizes it, right? Because I wanted to kind of use the framework of what Britain did to Nigeria to run it again, but in a very satirical way. And I told her about it. She was like, that's exciting, but when it comes to fiction, you have to have written the whole thing, like the whole manuscript, and then we sell it. You can't get an advance for writing fiction. But if you wrote non-fiction, which is like, oh, I'm Kelechi and this is what I think about the world, you can get an advance on that. By putting together a book proposal. So I was like, oh, well, I guess so. Because what I would want to talk about is how the angry black woman trope can be a liberating force for black women. If black women leaned into the anger, the very thing that we're all told to avoid, go towards it, because there's a lot to be angry about. If you look at it, feel the feelings so that you can move on to living your life. So I had that proposal out, because that's what you told me, that I need to do non-fiction first so I can do the thing that I want to do. I had the proposal out, it went out again and again. It was like, this is so interesting, but how do we universalize it?
Universal.
How do we universal?
You mean what? I mean,
right.
Yeah.
I can't universalize something that specifically happens to black people. And so they gave me the offers. Like, the offers came in for how, what they wanted to pay me to write it, and I just thought, I'm not doing it. I'm so sorry. I'm not doing it. I don't think that this matches what my worth is. So I turned down the offers, and my agent was like, oh, but you know that there are academics and intellectuals that aren't being, offered this, and that's their personal problem. I'm not right. Like, I'm not doing it. Right. So put it to the side. Then 2020 happened. Then we saw that anger that I was talking about. We saw it in action when everybody was out marching. So then the publisher's like, oh, is Kelechi still writing it?
Oh, is that right?
And I thought, I rate everybody that did what they needed to do during 2020, but I would not have felt comfortable cutting through on the death of, because they were churning out the books. They were, while...
And that's what they wanted as well.
Right, and I was just like, no.
I'm not capitalising on...
I'm not doing it.
No.
And also it was from a place of pettiness. I'm like, I'm not doing it. Yeah. We can just leave it. It can be where it's at, you know? And so I put that to the side, and then Sarita, who's my editor in this, she DM'd me one day, and she was like, I'm putting together an anthology of love stories by women of colour. Would you want to write a story for it? And I was just flabbergasted, because she was the first person that approached me on a vibe of love, as opposed to, oh, you're a thinker, political...
Something struggle, anything related.
And so the moment she asked me, in my head, I already knew the first line to the story that I wanted to tell, and that's how I wrote The Watchers. So The Watchers was initially in that anthology, Who's Loving You? It was in that, and people were like, so in love with it that when she got a role at Trapeze, the publishers, she reached out again, and she was just like, you should really write, like, people love this story, you should really write something. So at the beginning of the book, I say, I never considered myself to be a writer. I direct, I act, but I didn't think writing was what I'm meant to do until life kept putting people in front of me that were like, come and write. And do this. So if they hadn't done that, I wouldn't have done it. I would have just kept on tweeting.
You're right there. Oh, I love that. Why did you call it Edge of Here?
Because that's where we're at. That is where we're at. I think as black people, we live our lives at the edge of here. We're rarely invited into the center. We live our lives at the edges, and we make such a great life
Yeah.
at the edge. That soon people come to the edge, take our things, and then go back into the center.
Mm.
So I wanted to explore that oftentimes the things that happen to us at the edge happen. And we say, hey, this is happening, but it's only when it reaches the center that people are like, oh my God. You know, like Sarah Everard. For ages, we've been saying maybe police aren't very nice to black people. Maybe they can't be trusted.
Yeah.
And people were like, oh no, maybe you're just black.
Yeah.
You know, maybe you're just a criminal.
Don't see colour.
Have you considered that? Maybe you're just a criminal. And until what happened to the tragic murder of Sarah Everard,
Yeah.
and suddenly I'm seeing people writing articles about, I've had to sit my child down and say to them, they can't trust I said, now you're writing.
Yeah, be
Now you're speaking
Yeah.
to your child, right? So the stories all touch on an aspect of something that I think we should consider before it becomes the center of what we're experiencing. Yeah.
I love it. What was your favorite one to write?
I would say School Run because of the sex scenes.
Okay. Yeah.
I went ham on them. Like I
Yeah,
took
because
my
I was
time.
listening and I was driving. I said, okay. This is where we're at on a Tuesday afternoon. All right then.
So I enjoyed writing School Run for that. I enjoyed writing Blue because I got to bring in so much of Yoruba spirituality
Yes, I was
into
gonna ask
it.
about that. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I absolutely adore Blue and Blue. And Blue also because I wanted to pay homage to Damilola Taylor. And
I
so
got that,
in it
yeah.
as well, I wanted that, like, I always think about him. When I
Because as
think,
soon as
when you see Peckham changing, I'm just
Yeah.
like, but you lot don't know what
Yeah.
this has been about. And
Yeah.
I always think about, like, you came over here essentially for this better life that Kemi Badenoch tells us that this is the best place to
Okay,
be as a
so-
black person or
Yeah.
whatever. He came with his family to have a better life, and then he's murdered. And I think about the pain that he might have felt. And so sometimes I believe that we have to write our healing into existing, into existence. So in that scene in Blue, I wanted to write like peace into his last moments.
Yeah.
And so that's why for me, Blue is, South London.
That was definitely felt because when I was reading it and it got to that part, he's who I thought about as well.
Yeah.
And I think then the interaction with the parents and their piece being portrayed, and I was like, that's such a nice thing. And I think it's actually Black joy. It was such a relief to read about Black people and it's not got like some form of trauma attached to, do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's so weird because when I started the stories, when I started with the first one, I thought something bad's gonna happen.
Yeah.
And I don't realize how much we live like that.
Yeah.
But then by the third story, I was like, oh, this is a happy book. Do you know what I mean? Like, okay, come on, do you get what I mean? So how important was that for you to just Black joy throughout?
It was the most important thing.
Yeah.
Life is already hard as it is. Imagine, as Black people, right, we have this unique experience of we can go on social media, you want to see a baddie, you want to see a cute shoe, you want to see a belt, you want to see a cute jean, and then you see somebody,
jean.
right? But what you see instead is police draping people up,
yeah.
shooting them. We have a very unique experience in that way that
Yeah.
nobody thinks to censor these things, right? We have to see it constantly. So why then would I then have 292 pages where I want to harm Black people more? Like,
yeah.
you've got enough of it. So why don't I, again, let me write into existence what I think that we could be looking at.
Yeah.
And it's not too far-fetched either. Like, Uterus Star was probably the most chilling story in that whole thing.
that was...
And people would have probably worried that,
I was worried.
Yeah.
I said, oh, God, root for you, please, Beth. I was like, girl, please. Yeah.
And yeah, I would say that Uterus Star was probably the most chilling. But outside of that, I just didn't want to hurt us anymore. I feel like we're good. We're good
Yeah,
on
we are,
Struggle.
man.
We've got
Yeah.
enough. We're all right. So let's just look at technology and sex, romance, love, ultimately. Because I think that sometimes you can write romance and not write love. So I wanted to write love first and foremost. And I hope that came through.
It definitely did.
How do you marry spirituality and therapy? The reason why I say that is because Ibby was a great therapist.
Yeah.
But what made her elite level was the fact that she had that spiritual gift.
Yeah.
Right? I know you're not trying to say therapy only goes so far, whatever.
Yeah.
But like, how do you kind of, you know what I mean? Like, have both of them together and like where are they separated? Also,
Yeah.
if that makes sense.
I think that I've gotten on best when my therapist has some kind of spiritual practice.
Okay.
Because we have to understand that psychotherapy has a lot of things within the healthcare industry or science as a whole. Psychotherapy in its genesis or at its genesis is created for the white middle class man's experience.
Yeah.
It's when we talk about neuroses, when we talk about Freudian aspects of things, Carl Jung, when we talk about all of these things, we're talking about the white middle class man's experience, not even the white working class man's, the white middle class or upper class man's fixation with the world. That's why they talk about stoicism and all of these things like and existentialism, because essentially if you have all of the privilege in the world, you won't feel anything. You can't feel anything. And so they basically assert that then we all feel that when we don't, because we're coming from different places.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying by that is that inherently, because of who psychotherapy is focused on, it means that it lacks spiritual robustness, right? So any black person or any person of color, any marginalized group that wants to use that tool in order to help people, they're going to need to add what is missing. Otherwise, they're just perpetuating white supremacy as far as I'm concerned. Because when we talk about somebody being hysteric, that was hysteria, focused on the fact that, they would give women hysterectomies if they thought that they weren't behaving properly, that it must be to do with that. Like, let's just, take her uterus, that should calm her down. So it's been historically violent. Science has been historically violent towards people who are not white, and especially people who are not white and not woman, or who are not white and not male. It's been very, very violent. So I wanted to show how what made Ibi great at what she did was having this archaic structure to work with and infusing it with a gift that, she was still contending with, but I feel like we all have that gift.
Yeah.
Or we have access to it. We have the access to it.
Do you feel like, because I agree with what you're saying, right? But I feel like Jung was more willing to explore spirituality than Freud, right?
Yes.
But do you feel like the level of spirituality you're talking about is maybe only, I don't want to say accessible, but somewhat more accessible to African people?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool.
Absolutely. And even then, imagine thinking that you're spiritual, but still saying that black people aren't human. You know, like, do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So they could only get so far in their understanding of the world. And so we are the ones that add the seasoning, we add the flavor, we add the color, we add to the conversation. And that's what changes it. I recently had a speech therapist on that I was talking to on the podcast, and she was saying again that speech therapy, linguistics is inherently racist, because we're told that there is only one way to pronounce something and one way to speak. But if my mother tongue differs, I'm going to say something in a particular way, and that doesn't make it wrong. You know exactly what I'm saying. Don't try it. So there are different things to consider.
How much research do you do? Because I know that obviously you know a lot about your culture anyway, Nigerian culture, but I was so, I don't know if impressed, not in a rude way, but like I was so impressed at how much I could see and I could tell went into the research in terms of like the gods, in terms of the cultures, and even the names, like, because Ibi's name, Ibukunluwa, that's my grandma's name, and it's such a rich name, and then who she is, what she is, that name is that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, so I'm very fascinated by nominative determinism, that our families name us based on what they want for our lives, right? And so each character, when they were being born, as it were, I was naming them based on what they would do in the stories.
Okay.
So everyone has that, you know? So even Nikki and all of that, everybody has Simisola, like all of their names mean something. Ndidi and Chinonso, also their names were chosen for a reason as well. Because I thought that would add another layer to the people who were reading it, that they wanted to explore more. So then they'll discover something else about the stories if they go and look up what the name means. And I did a lot of research. I'm somebody that loves research, especially if you've got to go on the news sometimes and talk about things. You don't want to flop it. You don't want to flop it for yourself, but you
Can
do
you
not.
louder for some people, because people are taking up these offers and not knowing a damn thing but the topic title, and I'm sick of it. And that's why they pick you sometimes, because they know you don't know what you're going to talk about, and they use this to further their agenda.
And so that you won't challenge. If anything's said, like, you're not going to challenge it. So recently, yesterday evening, I went on to Vanessa Feltz's show on Talk TV. And so we're talking about what Kemi Badenoch said about And then after I finished talking, and Femi, who was on as well, finished talking, Vanessa, lovely, but she says, so what do you want the viewers to think, when they've heard so much like anger and bitterness and shame and of course passion, and rightly so, coming from you? In my head, I've done all of that. Like, I'm hearing what she's saying and I haven't heard a positive word. So it's as soon as I reply, I'm like, well, while they might hear all of those things, I hope what they also hear is hope, because there is a way that we can move beyond this. You have to be right on job, and you have to, so it's not just researchers into the topics that's been spoken about. You really have to understand language and how language is used in order to program, right? So if I left that uncontested, right, and just went, yeah, shame, anger, bitterness, that a troll, Gary 1357, is going to jump in my mentions and be like, oh, you are bitter. No, like, let's choose our words carefully. Let's add hope into there as well. So yeah, I do a lot of research. I tend to stay up very late learning. So even when I decided I wanted to do tarot, books, astrology, books. I've just got lots of books. I don't want to do wrong by us going to go and speak on something or write about something that's actually inaccurate, because the whole reason that we're here is because history has been presented to us inaccurately. So let's start getting accurate with what we're saying.
In the book, you thanked your mum, and I thought this was so, so sweet. When you thanked your mum for not letting culture hold her back from allowing you to be you.
Yes.
Like, what does that mean to you? Or what did you mean by that?
Like oftentimes people go, oh, so your mum must have done this, or your mum must have chased you down about getting married at this age. My mum's just always just like left me to it, for better or for worse. Like, you just left me to it in certain regards. Like, I often think about the fact that I raised myself and my brothers and her. Like, I think sometimes you give birth to your own healing, right? And so seeing all the things that I've been doing has helped her in so many different ways. But even when I said that, when people were choosing colleges and stuff, I didn't choose any college but Brit School, because as far as I was concerned, I'm only going to Brit School. So I studied musical theatre and English literature. And so when she saw my thing, she was like, what do you mean you only applied for one college? I was like, well, I got in, right? So it doesn't matter.
So it matters, right?
Yeah, because that was the only one I was going to. So there was no point in applying for SFX and Christ the King and all that, because I wasn't going. So when it came to uni, she tried to wrangle me. She's like, no child of mine is going to go to uni to just go and study drama, You must study law. So I was like, okay, if I can find a university that lets me do a combined degree in law and theatre studies, you're cool with that? Fine. So I went on UCAS, typed it in, and then I found that there were like 2 unis, and one of them was Liverpool Hope, and that's where I ended up going. So that's why the first story in there is based in Liverpool. And so I had to do double the degree, I guess, because I did drama and theatre studies with law.
Do you know I can see you, like, would you want to do plays one day?
Yeah, I do.
That'd be so lit.
Yeah, plays. I would. People have asked if some of the stories can become a play,
because they can. Because really, like, the stories are so engaging. Because even though I've listened to it on Audible, I need to physically read it.
Yes,
because they're so engaging. They're so rich. They're so deep.
Thank you.
That I kind of like, whilst I'm reading it, I'm envisioning. I'm seeing. It's in front of me, kind of playing it out in my own mind, kind of thing. So it'd be great to kind of see these stories kind of come to life as well.
Definitely. And people keep going, oh, it reminds me of Black Mirror. But I hope at some point we're moving beyond Black Mirror, like ratings to Charlie Brooker, but we're talking, there's another layer to what we are talking about.
Yeah, there is.
And I hope that that's apparent.
Which of the stories do you think we're closest to in society? Or do you feel like can come to pass in society?
Uterus Star.
Yeah.
Because literally, the day that Roe v. Wade got overturned is the day that I started writing Uterus Star. Because I was just like, why do you feel like you can legislate over people's reproductive organs? It's very wild.
Yeah.
And then I finished writing Uterus Star, editing it, and then I see a news piece, I think it was BBC or something, where there's a Swedish researcher that wants to know why we can't use the wombs of people who are in a coma.
Wasn't it? Yeah.
To grow babies.
Yeah.
I was like, ooh, this seems dangerous to me. Yeah, it's a very slippery slope that you're about to go down.
It's funny because I had the same thought in terms of the one that we're most closest to Society, I thought, yeah, Youth to a Star. That
Youth to a
sounds-
Star, we're so close. We're so close. I mean, nothing major per se happens in Councilwoman in that way. Councilwoman is playing out right now. Do you remember the record store that the police created? It was a fake record store somewhere, I want to say East. So they created this record store and they wanted to use it basically to get intel on the community. And so somebody ended up going to jail, and people contested it and said that it's entrapment because that person was never involved in drugs, crime, nothing. But they kept coming to that store because they thought it was a legit record store, but it was run by police. It was recent.
Oh wow, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, it was recent. So when I saw that, I said, and then there's apps that are created that young people are meant to go and join, but they're actually using it to monitor Muslim girls specifically.
Really?
So there's so many things that are already happening.
That's
I'm like,
manifesting,
this is only the tip of the iceberg. I was just playing about. Like,
I was just I was having a good time.
Yeah, there are serious things happening.
wow,
But
that's
that record store one, you should look up.
Boombox.
That's the one. Record store run by undercover cops.
Yeah.
What part east was it?
Send that over, please.
Does it say what part east it was?
Edmonton.
Yeah.
Okay, that's north.
No, that's
North London.
Yeah.
Oh, London. Yeah.
What are you saying? If it was East, you would have known. No. On my doorstep, I would have known.
It says.
Oh, I love that.
Like you pretty much said, yeah. All about love,
yes.
basically, right? And there was something that jumped out to me, yeah.
Yes.
You said she also understood that the basis of any true connection is vulnerability,
Yes.
right? What would be the point in being with someone who couldn't truly know all of her?
Yeah.
See, that made me think of James Bolden,
Yes.
when he also said to act is to be committed. To be committed is to be in danger,
Yes.
right? When it comes to love, yeah, how many people do you think just live life thinking that love is more so just something I'm meant to fall into,
Yeah.
as opposed to something I can actually create for myself and actually be fully vulnerable and live it?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
I think it's all a journey, right? Because Toni Morrison says that one of the most destructive, or a couple of the most destructive things that we've ever been given in our society is the idea or the concept of beauty and romance. They're all there to serve capitalism, and anything that's serving capitalism is inherently anti-black. Hence, you'll find that black women feel like they have to fulfill a particular aesthetic in order to be considered beautiful and thus deserving of romance. Not love, deserving of romance. But then when we conflate romance and love and collapse it into one, we start to misunderstand what we're dealing with. So we see constant conversations online about how much should your engagement ring be? See, romance, capitalism. Because if it was love, it wouldn't matter. What
True.
you
It's
see
a
what I'm
symbol.
saying? So anything that you think about that's like, what should this be and what should that be?
Yeah.
Ideally, it's linked to romance and thus capitalism. So it's not serving you. It doesn't enrich. When you look at your engagement ring, what happens? Do you feel more in love? Like, what happens?
Are you thinking this rock ain't that big?
Right. Especially when you think about how it's sourced, and then you think about the historical context of De Beers deciding that we were going to love diamonds. It was a whole marketing campaign. But prior to De Beers getting all of those mines, the diamond mines, we didn't care about diamonds. It was sapphire, emerald, other gems. But when De Beers got the mines, they started this whole heavy, aggressive marketing campaign that diamonds are a girl's best friend. Diamonds, diamonds, diamonds. So we were all socially conditioned to then head
believe
towards
that,
diamonds
yeah.
and take that as a metric of romance, not love. So to me, when I think about that, I think about all of these things that when we start to unlearn what we have conflated for love, there is a grieving process. There's a mourning, because you're not going to have the relationship that you saw in the films, because it's not real and it serves no purpose, and it does not move us any closer to liberation. In fact, it's usually a weird subversion of hierarchical or patriarchal power dynamics that doesn't help any of us. It keeps the man in this role of provider. He doesn't get to be soft. He doesn't get to feel his things, because he's meant to come and sweep you off your feet and save you from yourself. Essentially, you're waiting to be saved. When you deep it that nobody's coming to save you, you will cry, but then you'll realize that you then have this beautiful journey of saving yourself. And along the way, when people see you doing your thing, they start doing their thing as well. So it's about intentionality and not thinking, like you say, that you're going to fall into love. Who was this? Was it Tony? One of them that said, "I didn't fall into love, I rose in it."
Yeah.
Maybe Maya Angelou. Like, it should take you higher.
Yeah.
That's essentially what I've started to understand from it. And I think a lot of us now, because I think that many things can be true at the same time. Because I think sometimes when people have this conversation, other people are like, leave me alone. I just want to enjoy my
I just want to
things.
enjoy romance.
Right. But historically, we haven't even had long enough to play out having the fancy weddings, getting the house. We haven't had time to participate with romance and capitalism in the way that other people have. So if people feel like they want to do this first, who am I to tell them, well, actually, it's not going to be worth your while. Let people enjoy their things, but should they want to add to that or deviate from that, then they can move to true love. And true love, it is work in terms of letting go of what you've been socialized to believe about relationships and womanhood and manhood, and letting go of all of those things and meeting people as souls. When you start looking beyond people as like, do I desire you? Because if I don't desire you, then I don't care what you have to say. When you start looking beyond desirability and just think, I'm being given the opportunity right now to interact with somebody who is on their own journey, I'll never know the fullness of their life. Never will. You take it more seriously rather than just, oh, do I like what you're wearing? What trainers do you have? It's boring.
Yeah.
Nobody gave you to me. Nobody said that's the one for you. I picked you out. Wrong time? Yep. And doing wrong by my wife. But the picking out, the choosing, don't ever think I fell for you or fell over you. I didn't fall in love. I rose in it.
Toni Morrison.
I saw you and made up my mind. And I made up my mind to follow you too. I need to read this book.
Yes.
Jazz.
That's a beautiful
That was a
book.
nice
That was-
extract, isn't it? What's that from?
Yeah.
Jazz.
I don't even read, you know.
I think it should be on Audible. That'd be on Audible. That's a beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah, so that was Toni
beautiful.
Morrison, and you see the intentionality behind that. To me, that's love. And she's the same person that was just telling us about romance and capitalism, right, and beauty. She talks about it in a way that I chose you. And when you make a choice, you make that decision that this is the person, like no chemicals flying and serotonin and endorphins flying off in my brain or dopamine. I'm choosing this person. I think it changes the dynamic. To know that somebody chose to be with you and you're choosing to be with them without the fairy tale aspect of things.
It's a different level, man.
It's a different level of commitment. It's a different level of devotion because you've decided that you know that life is going to be peak because of just the way that life is, but you're going to ride it out together.
This is it.
That I think that feels more secure rather than, oh, I just think you're so beautiful. This is so lovely, ha ha, because it doesn't mean anything.
It's fickle.
Yeah.
I get that same thing when it comes to just having a sense of duty as well. Not doing something because someone's telling you to do it, but more so because you believe you was born for it, right? Which reminds me of, again, to do with Ibby, yeah? 'Cause I love blue, right?
Yes.
And you describe her as a guardian of the blue,
Yes.
which is a guardian of the pain of others, right? Is that also like a call to society to somewhat be more empathetic as well? To be like, look, we can somewhat carry the burden of other people.
Yeah.
Or is it more so like individuals are here for that purpose?
I think it's a collective thing. So in the novel that I'm writing now, I build upon the idea of the guardians of souls and the guardians of grief. So she's the guardian of the blue. People usually equate blue to depression, grief. So she's a guardian of grief, right? And then there'll be different guardians for different aspects of what we and then when I finish the world, you'll almost see them as one, like holding the world up. And so she's one of the guardians, and hopefully you meet others in different stories. I think about how a lot of Black women hold a lot of pain for other people. When they speak about Black women and girls, sometimes I remember when I was growing up, again, when I talked about earlier, like raising myself and stuff, one of the ways that my mum would praise me and say, Kelechi's so wonderful. She does so much. If it wasn't for Kelechi, I don't even know what we'd all be doing. And for a long time, that's a badge of honor, right? That you put yourself to the side and you hold everything together for other people. But then it's not helpful to you when you then go towards relationships and realize that you are so programmed to choosing people who need life to be held together for them, because that's the only way that you feel seen or valued, because you perform a function. And so when you start taking the labor back and saying, I'm not performing that function, everything around you starts to change and the people that you gravitate towards. So I think about that when people talk about the good woman, she's enduring, she goes through all things and she doesn't complain and all of that. And I wanted to move away from that because while those women are doing those things, they don't feel, they don't get a chance to be seen, they don't get the chance to put their thing down. So I feel like Ibby's conflict is that she doesn't know whether she can ever let anybody see her because of all of the pain that she carries, right? And at no point did the woman by the lake say to her, you can't be with it. She never said that. But that's what Ibby's understood. She never said that.
Yeah.
So she's got to make a choice. Like, and I think that is a choice we all have to make, regardless of gender. At what point in your life are you going to truly allow people to see you beyond your performance of personhood or beyond your persona? When have you ever, will you ever let somebody see you? Because we all fear being truly seen in case somebody sees and goes, ugh, and they go. Or even if they don't go, ooh, they stay for a while and then they go.
Yeah.
There was a deep sadness in that story for me because she was doing so much for others. Yeah. Like her entire life, as Emmanuel said, it was duty bound, right? For a person like that, would she ever be able to meet someone that she feels she could now open up and show all of her to? Because the two examples that she loved, the first she loved well.
Yeah.
And the second was just most recent.
Yes.
Would she ever find somebody?
But that's also what I wanted to play around with, because she has. So she's not, because there are aspects of Ibby that speak to my experience, right? And I think about the fact that you tell yourself this story that the world is against you and life is just so hard and people will never understand. Meanwhile, if you just took yourself out of you for a moment and looked around, you do have people around you who are wanting the opportunity to love you in the way that you want. So like I said, when I went to the ayahuasca retreat, one of the visions that I had was, the intention that I set for myself, one of the intentions was that I want to understand unconditional love and I want to experience a love that I haven't experienced in the physical realm. And in one of the visions, this old woman, she pulls the sun out of the sky and she tells me to drink the sun. And I say, I can't drink it because it's going to burn. And she laughs and then I drink it anyway. And in that moment, I felt like an euphoric joy that I hadn't felt before. And I was just like, this is sick. But what I understood about the sun being pulled out of the sky, what it meant to me at that point, one of the things that it meant to me was about trust. Ultimately, Ibby's presented with two people who love her. Yeah. They do love her. She's the one that's going, I don't trust you enough to be able to hold all of me. But how will you know if you do not give them the opportunity to even try? And so her first love, she was just like... No, and that's also a thing as well. Sometimes people will be like, I'm tired of waiting. Yeah. I'm tired of waiting for you to decide that I'm worthy of you being vulnerable to me. So I'm out, right? And she had to respect that rather than forcing it and like, no, give me 5 more years. No, bye. And whereas her new person, he's more direct with the fact that, no, we've been dating for a year. Why have I not seen your house? But she was hoping that it being a man, he wouldn't notice that they've been dating for a long time. But he's like, I noticed. Like, how is it that we've been dating for a year and I've not seen your house? And it's like, oh, I'm flying around, I'm busy, I'm so... Because the house was just a metaphor for herself. Like, he doesn't get to know her. She is very guarded in that way. And it was a message to myself because I know that I hold that same guardedness.
But what was that fear, though? Was the fear that they would not understand? Was the fear that she would then have to commit to being vulnerable for the foreseeable future? What was the fear?
Will you tell me?
Finish the bloody thing, man. God damn.
I think the fear was that they would be scared and they would leave. It's a very big task.
But she left anyway.
Yeah, but
she was in control of that.
Exactly.
But that's, and again, it speaks to avoidance. It speaks to attachment styles. People who are scared of being left will usually try and leave before it happens. They'd rather jump before they're pushed.
But it's also, I think about the very thing that you value. So it could be a thing where it's like Ibby knows that this is what makes her valuable.
Yeah.
Outside of anybody else's opinion.
It speaks to attachment styles. People.
Sorry, if you could mute us in the background, please. And just 1 second.
You know what I'm saying? Because it reminded me, like, one of my favorite films is The Prestige.
Yeah.
Right? And it reminded me of a scene where, what's his name? Christian Bale is talking to some kids, right? And they're doing their magic stuff, right? And he says, make sure you don't tell anybody about how you do this. Because once they know, you're not special anymore. You know what I'm saying? And it just reminded me of that same thing. You know what I mean? But yeah.
No, I think there'll be elements of that in there as well. Like, oh well, this is my thing. This is my thing, and then it becomes everybody else's thing, and maybe it will detract, as you said, from her profession, because people will be like, well,
Exactly.
if you've got these skills, then I was never going to be able to do the
Exactly.
things that you're doing. So yeah,
100%.
Morning, caller.
Good morning, it's Temi.
Morning, Temi.
I'm sorry, I couldn't keep calm. I'm too excited, and you might hear some drilling in the background. There's noise going on upstairs. But hi, Kelechi.
Hi.
I just wanted to say, because Eamon has put it in the chat. I really love the book. You guys all know me as Gin and Jess, but in another world, I'm Blacklisted Book Club, and Kelechi has been kind enough. She's been kind enough to agree to come to an event that we're having on the 12th of October.
Yes.
We're having a Let's Meet the Author, so we're really going to get to know Kelechi and discuss a bit more of the stories in detail, because our book club, they don't play. The questions that they've got are amazing. But I just wanted everyone in the community to know that there's a discount code, so everybody will be able to get £5 off if they want to attend on Thursday. Hopefully, Brent, you can put the link and stuff in
100%.
Wherever. But my favorite story is Blue and the Watchers, and I can't wait to talk about it more. I don't want to take up too much time here, but it's really amazing. I wanted to ask though, who did you write this book for? Did you write it for the Black community, or did you write it for the white community so that they can kind of maybe understand a bit of the privilege that they have, or did you write it for both?
To me, I wrote it specifically for Black women. Yeah, I'm looking forward to our book club event, but I specifically wrote it for Black women because I just wanted them to see something else. Even these conversations about polyamory and things like that, I think sometimes it can be rather male dominated. So that's why I wanted Dre and Emma to have their relationship and have the man there understanding of it, but leaving them to it, there are so many other stories that I want to write, but I wanted to write specifically for Black women so they could read something that allows a form of escapism, and it's not just laden with trauma. But I'm hoping that Black men read it. I'm very much hoping that Black men read it because, again, it's what we talked about earlier with gender roles and things like that. I think that they would love it because it's just so sensual. And I think that a lot of times Black men are not afforded space to feel sensuality. It's either like sex or like whatever, or nothingness. And it's like, no, enjoy the sensual, enjoy the erotic. There's so much, I feel like we all create from an erotic space. And eroticism doesn't always just mean, or doesn't mean at all, pornography. We have a deeply sexual energy that we all create from. I believe that everything we create is from a sexual energy, right? And if we don't allow ourselves to feel it, we get ill. We do, like in our minds, in our bodies, we get ill energetically. So it's having safe spaces to explore our sexual energy, our sensual energy. And I hope that that's what the book provides, because you get these moments of, the sex in there, but even beyond the sex, there is a deep sensuality running through it that it should feel safe to explore.
100%. I agree. I concur. It was a fantastic read, and I felt sensual all the way through it.
It's good.
even when it is, the house went up in flames.
Yeah, that one I was like, go make it out alive, please. Thank you, Temi.
Thank you so much.
Oh,
She's good people, by the way.
A babe.
Kelechi, sorry.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to our book club event.
When is the book club?
12th of October.
Oh, next Thursday.
Next Thursday.
Yeah. Busy time,
I'm going to try and come.
Yes.
You going, yeah?
Yeah, I'm
to
going to try and
ask,
come straight.
Oh, I would have loved to, but
Get book signed.
You're ready?
Actually, if I
I'm
can make...
flying away that day, so.
Oh, yeah, you are, aren't you?
There you go.
You need me read the material then when it is that you fly away.
That's true.
This is true.
Yeah.
And the Audible is wavy, I'm telling you.
Yeah, but I think I might want to actually just train myself to start reading more anyway. So I might just have to just get the book.
It's an easy read.
really
That's
is.
another thing
It
as well. Because
is.
you know, like
Yes.
sometimes people try to hit you with like the crinkum crankum of all of the
Of
vocabulary.
all of it all.
And it's just
Honey,
like,
just
you
say
know,
and, all right?
You're right. Just say it was black.
Say that,
And
you know?
green, like
That's it.
obsidian and oh god.
Please, calm down. Yeah.
So yeah, it's like a easy read just to fall into. Yeah.
I wanted to ask you, I know you spoke about going to Peru, right? But also, again, in Blue, you speak about the need for EB to go back home for spiritual fortification.
Yes.
Is that almost like, again, telling us to go back home to some degree? Because, again, like you said earlier, we all make our way back home anyway. Yeah.
Definitely. Like we've got to find our way back, man. We've got to find our way back home. And that's a literal home and a figurative spiritual home. She needs to go back because also it's kind of indicating that there are larger battles ahead of her because and she's not going to be able to do it off these dreams, these dribs and drabs that she's getting. It's helped her this far, but she actually has to go back, touch down on that soil, and so she can get the help that she needs to be able to come back and do what needs to be done. And I think that a lot of us, you know, when you asked about will we ever get to that point as Black people, I believe that racism or, you know, white supremacy, however you want to see it, is spiritual warfare. We can see that in rituals because that's what it was, you know. And it's interesting that when we look at something like the tarot cards, right, we say, oh, this is witchcraft, or this is Obia, or this is this and this is that. But the coronation was literally a ritual that took place in front of all of us. They chose to do it on a Scorpio full moon. Scorpio is the sign of other people's resources, and it's the sign of death and rebirth. So what they were doing by having it on because they have astrologers, right? So while we're all here going, oh, I don't know, astrology is demonic. Meanwhile, the people, the billionaires, the people who run all of the systems that we have, right, they follow it to the T. They don't play. And you can notice even in the trajectory of somebody like Beyonce's career, the more that she started to align herself with when astrologically was best for her to do things, flying, like her talent, her beauty is one thing, but what helped it was that she paid attention to what was happening around her. If you stepped out right now and I told you that there's a thunderstorm outside, you'd be like, oh, maybe have an umbrella, or I need to hurry, get in my car. The same way that we have forecasts, weather forecasts for that, we also have planetary forecasts, right? If the moon can do what it does to the water, all of these things, and we're made up of how much water, what do we think happens to us? The most murders happen on full moons.
Wow.
Yeah. So there are so many aspects to it that I just think that if we paid more attention, we would notice these things. But the coronation was a ritual, and it was done because it needed to consecrate the wealth of the collective into the monarchy. And everyone was just like waving flags, and they were outside. The Tower of London, they've got the ravens there, right? And then if you've gone there in primary school, you go to the sea and they say to you, oh, they've clipped the wings of the ravens because the story goes that if the ravens ever fly away, then the Tower of London will crumble, or basically the monarchy will crumble. If rituals or, you know, superstition and all of that is just ridiculous, unclip the wings. Like if we're all ridiculous and you don't believe in it, and it's just unclip the wings then, but you're replacing the ravens all of the time and making sure that their wings are clipped because you do not dare. Because everywhere around us, if you look at a lot of like architecture in Britain, specifically London, and you look up, a lot of architecture around us, it's all ritualistic. And so when we think about the British public and why don't they, you know, revolt more? Why don't they have tried.
The wings are clipped.
You're right, but they like them ravens. So Operation Unclip the Raven.
So would you say then it is really a big mistake when we kind of put spirituality to the back? Because like you're pretty much saying, if you look at the biggest insurrection ever, Haiti.
Yes.
They was not shy about spirituality. All of them practiced traditional African spirituality. And they won.
Yeah.
Look at us here.
But there's other, and how the story's retold is that, well, they didn't win, right? Because, you know, look at where they are economically now. But what's France doing to them that's not allowing, that's disallowing them from their own, like, economic liberation? Because, like I said earlier, that was the only way they were going to get them. In terms, that was the only way. And when you mentioned earlier about even printing money, the idea of money is ridiculous. Like, the idea, we're all living in some, like, upper class white man group, we're living in their fever dream. Now, if we decided that we want a more equitable society, we could have it. So how people are moving to Bitcoins and things like that, that is the devolution of the structure that they've created.
Yeah.
Right? And the more that we start to realize that they can just go, oh, this interest rate has risen and this, on what? Based on what? You know, a lot of it, we just go along with it. Yeah, we go along with it. So we're all playing a role in somebody else's weird dream. So the only way that we can, I guess, emancipate ourselves is to think about our spiritual practices and what within us tightens up when somebody says that, like, oh God, I can't go near there. That's scary. And it's only scary until you know what you're doing.
This is it.
Yeah.
Oh, this has been great. This has been absolutely fantastic, honestly. And honestly, your voice as well, listening to audiobook. It's so soothing. I was like, you need to get into like meditation. Like, if you did like a guided meditation, that'd be so sick. Because sometimes I try to do that and people's voices just get on my nerves.
And
I'm just like, I'm distracted. Now I'm meditating on how annoying your voice is.
Giving them straws.
It'll be great. Absolutely sick.
It's funny, you know, at the very end of the book when you're like, to all my detractors, this book is a straw.
So you know what to do. Do you know what's so funny? I was waiting for like the end of the sentence. And I was like, oh wait, she can't do it. She's an author. But I finished it for you.
Thank you.
I finished it for you.
The publishers would have been like, girl,
BFFR, please.
Can I just say one thing as well, yeah? Because I'm a person who loves detail. And the little details all over the place, yeah? Even something small as when you said, I like her, call mum. Right? Obviously everyone's used to Alexa, Siri.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Just updating. Just
a
that
little,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I love
Very
it, man.
intentional.
I love it.
Yeah, and it's a whole world that's still being built. I'm almost like an architect, like just taking my time to build the world, because in the novel, Alake can do more. So we're meeting Alake as a smart home system.
Okay. Yes.
Currently, she can only do so much. But then based on how technology develops, Alake becomes even more kind of advanced by the time we get into the novel.
That's sick.
And it's a beautiful name as well.
Yeah, that's my mum's name.
Oh, really?
My mum's name too.
Yes.
That's Oriki, isn't it? Mine is Aduke.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine's Aduke.
See?
Yeah, beautiful.
I love it.
Everybody really just be having the same names, isn't it? Where's the originality there?
Where's the originality? It's a Margs. Margs. That's original. But yeah, so you said you're writing a novel at the moment.
Yeah.
What else are you doing? I know you're going to be at Black Tech Fest next week.
Yeah, Black Tech Fest. I've got a live show in Peckham on Saturday.
Sick.
That's at 1 p.m. Just a cute little.
Put it up.
Oh, thank you, Ren. Just a cute little show,
Sick.
and I'll be signing books there as well. And that's going to be me in terms of live shows. I'm done. Like, I'm
Really?
exhausted for the rest of. That's it for the year. Come back next year with something. But I'm looking forward to the show. It's kind of like my birthday celebration.
Like this Saturday.
Yeah, this Saturday. So I've got that. Because I'm here, I've got an announcement tomorrow. So it's another book, but not as you know it.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah, so it'll be
An exclusive. But where's the horns when you need to give us an exclusive?
To be honest, I don't like the fact that she said it here before she told me. Get me some.
Oh, sorry, bro.
But this is your...
Sorry, bro.
Sorry, no, we're not doing this.
Nah, I'm pressing the button.
Whose platform is this? So you came and said on a show that you are an executive producer.
Right,
So what are you talking
an
about?
exclusive look for confetti.
This
Thank
is
you.
it. Thank you very much.
So yeah, so for anyone listening tomorrow, it's a children's book.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, so,
that's amazing.
I'm gonna get them everywhere.
I can
Get them while they're young.
Yes.
Get them while we're young.
Oh, that's sick.
So yeah, I'm looking forward to finally being able to talk about the children's book. It's literally a picture book from like baby to 3 years old. Because again, we keep talking about the fact that we need to educate the kids. It's just a different, coming at every age group with something different.
Teach them young.
Yeah, so that's those are the things I
You
think.
got coming up.
Yeah,
Lovely. Honestly, congratulations.
thank you.
Well done. You deserve
man.
all the flowers.
Thank
I'm
you.
really, really proud of you. Very inspired by you. And we ask our guests 2 questions for the Leave Us.
Yes,
So the first one is something that nobody knows about you.
I really want to be a country singer.
I love how quick she came up with that.
Because I'm waiting for my moment. I've been learning guitar. So one day I'll be able to play Shania Twain.
Love it. Okay, country singer. And then also your biggest life lesson.
My biggest life lesson is pretty much what we talked about earlier in your reading. Sometimes let other people be right. You know, I've for so many years will go back and forth with people like, you've misunderstood me. That's not the kind of person I am. Like you. Okay, if I'm sure. Yeah, if I'm this, okay, cool. You sometimes you just have to let other people have what because they need it. You know, and people can only meet you as far as they've met themselves.
Oh, you've been a great guest.
Thank you.
Fantastic guest. And I hope you had a nice time with us
I
as well.
loved it here. I want to come back, Brem.
One thing I say, you lot made me want to read these stories, boy.
That's the whole point. Everyone get the book.
No, you really need to.
Edge of
Yeah, no, 'cause
here.
I ain't got a clue what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm listening. I'm like, okay, cool.
Just
Sounds
the excitement in your
interesting,
voices and that. And I
100%.
want to read these stories.
Yes.
Believe me, like you'll definitely gain something from it.
It's really
100%.
sick. It's really
I'm not even lying. Yeah.
But just because, again, like we said, they're short stories, so it's not a big old narrative that you're following all the way through. It's just move through them. Yeah.
Makes you want more.
That's what I've
Really
been told.
does.
They were like, girl,
Yeah.
why did you finish there? You could have written
No,
8
honestly.
more. But I think
Well, it's funny
8 was
because you gave
enough.
us the warning. You told us, but it was like, I don't know why. I just maybe thought you weren't being serious. I was like, nah, she'll conclude them. And everyone's like, oh my gosh. Literally. I was like, oh, stop it, man. But no, that was great fun. It was really
Thank
good.
you so
But
much for having me.
yeah, get the book, Edge of Here, out now, best selling, do all that great stuff.
How do I get a Nigerian name?
Do you know what? You can, you know.
Go on, give him a Nigerian name. Go on.
What do you mean how? What
Is
you
it
speak to
like a
Nigerians?
shaman or something?
Man said, how?
No, there's no chief you need to meet. I'll think of one for you.
Yeah.
I'll think of one for you.
Okay.
What's the
It'll be
basis
Yoruba.
of like your personality?
I don't know. You usually have to tell me. What's the basis of my personality? I don't know.
He's very loving.
Yeah.
He's caring. He's
Jovial.
also very like principled, I would say.
Okay.
Big on integrity. Big family guy.
Okay.
And destined for greatness.
I love that.
Love that.
So it would, yeah.
Okay.
That's all good stuff, though.
Oh wow.
Oh, what you say? No balance. No balance. What you say? No balance.
Yoruba names tell you what you are. We don't focus on what you will. The trick is that you will live up to that name. So all the bad character,
You put it
you
to
would
the
stop it
side.
because this is the name we've given you and this is what you should be.
Yes, I love that.
Yeah.
Might need a Toby.
Oluwatobi Loba.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oluwatobi Loba.
Do you know what? Because God has saved
Is
us
that
so
who I
much,
am?
you know.
Hey,
Yeah, because
I
God
feel
consistently shows up for you.
But they tell me how to say that?
Oluwatobi Loba.
Oluwatobi.
Told me for sure.
Toby.
Oluwatobi Loba.
Oh, Oluwatobi Loba. I'm telling
Yeah,
you,
that's
my
it.
name.
See, it fits. It got it
Yeah.
instantly.
That's how I introduce myself to people now.
Yeah.
When they ask me what's your name. Oh, this is
Yeah.
crazy.
Love that.
No, I
So
love
this
that.
is crazy.
No, I love this. You don't even know how that made me feel.
See, that's all one of the names. The names are so special because they've got deep meanings to them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Everyone in the chat, make sure that's how you refer to me as well. On one page.
But yeah, all right, lovely. Should we get into our last headlines for today?
Do it.
Nice.
Okay. Ticker.
All right, people. So big trigger warning here. Obviously, you guys know about the story, but yeah, a 17-year-old boy who cannot be identified because of his age allegedly killed Eliane as she made her way to her independent girls' school last Wednesday morning. Eliane, who was studying for her GCSEs at the Old Palace of John Whitgift School, had met up with two female friends before the alleged attack happened at around 8:30 in the morning. First aid was administered, but she sadly died at the scene near the Whitgift shopping centre in Wellesley Road. The teenage defendant appeared at the Old Bailey on Tuesday wearing a black sweater and grey jogging bottoms and sitting between the officers in the dock. Members of Eliane's family were sitting in the well of the court during the hearing, which lasted around 30 minutes. The judge, Mark Lucraft KC, set a plea hearing for the 19th of December and a provisional trial date of the 29th of April 2024 at the same court. Following her death, Eliane's family released a statement paying tribute to the intelligent and thoughtful girl. This is what they said, right? They said, we as a family are struggling to comprehend this painful tragedy that's happened to our beautiful daughter and beloved sister, Eliane. Our hearts are broken. It is our request that you keep our cherished daughter, Eliane, and our family in your thoughts and prayers.
So very quickly, Kelechi, did you think that the conversation that came as a result of that, in terms of misogyny and stuff like that, do you feel like it was relevant to the conversation? Do you feel like it was wrong timing?
Misogyny is very relevant. Femicide is very, very relevant.
Yeah.
I was a bit disappointed when people took it to knife crime solely. From when Rishi Sunak got on top of it, he instantly started talking about, oh, you know, this is why we need to have harsher sentences for knife crime and whatever. And I was just like I said earlier, many things can be true at once, but this happened. He could have not used the knife. A few weeks ago, a woman got hit with a brick. Like, it could be any tool. It's not about the tool. It's about this widespread gendered violence that we need to address. How somebody could do that is heartbreaking. And the vigil is this evening in Croydon.
Yes, it is this evening.
Sad, man. Another trigger warning here. I met police officers accused of raping 2 different women in a space of 11 days.
Bloody hell, man.
Wow.
Including an attack when one of the alleged victims says that she was asleep. Imagine, these are the animals out there. But anyway, PC Rupert Edwards, 30, went to bed consensually with both women, but went on to attack them later in the evenings after consent had been withdrawn. This is what the court heard, right? The officer met the first alleged victim on a night out in Richmond in August of last year, and they slept together after taking a taxi to her home. The second alleged attack happened after Edwards met the woman on a night out in Wandsworth in September of last year, 11 days after the first alleged rape. She agreed to accompany him home, but refused to have sex as they did not have a condom, right? When questioned, Edwards, who lives in Surrey, denied rape and insists both encounters were entirely consensual. He said the first woman had agreed to have sex throughout and insisted the second woman had not refused to have sex without a condom and had not been asleep during their sexual encounter. The judge, who's Ashakaru KC, the recorder of Southwark, told jurors to focus on the evidence during the trial. This is what she said, pardon me. She said, this defendant is and was a serving police officer in the Met Police Service. There has been some considerable publicity about police officers and investigations. Do not let any of that affect your judgment of the evidence in this case. I don't know why she's highlighting that, but
Right.
You know what I mean? And the last thing here, also some very sad news as well, man. Trigger warning. Sorry to give you guys all this, right? But an army investigation has found that a female teenage soldier is believed to have taken her own life after relentless sexual harassment by one of her bosses. So Royal Artillery gunner Jaisley Beck, who was 19, was found dead at Lark Hill Camp in Wiltshire in December of 2021. A service inquiry report, which has been seen by the BBC, describes an intense period of unwelcome behaviour. The report also found that it's almost certain that this was the causal factor in her death. The behaviour from her immediate boss continued over a period of 2 months preceding her death. This is according to the report, which is due to be published at noon today, right? It says in the report that whilst this behaviour ended the week before her death, it appears that it continued to affect her and had taken a significant toll on her mental resilience and well-being. Of course, a week before, you know.
Yeah.
What else? An inquest date is to officially determine how Gunnar Beck died has yet to be set. The army investigation found her boss, who, like everyone in the report is not named, wanted a relationship with her, but she had a boyfriend and did not reciprocate his feelings. It describes how in October of 2021, her boss sent her more than 1,000 WhatsApp messages and voicemails. Yeah. The following month, this increased to more than 3,500. Yeah. The messages involved controlling behavior. He constantly sought reassurance that she was on her own and made it clear he could not bear the thought of her being with someone else. Wow. 19 years old. And yeah, that's it for the headlines, guys. It's time to pay the bills.
All right, let's get into the reaction. Welcome to the reaction, people. This is our sports segment. Esther's favourite part of the show. Was that when was Luton and Burnley? Was that Monday?
No, it was
last night.
Yesterday. Last night. Yeah. Oh. It kicked off early though. It was at 7:30. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm going to read off these results for you as well. There was a Premier League game, so Burnley beat Luton 2-1, and then there was Champions League football which took place last night. Braga beat Union Berlin 3-2. Real Sociedad beat Red Bull Salzburg 2-0. Bayern Munich beat FCK Copenhagen 2-1. Inter Milan beat Benfica 1-0. Galatasaray beat Manchester United 3-2. Real Madrid beat Napoli 3-2. PSV Eindhoven and Sevilla drew 2-2. And RC Lens beat Arsenal 1-0. Discuss, boys.
Yeah,
I missed all the football. I was
Nah.
I was working, so I didn't watch it. I don't even know if I would have watched it anyway.
I just focused on United. To be fair, man, it was.
Did you watch the game?
Yeah, man.
Talk about it.
Kelechi, aren't you a United fan?
What?
Sorry.
You did that on purpose. You did that on purpose.
She said that was pure disgusting. Like, what? How dare you? The audacity.
I know you're Arsenal.
Sprinkle. Yeah, it was. I mean, Højlund looked good.
He has done.
He looked good. I'll give you that one.
In a tough
but-
situation, man. They want to mind they don't mess him up.
Yeah, it's not. Them man ain't won a game in 5 years in the Champions League.
I've heard they ain't won away in English soil or something like that in like 117 years or something.
And the one team that is going through it right now would be us. So it's horrible, man. And then no.
It'll get worse before it gets better.
Yeah, 100%. And we got some games coming up, man.
Yeah, but what's the takeaways from the game? What happened? Was it unlucky? Was they bad? Was it tactics?
We
not
had
trying?
we had good moments. But there was a point where it was like 2-1 United. 2-1 United. And then it was like we were on them. You could see another goal coming, maybe 3-1, even possibly 4-1. Didn't take our chances. Then another disallowed goal from Højlund. Then is that when they got the pen? They got Onana, bad pass, straight out into the midfield, got cut out, and then Casemiro goes away a pen. He has to take the guy out. He ain't got a choice. He's on a second yellow.
Who's got a choice?
No, as in that Casemiro has to take the guy out because
Because he was going to score.
Yeah.
But he gave away a penalty and he got a red card. He could score again anyway. So
Yeah, but then they missed the pen.
yeah, but you don't know that. That's after the fact.
I know, but if you're as a centre midfielder, if you're chasing down a guy, your keeper's giving you a bad ball.
And you're on a yellow. You don't have to get sent off.
Nah, you have to do something.
No, if it's in the penalty. No, if it's in the penalty box.
No,
if it's in the penalty
obviously
box.
he didn't want to. He didn't want to get sent off, but he's got to try and go for the ball.
Not in the penalty box.
He's not gonna just let the guy shoot. That's what I'm saying. You're not gonna let him do that. Anyhow, our Cardi misses the pen. No problem. Now we're man down. It's just a struggle. We still got a couple decent chances. Then our Cardi goes through, chips the keeper, man.
If they gave away the goal with 11 men, they probably would have had enough about them to beat them.
Probably, but it was like, I think it was about maybe, was it 75th minute or something like that, towards the end of the game. So it's like, it's heating there.
I ain't seen nothing about it, boy, but everybody sounds depressed.
Yeah.
Sounds like it was really bad. The people that watched it didn't like it.
Yeah.
Did you see that the Galatasaray fans took over Old Trafford?
Yeah. The man, yeah.
They were in a Sir Alex Ferguson stand everywhere, like, just badding the place up.
Bro, I was upset. I went to sleep straight away, man. Like, I never go to sleep at 10:30. 10:30, me. Listen, I was like, yeah, this is not it for me tonight, man. But yeah, I mean, the only good thing as well is that Arsenal lost. So
Wow.
I mean,
Hey.
hey, you gotta take it as it is.
Bukayo got injured.
Yeah, and he's not playing City.
I heard he's out for 2 months.
Oh, man.
He's not playing City on the weekend, no?
Is that what you heard?
Yeah,
Is that
honestly.
the latest information?
Yeah.
See, overplaying
This
him.
morning?
Must have been, yeah.
He's
I don't know
overplaying
where I've
him,
seen
man.
that, but I saw it. I don't know if it's true or not, because obviously when you see things online and come out, they have to get verified and clarified and whatever the words are. But yeah, that's what I saw.
If he's out for 2 months, these are screwed
Or is it?
in the back.
We're screwed.
I'm telling you. Yeah, 100%, man. Now we're already going for it, so there's
Did
there's not much more you can do to us. So like we're hands up, we're getting. Do you know what I mean? But if Bukayo's out for 2 months, Jesus Christ.
So, you watched Arsenal game?
Yeah.
Tell me about it.
It was not a good game.
No?
No, it wasn't. I didn't like the fact that it is that Saka popped down. Obviously, the most recent game, I feared the worst, but then he was seen in training right afterwards. So, God willing, this is just.
It's a reoccurring, it's the same thing.
I don't think so. It can't be.
Why? They look different.
Because the first one was like, it was a bone thing. It was in a shin.
It's the ankle, wasn't it? I thought
So
it was
what's,
the ankle.
so what was it yesterday?
It looked like a muscle.
Okay.
The back.
Okay.
I hope it's not a hamstring.
Yeah, that's at least 6 weeks, depending on the grade. But
Hopefully it isn't. But we didn't play well. I'm confident on the home fixture though.
Yeah.
So I think we're good. I just didn't like the fact that we lost.
I think everyone expected you to sweep them under the rug.
They played very well.
Did Ray make a mistake?
Yeah, he gave it something.
One could say 100% because he passed it to one of the players. He didn't Onana.
Yeah, basically, it's exactly what Onana done, basically. So
Yeah, but how you were talking about Onana, I'm not seeing it yet.
what do you mean? What?
Onana's cold.
Marx was saying that he was the next thing.
Nah, his
in town,
distribution
right?
is off the
It's off the
it's
Yoza
off-
bobs.
Yeah. That's what obviously.
Everyone can make
That's what
mistakes.
I keep it for.
No, but obviously everyone wants their keepers to play football now.
My thing about Onana is not him personally. It's about like my man came in, wanted to play a certain way, couldn't play it because he realized he never had the players. Yeah. Then he started playing a certain way. Then it's the whole I could see it with a goalkeeper. You can't hold the ball. You go and get arguably one of the best footballing goalkeepers in the world. So this should solve your problem, innit? But from last season to this season, the style of football's changed, and not necessarily for the better, and not in keeping with what we thought we would have seen. So what did you want with Onana? What are you doing with what was the whole point of this? You're not doing the things that they're supposed to be seeing and you're supposed to be doing. This ain't Onana's fault, in my opinion. Onana's he's obviously done the howler yesterday. Before that, I can't remember what game it was. Yeah, the Bayern howler where he threw it in. And then there's one or two goals that he could have done better on, but that's goalkeeping. Onana ain't really. I'm not really bothered about Onana. I ain't putting enough. That Onana's cool. Like goalkeeper's gonna concede. It is what it is. It's straight. It's just more with the whole. Yeah, it's just the whole tactics and the style of playing that I would probably be more onto. So yeah, it's cool. And if you do the maths, we lost two Champions League games now. Essentially, we would have to win every game to qualify or something like that, innit?
We got to definitely beat the.
We got to beat Copenhagen home and away. We got to beat Galatasaray
at home.
That puts us on 9.
That's going to Galatasaray. We don't want this is exactly what they were saying. You don't want to go to Galatasaray on the last day of the needed points because
it's not looking good for you guys.
The fact that we still got to play Bayern again, innit?
Yeah,
it's not
Europe, man.
It's not looking good either. It's not looking good, man.
Yeah, I mean,
hopefully you don't lose another game over there.
Nah, we're good.
You sure?
You say that. You thought you're going to slap up Rennes. I mean,
no, I didn't.
Everyone thought. Listen, most people thought.
You didn't go into that game confident of a victory.
100% my.
What you were? So you were doubting that game?
My mindset has shifted over the years because you can see what we're doing on the pitch. So I'm going into games confident, 100%. But when it is, I saw them playing because I don't watch Rennes. I was hearing people say, "Oh, they're 12th in the French league." They came second last year.
Was it
second?
Okay.
There's a pen to pay for them.
I don't know.
I can't remember. I thought you played at Monaco, but I must.
Most definitely.
So I'm seeing them popping the ball around. They were good, like really good, and they're home. Makes sense. And we weren't ticking. And they scored 2 good goals. They were good goals.
One of them looked good, but
I heard one of them. What Thomas?
I don't know.
I thought you watched the game. Sorry.
I did, but Thomason,
that's it. Thomason.
See? That's why it didn't click.
Okay, sorry, my bad. Forgive me.
Sorry, you're right.
I mean, wait. Sorry, don't worry about it. Who you got in the weekend? City, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to that game.
I'm looking forward to that
on
game.
Sunday,
Well.
yeah. Party's back.
He's on the bench.
No Saka.
That's important.
Hey.
That's important.
You will see someone else spring up.
Who's Smith Rowe?
Who?
Hey.
When he crying from missing the
I
shots over there.
would put Jesus on the wing.
Where is it? Emirates.
Yeah.
I might go put something on you not getting a result there. We're getting
Well,
some
like
kind
a
of
2-1.
points. Maybe like a draw or a...
Money well spent, man.
You reckon?
Some money will
I told you I'm optimistic.
Oh, are you just saying that? Or are you just saying that?
Yeah, I think we're going to get something from the game.
You reckon?
I am optimistic. That's how it works.
Without Saka.
Huh?
Without Saka.
Yes. You're going to like Saka is us. To be honest, he's a big part of us.
He's
Very
a big part. He's like
100%.
80%.
But we haven't been able to see anything outside of him being there. So
That'd
this
be
could
very
a-
interesting to see.
Yeah, it could be
how he's
homework.
set up. Who do you reckon they're going to put there for real? Emerson Throw?
Jesus. Who?
No,
Can't put-
Reece Nelson.
Through there.
I don't know if he's the answer, man. Like
I don't know.
he'll play eventually,
And
but
there's a sneaky rumor that Martinelli might make that game.
Oh, is he injured?
He was injured.
So there's no Martinelli, no Saka going into Sunday.
Wait, you are doomed.
Optimism, man.
It's tough out here.
Listen,
Tough.
Listen, the only way you're winning is by the power of Grayskull. Right.
Why are you laughing so hard?
telling you right now. Hey, no Martinelli, no Saka. So who you gonna have? Like Emil Smith Rowe and Reece Nelson on the side.
Smith Rowe's not going to be on the wing. You're not going to play him on the wing.
I'm just saying. Okay, all right. So
No, he's played on the left
Nketiah up front.
He's a winger. He's not a 10.
Who? Emil Smith Rowe.
Yeah.
He's not. What was he? A 10 or a winger?
They try to change him into a 10, but he's not. He's just, even if you like when you're looking at like the England team like that, if he was ever going to get in there, that's why he's never going to get in there. But it would have been right, didn't it? Like it's like.
But
anyway.
he played for England before.
Got a cap.
Did he
He's
play
got a
on the
cap,
wing?
no?
He would have. He didn't play no mid. He ain't played in the 10 for England. He would have played on the
Did he
wing.
play on the wing?
I don't know. I don't know.
I
You have to tell me.
remember. I think he's got one. I swear I've been. Oh, I can't even remember. And either which way. So what? You're gonna have Nketiah up top, Jesus on the right, and two on the left. Reece Nelson.
I might do something stupid and play Kai Havertz up top.
Okay.
That's the best
What for
we've seen
the
him
City
play.
game?
That's the best we've seen him play, and that was against City for the Community Shield. You know.
Okay.
So put him up top. You have Godwin, Martinelli on the left, and then Jesus on the right. You have Partey, Rice, Odegaard, and then the back picks itself. To be honest, you've got the best back in the Premier League.
As long as you don't
In the
go
world.
put in Partey.
You got the best back line in the Premier League.
Yeah, 100%.
He don't believe that. He don't believe that.
Well, because it's Saliba and that.
You don't believe that.
Gabriel is top, and you know how I feel about Saliba, right?
You know, it is individually. I know he's not gonna go crazy in the chat, yeah. Individually, like as individual players, I'm not like I know they can't stand up to you, man. But as a unit, I don't know if your back line's better than Newcastle's.
Okay.
Newcastle got a good back line though.
That unit
That's
there
fine.
is a serious. They're serious still.
You allowed your opinion.
I said you allowed your opinion.
I'm just letting you know. Botman, Shaw, Dan Burn, and Trippier.
They're solid.
They're
I'll
doing
give them
their.
that.
They're doing their thing.
They're solid. They're solid.
I hear that your guy has been playing with an injury, a broken bone.
Who?
The butcher.
He's out. He's out for a few
He
months.
didn't play yesterday.
He went for.
No,
I think he had
no,
an
but-
operation.
I heard that he had been playing with a broken bone for long.
Explains why he's been looking shaky.
That's what he was saying.
It makes sense.
That's all right. I mean,
Makes
it happens.
sense.
It happens. People play with injuries all the time.
Yeah, it makes sense. So Leach
I don't know why
is
you're smiling.
Because I just want to see you're right all the time, innit?
No. It's all right, man. Let's just see if you guys are going to put Partey back at right back on come the weekend.
Nah, I don't see that happening.
Not for the big game. Not for the big
Who
games.
knows? No,
Okay.
I don't see that happening. You can't do that now. You can't. You have to play. Would I play Tomiyasu? Would I play White?
White's not even a right back anyway. He's a centre back.
He's been playing well.
Might as well.
He's
Yeah,
been
might as
playing
well.
very
But
well
it's
at right
still,
back.
yeah, 100%. He's been playing well, but he's not like he can play that obviously clearly, but he's a centre back.
That's nice, but for the last two
I'm
seasons,
just saying,
he's
I'd
been playing
actually
in right
like
back.
to see him at centre back just to see what he looks like.
Who is he gonna displace?
I don't know. It depends how good he is.
Choose
right?
one, please. Out of
Well, they
Saliba
dropped Gabriel.
and-
They dropped Gabriel at the beginning of the season. That weren't for no injury and I feel like that. So what
That
was
was
that
that
about?
was to fit.
Oh,
That was to
Timber.
fit Havertz in, and you put
Partey at right back.
Partey right back. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was nonsense.
They can't.
And
They
we
can't
were-
keep doing that.
No, we weren't.
That wasn't a shoehorning thing. That was clearly what he wanted to do. If you got all your options there, you think you're going to play your best team. That's what he wanted.
And then he put
No,
Timbers
100%
up.
it was trying to shoehorn Kai Havertz. 100%.
So you drop out Gabriel to shoehorn Kai Havertz.
That's
100%.
wild. That's wild.
That math's not even
It is.
mathing.
It isn't, right? And people told him that, and he changed it. He changed it because it wasn't working.
Bro.
All right, well, you got lost. That's it. Just like us.
Oh, you know what? That reminds me, man. I need to go watch Arsenal TV just to get some more cheers,
Was that how it was?
some more laughter.
Was that going to bring you any joy at all?
Listen, Arsenal TV is hilarious when they lose.
You need to look in the mirror, man.
Nah, man. It's
You got your-
hilarious.
You got your own fish to fry over, Killy.
Bro, I'm alright, bro. I'll make it work.
I like that. It's a big contrast from Will I Be Okay?
What do you mean?
Never mind.
It's and to be fair, I haven't watched you. When you guys lose, I don't always watch you guys, but every now and then, when you guys start talking smack for no, alright, let me go watch you when you lose.
I hear that.
Okay. All right. United our shit. Let's go. Let's get into the done at air, man. I should just put Arsenal in done at air for losing to Lens, man.
Your mic will stop working.
Oh, God.
Turn that shit off.
All right. Oh, we're not doing that. Where did that come from? How did you be working while we were working, isn't it?
It's non-stop, man.
You know what? Let's get something lighthearted because I'm ready to go home. Number 3, Brent. This is just stupid. This is just dumb. I don't even know if you sort of find it funny, but this is just dumb. This man's dumb. Let's go up so you can see this guy, because this guy is getting in trouble, the chief police. You get me? I swear he was being primed to be the top boy in the Met and thing like that. Can we go up a bit more so I can see his stars? There we go. He's coming under investigation, He's getting in trouble. Don't know, he's been trying to sell dreams to the people, man. He's moving like he's some veteran, some war hero. So one of them medals, is from the Falklands War. Yeah.
Oh, so you just bought it and told me put it on next to my other ones?
Yeah. Well, he's moving like they had they put like a press placard saying they actually fought in the Falklands War. But then they deleted it anyway. They had to delete it, But the maths that they're doing is when the Falklands War was on, Donny was 15.
Imagine.
Donny was 15 years old. He didn't even do the math. So he's stepping out here now, moving like he's some decorated Donny and that. And this is lies.
That's so funny though. That's hilarious.
No, he's a big fat phony.
He said, "You named the war, I was there, front line." That's so funny.
Wait, to be fair to him, though, didn't some people go to war at a young age back in the day?
Not
World War One, World War Two.
Not him.
He's not him.
No.
They may have been, but he was not him.
Wow. He is lying. He was not in the combat zone in 1982.
But did he earn his other pins?
See, I don't know. You got a question.
Because if he did, why did you need to be involved with the Falklands War? Why didn't you just enjoy your other 4? But then, did you get the other 4?
English people love the Falklands thing.
Yeah,
you know what I'm trying to say? That's their John. So he just wanted to.
You're saying that if you have all the pins, you can have all the pins in the world. You didn't get the Falklands one. You're not a veteran. You didn't do nothing.
No, he's really faking the
Interesting
funk.
culture.
Yeah, no, he was faking.
Imagine that.
I just think it amazes me when people do things that are so blatantly obvious.
But is it though?
Like,
how long did he get away with it for?
Exactly.
Is it obvious?
True,
no, but you always say what's in the dark will come to the light. It doesn't matter how long he got away with it for. This is bait. Somebody was gonna catch this. Don't you think?
That's police math.
That's what it's police math.
They definitely do bad math.
For real.
That's nuts to me. And
They
it's
do
not
bad math all the time.
they're saying he was tipped to lead Scotland Yard and all them thing. It's not like he's some. It's not like he's some any officer.
Yeah.
You know what I'm trying to say? What do you say? He leads the Northamptonshire Police. He's a big boy.
You know what's
he's
crazy?
out here lying in plain sight. Did you know someone's gonna hold you accountable for that?
I love that. Mark Rowley, if that was me, that's how I would move. If I know that somebody's coming for my spot, I'm going to release all of the info. I'll come with the receipts. Well, he could have done that because he was 15 at the time.
No, but that's what I'm saying. That's how crazy it is that someone saw that interview or saw that picture, was like, wait, how old is my man? And they just started doing the math. They're like, no, I use it. Come look at this.
Do you know what's so sad? I wish that wasn't the reason why they found. Do you know what I mean? I just wish it was better for him. It was just he just lied.
Yeah.
But I feel like there's an extra embarrassment that you were actually 15. So you really, really lied. That's so shameful.
So that means he just bought it on eBay or something.
You just
on.
Or Amazon.
I could do with some more.
Yeah.
Embarrassing.
Faking the Falklands funk.
Well, yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I saw that. That tickled me.
That's funny.
Again, that is just so easy to disprove. It's just
You're 15, honey.
But you got away with it for long enough. If it wasn't for them blasting kids, meddling kids, innit? Wasn't for the meddling kids, man. You would have made it. But yeah, see, that's what I'm trying to say. Potentially, if they didn't find that out, and he would have led the Scotland Yard and that. Our leaders are liars.
That's some real bullshit, you know.
This is look at the character.
Is there any consequences for that?
The character of the people.
Right.
Is he gonna get suspended?
No.
Is he gonna? Does he now have to?
He ain't gonna lead the Met anymore, though. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, but if we found out a doctor lied about their degree.
Oh yeah, they've done
And
it.
they've been working on you the whole
You're not
time.
gonna, do you know what I mean? We're not gonna say, okay, well, you're gonna be the admin then. No, they're done. So is he gonna be done, or is it gonna be
prescribing you
duty?
drugs the whole time.
Imagine.
You've never been a doctor.
I wasn't that boy, remember that black boy?
That's what I was thinking of.
Got your
So
doctor.
rather
Do you
than saying
remember
he's a
the
doctor.
glasses?
Yeah.
But you know what's mad? You know the first time we ever heard that story where he got caught? You know he did it again. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did it again.
You could do stuff like that in America, though. You could just go to another state and be a whole new person.
That's what he did.
Crazy.
Like, you don't need to leave the
Exactly what he
country.
did.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
You get me? You just go to the other side of it. People, I don't think people
There's
realize
enough
how
states.
huge
Yeah,
that
and
place
the
is.
towns.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
Start
They
again.
got flatlands.
literally started
They got
again.
desert.
Yeah.
They got
mountains.
mountains. Have they got rainforests? Because I don't know.
Might as
but
well have.
Yeah.
You might as well have.
every single terrain in that one place. That is mental. But yeah, I digress.
Crazy, man.
Please, chief, please, man. Whatever.
Wherever you are, if you
Wherever
are that,
that's
if you are,
if
yeah,
you
if
are
you
that.
are.
You are definitely done at it, man. Bloody hell.
crazy, man.
Stop the foolishness, man. Let's get into our outro.
Report that, because Tinubu lied about the university went to, they're basically trying to claim here that, so the current Nigerian president, where did he say he went to again? What university was it again?
Chicago.
Chicago. So he
I think
claims he
Chicago.
went to the University of Chicago, right? They don't have no records of him.
Of course they
The
don't.
person's record they found is someone who's dead.
Oh,
It was the whole thing. So basically, they're still adamant that he did go. So there was a report yesterday, so one of his people, talking about basically, no, what happened was he did go. He did go to that university,
Yeah.
graduated, got his degree and whatnot, but he misplaced his certificate, so he just forged a new one.
But wouldn't he be on the system?
on the system somewhere.
Is he in a
No, but you know
picture?
how-
A scroll?
There's nothing. They don't know who he is. They have no idea who he is. But I was like, the fact that you think this is a good explanation to give to the nation, it just says everything it needs to say, really.
It's terrible.
Rigged the
crazy.
election, forged his degree.
His degree, everything.
Just lying.
And he just said, yeah, he lost his certificate and so he just forged a new one. Didn't contact them or anything, not email, just said, I'll just make a new one. It's all right.
You could have just told them, but instead you said Photoshop.
Yeah, clearly.
So you couldn't be bothered to send one email.
Couldn't bother to
Chicago.
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 Oh, what a mess, man. But this has been an amazing, amazing show. Thank you so much, Kelechi, for coming on. We appreciate it. Don't forget, Kelechi's got a live show this Saturday, so be there or be square because she ain't come back to next year. so be there. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank
We
you
really,
for
really
having me.
appreciate it. And guys, order Edge of Here. It's a great book, worth reading, honestly. Thank you also to you, lovely listeners. Temi called up as well. Do you have anyone else called up today?
Kevin.
Kevin, big up
yes.
Kevin.
Big up Kevin.
How could I forget?
Did you okay?
She's okay as well.
yeah.
Yes. So
Yeah.
big up all our callers today and everyone in the live chat as well. We appreciate you guys. As always, big up our researchers as well for helping us put the show together. Follow us on our social media platforms, The Day After TNB on Instagram, Twitter, and on TikTok. And if you would like to send dilemmas into us, also the number to call when we're live on air, the number is 075 6484 1073. And if you'd like to inquire about the show or feature on the show, our email address is thedayafter@thenewblack.com. Spotify listeners, don't forget, we've got polls on there now as well for you to get involved with the show. So just swipe up and leave your comments. And I'll be reading some tomorrow, if they're nice. You talk about me. Am I card reading? I say nothing. But yeah, have a great Wednesday, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Bye.
Peace.
Bye.